and I'm the, I was going to say the OSDBU director. I think most of you know what that is, but if not, the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization at the Department of Health and Human Services. And on behalf of the department, I just want to say welcome. And thank you all so much for coming, and congratulations to all of you that are here. We had over 500 individuals to register, and unfortunately we could not accommodate them all here. So kudos to you who registered early. So this is our Getting Back to Business event. We've done 4 in the country. This is our 4th and last one for the fiscal year. And we have a new schedule starting next year. So we check our website frequently. We will have that information available. I want to thank all of our supporters, our prime contractors, all of the agencies that have supported us. I think many of you saw their exhibits, Department of Labor, Education, some of the defense agencies as well, GSA, and of course, our main partner, the U.S. Small Business Administration. I just want to thank all of them. I want to thank all of the volunteers who are helping us. They have been extremely helpful. We could not have put this together without them. And I want to thank my staff. Will all of the members of the HHS OSDBU staff raise your hand? Those that are here. If you'll look behind and around, you'll see them all here. And I want to thank the community college for allowing us to be here. We decided this year that we were going to align ourselves with the community colleges throughout the country. And this year we decided to come to Prince George's Community College, and they opened their doors and they welcomed us, and we're just truly so appreciative. They have entrepreneurship programs, and which is in line with what we do. So we just thank them so much for welcoming us. So I just want to turn it over to provide welcome remarks. It's June Evans. June is the program director here at the community college from the Office of the President.
Thank you, Teresa. Well, good morning. I am June Evans. I'm the Interim Executive Director for the Center for Minority Business Development at Prince George's Community College, and I am honored to bring greetings to you on behalf of Prince George's Community College's President, Dr. Charlene Dukes. We are pleased that the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, is hosting their Small Business Procurement Conference here on our campus. Over the past 5 years, Prince George's Community College has helped local, small, minority businesses strengthen their business acumen, expand their capabilities, and build capacity. The Center for Minority Business Development's accomplishments has proven that the college has a role to play in revitalizing our economy. And the college plans to continue to provide training and development for local, small, and minority businesses here in Prince George's County and throughout the region. So businesses like yours will have the capacity, the capabilities, and resources to compete on projects at the Department of Health and Human Services. So once again, I welcome you, and I wish you much business success. Thank you.
June, thank you so much. I'd like to next introduce Nancy Gunderson. Nancy is the Deputy Assistant Secretary at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services of the Office of Grants and Acquisition Policy and Accountability. Nancy.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Teresa, for the warm welcome, and I'm delighted to be here this morning to welcome you all to HHS's Getting Back to Business outreach event. Events like these are very important to the department, and in just one of many ways we try to reach out to the small business community. Our vendor outreach sessions and that we held monthly are another example. So I want to thank you, Teresa, and your team for your efforts in planning and conducting this meeting, and for our partners for supporting us in this effort. And again, good morning, everyone. I really want to thank you for coming out so bright and early this morning to join us. It was very early for me, as I disparagingly told Teresa, but I'm again happy to be here. I'm confident, though, even though it's going to be a long day, that we're going to keep you fully engaged throughout the process. Throughout the course of the day, you'll learn about HHS and our agencies, as well as the important work that we do. I want to assure you as well, the department places a great importance on engaging with small businesses and appreciate the role that you can play in supporting our missions. As you will learn, the HHS grants and acquisition portfolios are quite large and reflect the diversity of our over 300 programs across the department. HHS's agencies are responsible for programs that touch the lives of all Americans, whether it's providing access to high-quality health care, helping children gain a head start in life, and my daughter is now a Head Start teacher, so I'm very proud of that, keeping food on American shelves safe, and keeping infectious diseases at bay, or exploring new frontiers in biomedical research. We are working every day to ensure the building blocks of American lives, and they can lead healthy and successful lives. In total, HHS awards over $340 billion in grants annually across about 80,000 transactions to a variety of stakeholders, including state and local partners, Indian tribes, universities, and nonprofit organizations. In fact, HHS awards more grants annually than every other department combined. And this is why soon you're going to hear a little bit from Amy Hazeltine about the breadth of HHS's grants management portfolio, including a snapshot into grants.gov, the federal-wide portal that we manage on behalf of all federal agencies to find and apply for grant opportunities. From an acquisition perspective, HHS is the third largest contracting agency within the federal government. We award about $20 billion annually in contracts and another 80,000 transactions. So we're quite busy, and our programs are quite large in scale, and quite a bit of volume of work going through our department. The work of awarding all those contracts and grants is accomplished within our 13 grants management offices and our 10 contracting activities, many of whom are represented here today. And all that work is being done by the good work of our acquisition and grants workforce across our various agencies. With respect to our agencies, HHS's public health agencies are well known, but I'll go through a few of them. There's, of course, the National Institutes of Health, the Food and Drug Administration, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, just to name a few. And then our human services side, we have agencies like the Administration for Community Living, the Administration for Children and Families, and the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, also just to name a few of those agencies. The small business community is very important and has always responded enthusiastically to our requirements, and have secured a variety of contracts to provide the department with the supplies and services that it needs to perform. And in turn, I hope those small businesses have benefited through these contracts, not just in terms of the financial gains and prosperity that they've earned, but by the experience and satisfaction in supporting our department and helping us fulfill our requirements and our mission. And the success in contracts performed by these companies is really a great testament to the spirit of the American small business community. So I hope that you take advantage of this event and the opportunity to meet with our acquisition workforce and with our companies and our prime vendors, and have that matchmaking experience, and that you're therefore successful in coming about and doing business with the department. And really, by partnering with us, you are in a unique and very meaningful position to aid us in protecting the health of all Americans and providing essential human services, especially for those who are underserved. And that's really a mission we can all stand behind. So again, thank you for joining me this morning and my team, and we really look forward to providing you a productive and fruitful event. Thank you.
All right. As I stated before, the U.S. Small Business Administration is one of our closest partners in delivering information to and implementing the small business programs. So next I'd like to invite to the stage is Eugene Cornelius. Eugene is the Deputy Associate Administrator for the Office of Field Operations at the U.S. Small Business Administration. Eugene.
Thank you, Teresa. On behalf of the Small Business Administration and our newly appointed administrator, Maria Contreras-Sweet, I want to welcome you to this procurement conference. DHHS is one of our biggest partners and one of our strongest collaborators. They stole Teresa from us. But we are very proud to work with her and work with you guys in any way we can. You will be hearing later in the day from several members of our team. I oversee 68 different district offices across the United States, and one of our largest procurement offices right here in the DC area, and that will be Antonio Das, our district director, who will be giving you a presentation this afternoon. I want to welcome you for being here. I want to express our interest and our concerns in your success and what we want you to do. SBA partners not only with DHHS, but with all government agencies, and we are responsible for the oversight of all small business agreements and contracts. So we really appreciate you being here. We really hope that you get a full, thorough knowledge of it, and you can always go to sba.gov to get further information or contact. And if indeed you need us, we are there for you. And if you have a problem or you have assistance and you're not getting what you need from us, you now have a new name that you can contact, and I will definitely email you even if it's at 2 o'clock in the morning and get back to you, so I appreciate it. But I look forward to it, and I want to thank Nancy and her programs and all you do for small businesses and for contracting small businesses and subcontracting small businesses. So thank you all, and have a good day.
All right, so in the local community, there are offices that assist small, disadvantaged, and minority businesses. And here at Prince George's County, there is the Office of Supplier Development and Diversity. And its acting executive director, Sharon Moore Jackson. Sharon.
Good morning. Thank you, Teresa, for that introduction and for the opportunity to be here. Running a small business is similar to highs and lows of a cross-country journey. The journey of navigating your small business will be filled with signs and landmarks. Ignore the signs, businesses fail. Heed the danger signs, and you're back to business. Good morning. Again, I'm Sharon Moore Jackson. I am Acting Executive Director with Prince George's County's Office of Central Services Supplier Development and Diversity Program, where we connect small, minority, veteran-owned, and local businesses to resources that can lead to real opportunities. It is indeed my honor and pleasure to be here and bring greetings on behalf of the Honorable Rashawn L. Baker III, our County Executive, where we have true commitment to small and minority business utilization and maximum utilization of minority businesses in the workplace. Under Mr. Baker's leadership, we are changing the culture in Prince George's County. We've changed our name from Minority Business Development to Supplier Development and Diversity to be more inclusive. And that happened in 2013. Also in 2013, we passed a bill that took effect, it's called the Jobs First Act, which really lends itself to ensuring that local small businesses participate in the procurement process. So we're very excited about that because it gives local businesses an opportunity to do business here, to create jobs here, to have tax increases here so that we can increase our tax base and so that we can hire and keep the businesses here. But we also still recognize minority businesses, and we encourage businesses that are looking to do business in Prince George's County, you're welcome. We encourage you, if you're located here in Prince George's County, to seek certification with our office because we're the primary agency that certifies small local minority businesses. And we're looking for businesses to participate in what we call the $10 billion economic development that is here in Prince George's County. If you have been following the good news that's happening here, I'm sure you know about MGM, the regional hospital. We're vying for the FBI, the Stormwater Management Project. All of those projects and more are looking for local, small, veteran-owned minority businesses. So you're in the right place, and Prince George's County is the place to be. So in closing, I'd like to say that my colleague Denise Roberts, who is our outreach manager, is exhibiting today, and she has a plethora of information for you. I encourage you to visit her exhibit table, to share your information with her, to also attend our workshops that we do. We have a lot of free workshops that we conduct on a monthly basis that are designed to help businesses be successful in this marketplace and throughout the region. And we also want to hear from you. So if you can leave your business card so that we can keep you connected in our magazine that we call The Pulse, you'll be in tune to what's going on in Prince George's County. So in closing, I'd like to say thank you for being here. Enjoy your stay, network, because that is important, and do have a successful day. Thank you.
I had an intern once, and he came to work this particular Friday wearing a t-shirt, and it read, "Run DMV." I had no idea what that meant. And so when I asked him, he said it meant District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia. So now I'm hip. The beautiful thing about being in this area is that when you're out of town, they ask you where you're from. Everybody says DC. And then they say, okay, well, what part? So then that's when you describe. Well, we are part of DC, although we're in Maryland, but we have invited the District of Columbia's Procurement Technical Assistance Center. As many of you know, the the Department of Defense has several procurement technical assistance centers, we call them PTAC, that have been structured to provide assistance, technical assistance to small businesses. A lot of firms who are brand new trying to figure out, well, how do I get started in this huge game called federal procurement? Where do I go? How do I, write a business plan, or, how do I market myself? That's one of the places you go to. SBA has resource partners. The Procurement Technical Assistance Center serves as those resource partners as statutorily under the under the Department of Defense. So let me just go ahead and invite to the stage Milton Goodman. Milton. Hey, B, can you help me, please? I'm technically challenged, as you guys will see throughout the day. Okay. I did it again. I'm sorry. Sorry. Thank you.
No problem. No problem. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like very much to thank the Department of Health and Human Services, as well as this lovely organization, for the invite. To know that we have friendly neighbors is always a good thing, and we try to be friendly neighbors as well. On behalf of the Department of Small and Local Business Development, the DC PTAC, or the DC Procurement Technical Assistance Center, I thank you very much again for the invitation. I wanted to make sure that we definitely show you where and how you can realistically do business effectively in the District of Columbia as a small business. First of all, just like Ms. Lewis had just mentioned, there are approximately now about 100 PTACs across the country. And while we are actively and funded by the Department of Defense, as well as the various host agencies. Each host institution lends itself to either an educational institution or a municipality. But working alongside of the federal government, we are able to supply and render advisory services to small businesses who are looking to do business in prospective areas. The PTACs themselves are geographically located in the various states to support those businesses that reside in that particular location. In the District of Columbia, if you have a DC-based business, we welcome the opportunity to support you in that particular respect. Obviously, there are eligibility criteria, but we will not turn anyone down who has a business that's located in Washington, D.C. And if you're not located in Washington, D.C., we will easily guide you to the respective PTAC of your particular location. Kind of services that we render for all practical purposes is all types of services that are going to allow you to enhance the growth of your business. We will meet you realistically where you are. We would hope that you would have an idea or a business plan. We would hope that you would be realistically in tune with what a contract looks like. Hopefully you have been involved in some sort of a contract at some given point in time and you clearly understand what that means. And we want to make sure that you are properly registered in the prospective area. In the District of Columbia, we work very closely with the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs. That's where you really get all of your registration criteria done. So being registered, having an effective business plan, understanding exactly what a contract realistically looks like, how it can be realistically worked, that makes you eligible to receive the information that we have to offer at that given point in time. We render a tremendous amount of events. We give a lot of events when it comes to business planning, when it comes to you're looking to get involved from a standpoint of strategic planning and the growth of your business. You're looking for auditing procedures. You're looking for marketing and business development processes and strategies. These are the kind of things we can assist and help you with. We are going to have a booth or an exhibit that's out today, and I'm going to have representatives there. Currently, the District of Columbia carries about 3 counselors. And while we support everyone that's coming in who's looking to start or grow their business, we're working with our partners as well. We focus on the federal government from a Department of Defense perspective, from a civilian agency government perspective, and the state and local government. In this particular respect, it will be the agencies within the District of Columbia. So, obviously, you're business owners. We also have programs that we work with respect to veterans. We work very closely with the SBA and their particular programs as service-disabled veteran-owned businesses and veteran-owned businesses, emerging small businesses, 8A firms, because we assist along those certification lines as well. So if in the event that you are looking to grow your business, you are housed currently in Washington, D.C., we welcome the opportunity to support you, and we look forward to rendering one-on-one counseling services with you as soon as you become one of our clients. I thank you ever so much for the invitation again, and we hope to have a great conference today. Thank you very much.
Okay, I promise I'll try not to break this thing today. All right, so before we start the agenda, how many of you have been in business for less than 2 years? Okay, so about a third of you. And 2 to 5? Okay, and then 5 or more. Okay, thank you. Okay, so today's agenda, primarily the focus is going to be on sharing some information with you about grants. Quite often when we go out and about, we get a lot of questions about grants. So we've asked the Deputy Assistant Secretary, the Assistant Deputy Assistant Secretary for Grants to come. And she heads up grants.gov. She's going to share with you some information about that. I'll go over how to do business in general with HHS as a department, and hopefully tools that you can use when you are marketing yourselves to other federal agencies. Also, GSA is going to come share some information with you about their programs, as well as the how to get on the schedule if you're not already on the schedule. How many of you are already on the GSA schedule? Okay, a few of you. How many of you want to be on the GSA schedule? Okay, just checking. Also, we have John Klein. John Klein is the attorney at SBA who writes most of their rules and regulations. And one area where so many of the small businesses get into trouble is when they decide to team. I think teaming is just such an important tool going forward because the contracts are growing larger and larger. It's just that how do you do that and then stay within the legal definition according to the Small Business Administration. So John is going to come and share with you some tools about that. And I am just so thankful today that we have 4 of our operating divisions that the heads of contracting there are going to come and give you some input on how to do business with their organizations. After that, we have a panel of prime contractors who've come out, and they're going to share with you on how to become an effective subcontractor. My feeling is always your balance sheet won't care where the dollar comes from, whether it's the federal government or whether it's a prime contractor, as long as you're bringing it a dollar. So they're going to share with you that, and then we're going to have matchmaking. Most of you here have matchmaking appointments. There are some that we were not able to get appointments, but have no fear. We have scheduled a vendor outreach session, which we generally open to the public, but this month we're not. For the next 2 months, we're not. We are reserving those only for those individuals who have registered for this event, that they will be allowed to come in and meet with us without having to make any additional appointments or anything like that. And I think our contractor, Occasions Inc., has provided you with that information. If not, we'll make sure that we do. So without further ado, we will start with Amy Hazeltine. And Amy is the Associate Deputy Administrator for the Division of Grants. How did I do, Amy? Good enough. Okay. All right.
Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing today? I love the audience participation. This is great. Okay, so I am make it easy, I'm the Director for Grants at the Department of Health and Human Services, and what that means is I don't actually issue grants, I don't write checks, but I do make the rules. The rules I make are those that are set in accordance with the Office of Management and Budget, and the rules that I adhere to and the ones that we adhere to at the Department of Health and Human Services are similar to the rules that you will find in other departments. Purpose of my discussion with you today is indeed to touch upon grants.gov. We are, as Nancy mentioned, the managing partner for grants.gov, which serves as the central portal for find and apply in our grants world. But it's also to make sure that I give you a little bit of context about how grants.gov and how some of the other systems fit into the broader context of how we do business in the world of grants. So hopefully that will meet your needs today. Thank you certainly to Teresa and her staff for putting together a terrific morning and a terrific day, and I wish you certainly all the best going forward, and hope you all find this to be an educational and informative discussion. In terms of some of the activity at HHS, Nancy mentioned we are the largest grant-making agency in the federal government. We issue on average of over 80,000 awards a year. That's a lot of dollars and a lot of transactions. In 2013, we issued over 78,000 awards at a rate of over $344 billion. Again, a lot of cash. And of those awards, it's exciting to note that we awarded about 4,000 grants to small businesses in the range of $1.7 billion. So I think it's important to note that while HHS does certainly have a wide array of opportunities available to you through the acquisitions venue, There also are opportunities available to you through the grants portfolio as well. It's always exciting when the technology works the way you hope it does. So in terms of grants, who is eligible to participate with HHS in the grants? Well, basically, we break our eligibility into two big buckets. So if you're interested in looking for grants, pretty much anybody can do that. Doesn't matter whether you are a small business, a small person, or anyone in between. You're welcome to use a variety of websites to find out what is available in the world of financial assistance. In terms of who actually is able to get a grant, that is where the distinction comes. The department, and this is true across all of HHS, we do not issue grants to individual people. We provide grants to entities. And those entities can take a number of forms, and as you see on the slide behind me, those forms can be governmental organizations, so we certainly issue a number of grants to our state partners. We issue grants to small businesses, as noted above, our Native American colleagues, as well as nonprofit organizations and educational institutions as well. So it's a real diverse portfolio that the Department of Health and Human Services works with on a daily and annual basis. A little bit about how the grants process works, and for those of you that are more familiar with the acquisition community, there actually are some key areas that tie together. We basically break our business cycle into two big buckets. So there's work that happens on the pre-award side of the house, and then work that happens on the award side of the house. And in essence, there are about 7 big steps that go forward. The first few that you see, planning, announcement, those take place inside the Department of Health and Human Services, and that's where we in the grants community on the grants administration side of the house work with our colleagues in the program offices, and Nancy mentioned some of our operating divisions, National Institutes of Health, Administration for Children and Families, among many, many others. And we work with those colleagues to understand what the purpose is of the program. And the purpose of the program is frequently derived from the statute or legislation that provides the authorization for that program. So we work with those program offices to understand what they need to do based on the statute, and then the best vehicle with which to get that work done. Some of the work is better handled through a contracting vehicle, but in other cases, the statute or the program itself is designed to provide grants, and those grants can do a number of things, everything from demonstration projects to providing actual services to our citizens in the United States and abroad. So we work with those folks in the first two parts where we think about what is the goal that you wish to achieve and how do you wish to achieve it. We then formulate what's called a funding opportunity announcement, similar to what you would see again in the procurement committee where they do a solicitation of some kind. And that funding opportunity announcement is posted to grants.gov, and I'll show you that in just a few minutes. And the funding opportunity announcement itself will describe to you the purpose of the program, the goals of that program, expectations for anyone who receives an award, and then criteria that are in place that relate to your ability to apply for that grant. From that point in time, we then conduct a standard objective review process throughout the department. Each operating division has a basic set of rules that they use to conduct objective review, and then they have their own unique operating division parameters, particularly as it relates to their individual portfolios. So you will have a general set of requirements as it relates to objective review, and then depending upon the operating division that you're applying for, they may have a specific set of requirements. One great example would be in the National Institutes of Health, where they have specific criteria relative to human subjects and research. We then take in those applications from our wide array of prospective grantees, and after we conduct the objective review, we go through what's called a negotiation process. And in the grants land, negotiation is not so much you give me 5 pencils, but I only want to pay $5 for those 5 pencils. It's more along the lines of, here's what we need you to accomplish as a grantee, and then we need you to tell us how you're going to accomplish that. And then the discussion really is related to how we ensure that you will meet the necessary milestones, that you have the appropriate accountability structures in place, that you have the appropriate infrastructure in place to carry out the mission and intent of the grant, and that you have the ability to actually carry that out all the way through to the closure of the grant itself. So that's what that negotiation entails. We then shift to the exciting moment where you get an award. And again, just to be clear, in the world of grants, we don't actually send you a piece of paper that we used to a long time ago. But now you'll get a notification. It's typically electronic, and then your award amount is then provided to you via the payment management system. So you would get an account, and then you log in, and you can draw down dollars in accordance with the grant and the terms and conditions of your grant. And then we shift into the post-award monitoring phase. And again, to be clear, when we issue a grant, sometimes folks think that it's in essence a check that's given to you and then we wave goodbye and wish you well. Please be assured that that is not how the process works, when in fact we do provide a check of sorts, more of an electronic account, and then we do wish you well, but we certainly then stay with you to monitor those activities over time. And depending upon the type of grant you receive, that monitoring engagement with your grants management officer and your program officials may be anywhere from the range of very, very high with a lot of involvement, and particularly if you have a cooperative agreement, to something that's more periodic. Particularly we do that with our state partners as well. And again, based on the type of grant and the notice of award, terms and conditions associated with that. And then finally, once you've finished doing all of the great work that I know you all are about to go do, or you may already be involved in, we then do go through a closeout process. And again, that's very similar to what is in place in the acquisition community as well. So to take this from a more theoretical vein to one that's a bit more pragmatic, I wanted to talk you through some of the key systems that are available to you as we speak in terms of understanding the layout and the portfolio, certainly of HHS, but of the broader federal grants community, and then just give you a quick highlight as to how some of these systems look. And I'm going to do it in two ways. There clearly are links that are here on the system, and I'm going to frankly see if I can make those work. But I'm also going to show you via Google, because sometimes, just because I'm showing you a slide deck here, and I know you want to carry that slide deck around with you everywhere you go, use it as a coffee table display, I suspect there'll be some time where you're not with your particular slide deck, in which case you may need to access this information from another way, and I want to make sure you can do it both. So what I wanted to point out first was there is something called, whoops, there we go, the Catalog for Federal Domestic Assistance. Has anybody heard of that? Great. Let me ask a different question. Has anyone heard of the Sears and Roebuck catalog? All right, you don't have to raise your hands. I'm old enough to know what that is because I used to look at that when I was thinking about birthday gifts and other kinds of holiday excitement. But the Sears and Roebuck catalog is a great analogy for the Catalog of Federal Domestic Assistance. And the Catalog of Federal Domestic Assistance, like the Sears and Roebuck catalog, is basically a big warehouse or a website that allows you to look at a wide array of grant programs that are offered across the entire federal government. You do not need a password. You do not need a login. You just click. You can type in a key search word and go. So I'm going to show you that real quickly, and we'll see if it works. When it circles, it means it's thinking, yay, look at that. Cool. Awesome. All right, so let me just pull this around here. So again, the Catalog of Federal Domestic Assistance is something that's available to you all. There are a number of different sites you can click on to the top. The home page, certainly the agency page, gives you specific information about some of the programs. You could type in HHS. Let's see if we get you this. And we hit enter. And then this, again, will show you all of the range of grant programs that we have available. And then within each of these particular segments, there's detailed information about what the program is, who's eligible to apply for that program, as well as some of the key financial parameters surrounding that program. All right, so that's option number one. I'm going to close this out. Within the Department of Health and Human Services, we also have our own grants forecast tool. So the grants forecast tool is in essence geared specifically toward HHS, and what it allows folks to do is come and see the anticipated funding opportunity announcements that are coming to a theater near you. So you can basically, again, public website, no login, no password required, and we'll show you how to get to this via Google as well. But in essence, this particular website will allow you to look on all of the different programs that we have. When you see these funding opportunity announcements, it'll give you details again about what's required from a programmatic standpoint, who's eligible to apply. And then typically what happens is when these programs sit here in the grant forecasting world, they then are transitioned immediately to grants.gov when that funding becomes available. So this is a website that you can make use of as well. All right, so the exciting one. So grants.gov. So grants.gov, Central Portal for Find and Apply. It is a website, again, that does not require a password or a login in order to search. It will once you apply. There are a number of tabs, and actually, there are a number of tabs that are associated with the website that provide you with training, not only about how grants.gov itself works, but also about the grants lifecycle and about how you actually apply for a grant. So there's a number of different links you can take a look at some point in time. A couple key notes about grants.gov. Again, anybody can look. There's no requirements relative to searching. The requirements come when you want to apply, and there's really two basic things you need to know. The first is that there is an application process in order to become what's called an authorized user on grants.gov. So that means that you have to fill out some forms. They're all electronic. And then you submit that information to grants.gov. But the other piece of the process that is as important, if not more, is that you also have to register in something called the System for Award Management. You cannot get a grant unless you are registered in SAM and in grants.gov. And the reason that those two pieces of information are important is because we frequently get folks who say, oh, I registered in grants.gov, how come I didn't get my award? And it's because you didn't do the second part of the puzzle. The grants.gov website does have a link to the System for Award Management, and the grants.gov website also provides you with generic information about how that System for Award Management works. So this is truly a one-stop shop for all of you. The one last piece of advice I'd give you relative to applying for grants is that when you do so, you need to allow adequate time to get all of your registrations complete. It's roughly about 2 weeks in the grants.gov world, but it can be as long as 4 weeks in the System for Award Management world. So I want to make sure I just say thank you again for your time. Teresa, thank you for the opportunity. And we would be delighted to have you find and apply. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
All right. So, Barbara, you can operate this slide for me, please. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Amy. So what I'm going to do now is share with you some tools that I hope you will find helpful on how to market yourself to the federal government, but especially the Department of Health and Human Services. All right. All right. So I also want to say to those who are participating via the web, I just want to welcome and thank you as well for joining us today. All right. Okay. All right. Will the veterans please stand? Okay. All veterans. Okay. Yes. I just want to say thank you. I just want to say thank you all so much for your service. What I'm really clear on is we could not sit here and participate in an event such as this today in peace were it not for your service that you provided. So I thank you all so very much. Okay? All right. Just want to let you know I have a group of young people who work for me. So I am, never mind how old I am. Let's just say I graduated in the 70s, so I'll leave it at that. So YouTube, social media, all those things. I thank all of my youth on my team for getting me there. But we have videos on YouTube on the various optives and how to do business with them. So that's our website. Go to YouTube. Can you like us on YouTube? You can like us on Facebook. Okay, so like us on Facebook and then tweet us. Okay, thank you. All right, so Nancy talked to you a little bit about the mission of HHS, which is to protect all individuals within the country, but especially those who cannot help themselves. And that's where you come in to assist us with achieving our mission. There are over 300 programs Nancy highlighted a few. I won't rehash them. Our stats, okay, and our operating divisions. I think you've seen all of our posters and signs with a list of all of our operating divisions on them. There were some you probably were surprised that fall under us. There are some that actually forget they fall under HHS, but we are all one team. So what we buy, these are the top 5 areas that we buy, but because we are one of the largest agencies, we buy a little bit of everything except maybe tanks and ships, but for the most part, we buy a little bit of everything else. So there's a place for you. Let's skip that.
So do you call a grant a contract?
We do not. Okay, you can skip through that. I fill in for Amy when she's not here, so let's get right on through it. All right, so let me share with you a few best practices. Eugene shared with you that I formerly worked at the Small Business Administration. I was also a contract specialist under the Department of the Air Force as well as the Department of Commerce. So I started at 10, don't judge me. Throughout my career, I've gained a few best practices that hopefully you will find them helpful and that you can apply. Those of you who've been in business for a long time, I'll ask you to indulge me. You might actually, however, find something new. So, okay, Dee? This is an eye test. We give it to all contractors before they can meet with HHS. All right. Go ahead. All right. How many of you love Sam? You love Sam. We too. All right. So let me just say to you, next slide, please, that when you are marketing yourselves to federal agencies, you're only required to update your SAM profile once a year. I strongly suggest that you do it quarterly. And the reason I suggest that you do it quarterly is so that it looks as if your information is current. It's current, it's relevant. And that's important to contracting officers when they're looking at your profile. Make sure that when you list your NAICS codes, that you actually list relevant NAICS codes. This comes from a real company. I couldn't have made this up if I tried. We were looking for accounting firms. This guy is a bricklayer. He cooks, he publishes music, he cleans, he does a little bit of everything. And oh yeah, I forgot, he is an accountant too. And so, needless to say, I could not refer him to the program office who was really looking for certified public accountants. So, and I've had heads of contracting say to me as well, Teresa, I have no idea what they do, so I can't use them. So just, you know, take a look at that. Just make sure that, think about how you're presenting your company in SAM, because we really do look at your profile. Next. How many of you use the budget and brief, the HHS budget and brief? Okay, so experienced companies, I gotcha. So every federal agency issues some form of the budget and brief. In the budget and brief, it's going to tell you where that agency is planning to spend their money or not. So the next slide, please. So for example, this is out of the 2014 budget and brief, and I just extracted one from a couple of our optives. For example, in Samsung, whom you'll hear from today, they said that they are looking for or plan to focus on transition from homelessness program, and they're planning to put $139 million into it. So if you are a company that has some type of service that you can assist them with, that's what they're looking for. And so instead of you going to HUD, that actually might be an area where you can assist the HHS. If, for example, you're doing education and outreach, the CMS is actually planning to put some effort there. There's where it's going to tell you. The budget and brief will also tell you where the change in mission or focus is going to happen in the upcoming fiscal year. So if you're selling dog leashes, which we buy, then you're not going to want to focus there if we're no longer studying dogs and we're studying cats. Okay, so I'm just saying that if you're looking, when you're trying to decide on who do I target that's a great place to start. Because again, remember, it's not about you, the company, and while we love you and it's true, it's really about the mission of the organization. And that's where you have to be focused. Okay, baby? All right. How many of you use FPDS to do your market research? Okay, so a few of you. All right, so I really want everyone to use it. I think it's a great place to start. In that easy search box, if you put in your NAICS code, let's say you're doing business development and you're trying to decide on, which agencies should I focus on this fiscal year? Which should I go after? FPDS Easy Search is the one that's going to tell you. If you put your NAICS code in that easy search box, it's going to tell you, can you go to the next slide, please? It's going to tell you who are the agencies that are actually buying what you're selling. Okay? This is just an example we pulled. Let's say animal production. We looked at what are all of the agencies. And as you can see, while it's not only us, but also DOD, Homeland Security, EPA. Those are the agencies that you need to target. That makes it real easy. And then from there, go to the budget and brief. Look at what direction they're going. Okay, just an easy, quick, easy way for you to hone in on who is it that I should be focusing on. Okay? All right. Your capability statement needs to be alive. What you give to me at HHS is not what you should give to education. It's not what you should give to DOD. It needs to be alive. Our missions are different. So your capability statements have to address our mission. If you once supported the warfighter, and because there's been a drawdown in their mission, and now you want to target some civilian agencies, you cannot give me a capability statement that talks about how you supported a helicopter. We don't buy them. Okay? I can't do anything with that. So keep it alive. You should change it. Make sure you have an electronic copy of it. Thank you, Dee. And check your spelling, guys. Believe it or not, I actually get them where they're misspellings. I just, for the veterans, file 13. Okay? Your business cards, many of you know, when you leave me with something that I can use. All right? I got a newfangled filing system. It's called a rubber band. I take them when I get them. I go back to my office and I find the respective stack, the ones that I have that are IT or staffing. I stick it in that pile. I put a rubber band around it. When one of the optics contact me or agencies contact me and say, "Hey Teresa, can you help me find a company that does X, Y, and Z?" I go to my filing system and I pull it out. If you don't give me anything that I can use, I can't refer you. Okay? All right. Next one, B. All right. Networking, which is why you're here. All right. We are the gatekeepers. Every agency is different. Here at HHS, the heads of contracting, they want you to work with the small business specialists. We are your gatekeepers. So you have to provide us with information that we can share with them. Come show up. Let us know that you're out there. Those of you who have schedules, those of you who are 8As, just because you have those does not mean someone's going to come, knock on your door and say, "Hey, I want you to come do business." It doesn't work that way. You got to come. You got to show up. Okay, babe? My favorite slide. I talked to you about teaming. Strategic partnering is critical. It's like a marriage. It's easy to get in. It's hard as hell to get out. Be careful who you team with. I just can't stress how important that is. I can tell you some nightmares, but I'll tell you that on the break. See? All right. Existing contracts. If you're not on one, you need to be partnering with someone who is. The acquisition workforce is declining. A lot of the expertise is walking out the door. The workload is increasing, and they are going to a lot of these existing contracts. So I'm strongly suggesting, if you're not on one, you need to partner with someone who is, okay? And we've got a group of individuals who are coming, and they're going to talk to you about the HHS existing NITEC contracts. Okay? All right? Know the rules. I can't tell you how important that is. And sadly, there are a lot of new individuals who are contracting officials and even some in the SBA district offices who don't necessarily know the rules. So you have to train them. I know you don't think that you should have to, but if you want to do business with the federal government, I'm just telling you what the real is. Know your rules. Don't hire anybody to tell you the rules. Know them. Turn the next slide, please. The Small Business Act, of course. Okay, SBA promulgates all of their rules in Title 13 of the Code of Federal Regulations. These are the primary sections of that code. Make sure you know those. Okay? They keep them updated. You can go to ecfr.gov. They keep them updated. Make sure you know that. Know what you can and cannot do. Don't get into trouble trying to do business with the federal government. Okay. All right? The Jobs Act, the National Defense Authorization Act, all have had significant impacts and are changing how we do business. How many of you know, as a result of the Small Business Jobs Act, that there's actually going to be a mentor protege program that's similar to 8A for woman-owned, HUBZone, and service-disabled veteran? It's coming. It's coming. But it's been stated in the Jobs Act. And so while it was in 2010 when it was issued, SBA is now promulgating the rules around that. It's a complicated process, but you still need to know it, okay? Subcontracting, what are the new changes? The fact that now you can go directly to the agencies that you're doing business with, or that your prime is doing business with, because you're not getting paid within 15 days. You can now come to us. Before, there was no privity of contract. Now you can come and have that conversation because of the National Defense Authorization Act. So those changes impact you and impact how you're doing business with the federal government. Okay. So I'm just talking about doing your homework and how critical that is. All right? All right. The needs of the customers are the same, whether you're large or prime. Whether you're a large business or a small business, we're looking for the same thing. We want it faster, cheaper, smarter. Okay? All right. And then the organization points of contact. Earlier, I introduced you to my team, but regardless of the agency, regardless of the organization, just know who the team members are. And guys, I don't buy a thing. I don't. I know everybody likes to come and talk to me. I'm a country girl. I'm from the Carolinas. I love to talk. I do. I talk to you about everything. I will. That has not served you well at all. Go to the people, because you only have a certain amount of time. Go to the people that can help you and put you in touch with the ones that you need to know. The ones that hold the purse are the program managers. The one who serves as the intermediary between you and them are the small business specialists. Okay? So those are the ones that you got to get to know. All right. B. All right. And just be prepared when opportunity knocks. All right, I have 3 minutes. Cool. I'm going to tell you a quick story. We were looking again for CPAs. Called this guy. It was in November. These companies sent me all their CAPE statements. It was February, believe it or not, when we started calling them saying, okay, we're ready to talk to you. Call this one guy and he says to me, what are you calling me for? I said, because you sent me a CAPE statement. He was like, I'm not ready. I'm saying, be ready. All right. So this is our mantra. This is how we truly feel at HHS. All right. And this is our contact information. So I thank you all so very much for being here. And is John Klein here? John Klein is not here yet. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay. All right. The slides are available. At the end of this, my contractor is going to send you a survey. I'm going to ask you to complete your survey. As soon as you do, they're going to send you all of the slides. Okay? So I'm holding them hostage because I need your feedback. I want to make this better so that we can serve you better. And the only way I can do that is if you tell me what I've got to do better, okay? I mean, if we're doing good things, I want to hear that too. But I need to know if you have some suggestions or recommendations. I need you to be my eyes. If there are things that you see today, you got to say, hey, Teresa, you know, I didn't like the purple sign. I really would have preferred a blue sign. You know, talk to me. That's what I need you to do for me. So I'm asking you, I'm sending you the survey. It's not a lengthy survey. Once you complete it, you can get the slides. Okay, fair enough? All right. There are 2 mics. Are there any questions for me? I think I have 2 minutes left. I have 1 minute, Ali says, timekeeper. Nope, no questions? Yep. Yes, ma'am, go to the, yeah. And I'll ask you to use the mics because the room is, it's a lot of people in the room.
Do you have any projections for when the new rules regarding the 8A-like program for HUBZone and women-owned small businesses will be forthcoming and in effect?
Yeah. Do I have any projections on when the new rules will go into effect? I don't. At a meeting with SBA last month, they said that the rules are going through SBA for their clearance, and then from there, they will issue it to the public. There will be a 30-day review, and so they don't know when SBA is going to release it. And since they have a new administrator, it may take a few more, you know, a little bit longer to give her a chance to get up to speed and, you know, to, if she decides she wants to make some changes, you know, they'll have to incorporate that. So I don't have an exact timeline. Okay? All right? Okay. Any other questions?
Here. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you have any suggestions for the best way for small businesses to vet some of the larger primes for strategic partnering?
Okay, so, and that's a fantastic question. Do I have any suggestions on how to vet primes for strategic partnering? I don't. What I can tell you is that they look at small businesses the way we look at small businesses, and that is, how can you support the mission of their customer being HHS or, you know, whatever the federal agency is, and then what are you bringing to the table is what they're looking for. And I think that you as a small business, when trying to decide on, you know, who is it that I should do business with, you have to think about be clear on what do I need as a small business. Do I need assistance with, you know, how to manage my payroll? Do I need executive leadership training? Do I need assistance with, you know, how to handle billing, how to develop a proposal? What type of a business technical assistance do you need? So be clear on that. Then when you meet with those primes, you can say, I'm interested in partnering with you. I know about an opportunity. I'm already working at HHS on this particular prime contract. I would love to bring you in as a partner on an upcoming opportunity. You might be working in this octave. I have a connection in this octave. Then we can work together. However, this is what I need also from you. So you've got to be able to do that, okay? All right, so I've been told by my timekeeper that I have to stop, and I see that okay, all right.
Just a quick follow-up, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything like a blacklist for primes who've not performed well?
Is there a blacklist of primes? Is there a blacklist of primes? Or do primes have a blacklist of small businesses?
No, does government actually have a kind of blacklist
Does
that's
the
out there
government
that
have
we
a
can find
blacklist
so
of
small
primes?
businesses can
The
be
government has what's called the excluded parties list. And so we have firms, large and small, who land on the excluded parties list for various reasons. That's probably as close to that blacklist as you're going to get. So, all right. So I thank you all so very much. We will continue the engagement. I am just so thrilled, and I don't even think John knows just how valuable I feel that he is. He's just such a gem at the Small Business Administration. I've known him for a long time, I think almost 20 years. And so I must have been like 5, and you must say, oh yeah, okay. So known John for a long time. When I talk to you about, you know, the policies, the direction of small business programs. He's truly the author. So John Klein, I just want to introduce you, and he's going to share with you about joint ventures, affiliations, and then anything else John Klein has on his heart to share with you today. So John.
Hi. Teresa asked me to talk about just affiliation, joint ventures, and anything else. I don't have any slides. I'm just going to talk to you about the programs that we do in general. I'm John Klein. I'm the Associate General Counsel for Procurement Law at SBA. I actually have written all of the 8A regs in the last 25 years. So if there's any questions about 8A that you need to have along the way, certainly ask me those as well. First is joint ventures. Obviously, more and more people are trying to do joint ventures these days because of the government's push for more and more consolidation, bundling, et cetera. It's harder and harder for individual small businesses to actually perform. So it's important for you to understand the rules, make sure you're doing it right, make sure things are going well. Initially, years ago, a joint venture was something, we called it, we said a joint venture is something formed for a specific contract. So firms had to go out and form a different joint venture every time they went out and tried to get an opportunity to be awarded a contract. Small business came to us and said, you know what, that's costing us a lot of money because we like to have a separate legal entity. We like to have an LLC when we do this, and we're starting one for this contract, we're starting one for this contract, we're starting one for that contract. Many times we don't even get an award of that deal. So it doesn't make sense, SBA, for you to have that one opportunity per joint venture rule. We said, okay, that makes sense. So we changed it a few years ago, and we said, you can go after 3 opportunities over a 2-year period. That was better. They can form a joint venture, be awarded 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe none. Because it was per opportunity. So you can go after 3 opportunities for one joint venture. Again, people were more happy with that rule, but unfortunately, many times they said, again, we may get 1 opportunity, we may get 0 out of that joint venture. Can you change it again? So a year and a half ago, we changed the rule finally, and this is the current rule, which says a joint venture can be formed, and you can be awarded 3 contracts over a 2-year period. So that's what it is right now. If you get three contract awards, that's fine. That joint venture goes away. The same 2 parties are allowed to perform more joint ventures. Nothing wrong with that. Those same 2 parties can form another joint venture and again be awarded 3 contracts, and again and again and again. There's no limit on the number of joint ventures you can form and to be awarded contracts. Many people ask us, well, what happens? Can we do it indefinitely, forever? And what's the number that we meet before we may be deemed to be affiliated and found to be other than small in theory? Well, the question there is, remember the whole joint venture thing is supposed to be limited basis. You're not supposed to be forming a company over time. A company over time would be considered to be affiliated for every purpose. Joint ventures are affiliated for the contract they're going after, but they're not affiliated generally. So if one joint venture partner is going after a contract by itself, of course they're going to be eligible for that contract by itself. They don't have to look at the other joint venture partner. But where do they become affiliated over time? Depends upon the circumstances. I can't tell you 5 contracts is too much, 10 contracts is too much. 10 might be fine, 3 might be bad. It depends upon your circumstances and what's your overall contracting. If you get 10 contract awards with one joint venture partner through 3 or 4 different joint ventures, that might be fine if those 10 contracts are 10, 20, 30% of your total sales. If your sales outside of that joint venture arrangement are large and the joint venture proceeds are small, you can keep going indefinitely and you'll never be affiliated generally with that other company. Keep going for it, no problem. The problem becomes when the joint venture proceeds look like that's all you're doing. If that's all you're doing, then we're going to find you to be affiliated for all purposes. And that could be a problem, depending upon different NAICS codes and different size standards that are associated with the contracts you're going after. So, I mean, I can't say that it's a specific number, but think about what you're doing as you go through the process. You don't want it to be your only form of revenues unless you don't care about the size standards that the 2 of you are small indefinitely, and there's no problem. But again, if you're also an 8A firm, the continued intertwining of the 2 companies could affect your your status in terms of control. Maybe you're not controlling your company anymore if you're so dependent on another company. So all those issues will come about as you go through the joint venture process. Now back to the 3 and 2 rule. You can be awarded 3 contracts over a 2-year period. Okay, that makes sense. When does it start running from? It starts running, the 3 years starts to run from the first contract award. So if you get an award January 1st, for 2 more years, up till December 31st, 2 years later, you can be awarded 2 more contracts. What if I have 2 awards in-house and I see 3 opportunities that I like? I'm not sure which one to go for. Do I have to pick one of the 3 to try to get? Or what if I lose that one? No, our regs say you can only get awarded 3, of course, in theory, but at the time that you submit your offer, you cannot have received more than 2. So if you receive 2 and you see 3 opportunities that you like, you can joint venture, you can submit an offer for all 3 of those opportunities. And if by chance you win all 3, that's okay. Because at the time you submit your offer, you are in fact eligible for that award. So that's a good thing as well. So for the procurement process to run smoothly, we're setting your eligibility at the time you submit your offer. So that's easy, everyone can understand that. Okay, so that's the joint venture process as we see it today. Affiliation, obviously an affiliation, well, I'm gonna go back to joint ventures. Joint ventures generally, we will find you to be affiliated for the joint venture that you are in fact going for. There's 2 exceptions to that. If it's a larger contract, greater than half the size standard for a receipt-based size standard, or greater than $10 million for an employee-based size standard, if the contract you're seeking is greater than that, then individual partners to the joint venture we will not aggregate the size for that contract. So the joint venture would be small if each of the individual parties to the joint venture are small individually. So for the larger contracts, you can get 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, if you have a huge bundled contract, in theory you can get 3 or 4 small businesses almost at the limit, joint venturing together, and they'll be deemed small because individually they're small. That's a good rule. We actually are considering extending that across the board, but that's another issue. I can get to that later if you like. But right now that's not the case. And right now it's only for the larger contracts. So for larger contracts, we will exclude the affiliation as long as you're individually small. The other exception to affiliation generally is in the mentor-protege relationship. Right now, the only government-wide mentor-protege relationship for which you get an exclusion from affiliation is SBA's mentor-protege program through our 8A program. So if you are currently an 8A firm and you want to have a mentor, it could be a large business mentor, you can establish a relationship. SBA, you have to approve that relationship up front. SBA can approve that, and once you're approved, then you can go seek joint ventures together. And when you seek joint ventures, we will not affiliate, we will not aggregate the size of the 2 parties. The joint venture between the mentor and the protege will be deemed to be small, provided the protege firm is individually small. So the mentor can be a very large business. You can perform as a joint venture for a small business contract. And if you've gotten the 8A I'm sorry, I'll be right there. If you've gotten the joint venture through the 8A program, it doesn't apply just to 8A contracts. It applies both to 8A and to any other small business contract that you need. Yeah.
So I just, love that idea of mentor protege approved by SBA and then a joint venture, and then you can, basically the joint venture be a prime for an 8A set aside. Doesn't matter the size of the I guess the mentor.
Right.
But is it true that the condition for that to happen is that the 8A firm did not receive any 8A
in order for the
contract?
In order for an 8A firm to be eligible to be a protege, it must meet one of 3 conditions. One, it must be never received an 8A contract, or it has still in developmental stage of the program, which is the first 4 years of the program, with any amount of contract, doesn't matter. Or 3, it is less than half the size standard. So any of those
less than
3,
half the size of what?
It's for its primary and NAICS code. If it's the size standard is $7.5 million, then its revenues is less than half of that, which is what, 3.6.
So it's or.
Or
B, or
1,
C.
or 2, or 3. That's correct.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thanks.
Okay, so John, what I'll do is ask you to finish your presentation, and then we'll take further questions from the floor. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind questions, whatever you want to do, but that's fine. Okay, back to mentor-protege. In the mentor-protege context, it's important to understand that, yeah, I guess for all of our small business programs, for 8A, for HubZone, for SDB, all those programs, there are limitations on subcontracting, or also what they call performance of work requirements. The 8A firm, the small business, the service civil vet, the women-owned small business, the HubZone firm must perform a specific amount of the contract with its own labor force. Normally, it's for services or manufacturing, it's like 50%. So you must perform 50%. We always hear about the 50% rule. That's what it means. You must perform 50% of the work. For construction, 15%, and for especially trade construction, 25%. In the joint venture context, the joint venture must perform 50% of the work, and the 8A firm, or the small business firm, must perform at least 40% of the 50. So if it's a $100,000 contract, I doubt you do a large joint venture, but if you could, so 50% must be done by the joint venture, and 40 of the 50 must be done by the 8A firm. So that would mean of the total, 20% in theory must be done individually by the 8A firm. Okay, that's important to know. There's a change in the law that came out under the Jobs Act a few years ago that we were just implementing through regs finally. It has to do with the performance of work requirements. The old law says, excuse me, the old law says that in order to be awarded a contract as a small business, you must agree to perform at least X% of the contract. You must agree to perform at least 50% with your own labor force. That's what the old law says. The Jobs Act language changed that and says, in order to be awarded a contract, you cannot subcontract out more than 50% of the total value of the contract. So now it's, instead of with your own labor force, it's the total value of the contract, and subcontracting does not include any work done by similarly situated entities. That's a key change. So in theory, if you are an 8A small business and you have work done by 8A subcontractors, all of that counts towards your 50% rule. Work done by you and any similarly situated firms. Any other 8A firms would count towards the 50% rule. So you can subcontract out to three other 8As and be fine. In theory, you individually could do 0 of the work if you wanted to and subcontract out to 3 or 4 as long as they do 50. So that's a big change in the statute that you should be aware of. I mean, is it in place right now? It depends who you ask. The statute says that's the new role. The regs and the FAR have not changed yet. However, some contracting officers are changing it on their own. And they're saying, I'm applying the law based upon, I'm applying the clauses based upon the statute, not upon the FAR. So if I'm you, I'm asking the contracting officer in every case, which one are you applying? I want the rules to be applied across the board to everybody. I don't want to be thinking I'm going by the FAR when you in fact are intending it to be under the statute. So it can't hurt to ask which ones we're doing, make sure everyone's doing the same thing. And again, the bigger change there is also, it's not just the similarly situated part, but it's also that it's the total value of the contract as opposed to the work done by the personnel part of the contract. So if it's a $100,000 contract, you must do 50% of the $100,000. That's what it is. I don't know what else. I had something else in my mind, but I forgot about that. Oh well. That's coming up really soon, so be careful of that. We actually just sent a reg over to OMB, I think last week, to implement that rule. They have 90 days to review it, and they will make comments. They will send it to all agencies across the board. We'll get internal comments, and we'll publish a proposed rule. So I'm thinking, in about 90 days, you'll be looking for that rule to go out, and we certainly encourage you to comment on that. The one thing I always say about all of our rules, please comment, whether you like it or whether you dislike it. I know for a fact, as one who writes rules, that when I get comments back, I take them seriously. So if I get 10 comments saying I don't like provision X, I think, okay, maybe I messed up. I'll change it to this. I've done that before, and then I get calls from hundreds of people. Why did you change that? We liked it the way it was in the proposed rule. Well, we didn't know that. All we got was 10 negative comments. If we get 10 negative comments, we react to the 10 negative comments. So it's good for you to say, I like the way you address this. This is positive for the community. This is good for small business, etc. So we have both sides of the story when we're deliberating proposed to final rule. That's important for you to think about when you do that. Am I okay so far? Okay. Also, you've heard about the Mentor Project program being extended. That also was part of both the Jobs Act and also the NDAA of 2013. Right now, as I said, there's only the 8A1 currently. The Jobs Act extended Mentor Project authority beyond that. They extended it, they said, SBA is authorized to have a Mentor Project program for HUBZone small businesses, women-owned small businesses, service-disabled veterans-owned small businesses, in addition to its 8A1. And they should be as alike to the 8A program 1 as possible. Okay, we started drafting proposed regs to do that. NDAA comes out and says, you know what, we missed one. We missed small business. So now, SBA, you're also authorized to have a joint venture Mentor Project program for individually small businesses, regardless of what type they are. So we actually are authorized to have 5 different small Mentor Project programs. So in implementing these, we've also written some final rules, some proposed rules on that, and they're getting ready to go on OMB right now. Our concept is that it might get confusing to have 5 separate ones, so we're going to combine all the smalls into one and leave the 8A as it currently is. So we're adding a new one that would be a Mentor Project program for small businesses. And if you get into that, then you also must meet the individual rules for which you are going for. If you're going for HUBZone, you must meet the HUBZone rules in addition, women-owned, SDVO, et cetera. So that each of those programs, you could, in fact, have a joint venture for with your mentor and be considered small and go after contracts across the board. And again, these contracts, once you're into the program, you're allowed to go after any contract for which you deem you need status as a small business. So that's also a big thing. And that rule should be coming again. I'm thinking it's a little bit behind the other one, maybe 4 months. That should be proposed rule, and we need to hear comments on that as well. So that's what's coming. Affiliation generally. Let me just do quickly about affiliation generally. That, of course, you must be small for our programs. There's no doubt about that. You must be a small business to get a loan, to get a contract, etc. For the loan side, it's based upon your primary NAICS code. For individual contracts, it's always the contracting officer must assign a NAICS code to the contract, and it has an associated size standard. You must be small for the size standard. That makes sense. Then affiliation. Many times firms certify their status as a small business, but they don't understand in fact what affiliation means. There are a lot of tentacles that could be intertwined between your company and other companies, common management, common ownership, shared facilities, contractual relations. If you have 70–80% of all your work through one other contract or one other firm, SBA could say that you are in fact reliant on that firm, and therefore we're going to affiliate you because of the contractual relationships that you have with that firm. So as you certify for your status, be careful of these other intertwining that you may have with other companies. The more you have, the more likely there might be a problem in terms of affiliation. So that's something we always consider. And again, another change that came about through the Jobs Act a few years ago was the presumption of loss rule. In the past, if you falsely certified your status as a small business or as an entity-owned business, women-owned, service-disabled, veteran-owned, HUBZone-owned, or small disadvantaged business, in the past, we would tell the Department of Justice, can you please go after this firm? We believe that they falsely certified their status in connection with this contract. They would say, well, the government got what it asked for. It wanted to build this $10 million bridge. It got the bridge. There's no loss to the government. Sorry, we're not going to go after them. We have too many things going on outside of that. So that was the old way things happened. SBA would try to do things itself. Maybe sometimes we might terminate from the 8A program. In a good case, we'd debar them or suspend them from government contracting. But many times, nothing happened to these firms. So the statute changed and said, if there's a false certification of your status as a small business, as an entity-owned business, 8A, woman, et cetera, then there's a presumption of loss to the government equal to the value of the contract. So for that $10 million bridge, the government keeps the bridge, and now you owe the government $10 million. That's a big, big hammer. So be careful of that. And it also says that a false certification equals the submission of an offer. So people were very wary of that when they saw this straight language. You know, because so many times in the size context by itself, people don't understand the intricacies of affiliation, like I said. So they're in good faith, they really are certifying that they are small, but they may in fact be found to be other than small through affiliation that they didn't realize. SBA is not going to impose that rule against you in that context. We really don't want to go after firms that innocently certify themselves incorrectly. That's not what that rule is meant for, even though the strict language of the rule could get us there. So we really wanted to see firms that are in fact trying to game the system. I'm actually also the agency's suspension and debarring official. So we are actually going after firms and debarring firms that are self-certifying incorrectly. We know it was an 8A firm recently that they set up this kind of scam with a large company, and the large company got emails, addresses from the small business. So the contracting officer was dealing with what they thought was a small business, but in fact was the large business the entire time. And they did all the work, they did everything, they had agreements under the table to do 99% of the work. Obviously that's not a good thing. We debarred both the large and the small company in that case. So be careful. You know, the government's looking out. We don't want these programs to be used incorrectly. At this point in time, there's so many people looking at our programs that we can't afford irregularities. So we're looking more closely at them, and we want to make sure that things are done correctly. So that's what I have.
Okay.
Questions?
So open up the floor.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
We'll open up the floor.
Thank you.
Regina, wait a minute. I'm sorry, guys. You need a mic. All right.
I talk loud enough, I don't need a mic.
Need a mic.
Question for you.
Wait a minute, sir. You need a mic.
Yep.
Self-certification for VA.
Yeah.
So if I have a DD-214 and I'm waiting for VA, and VA seems to be a little askew, according to the newspaper, can I self-certify myself as a VA company using my DD-214 till VA gets around to doing the process?
It depends where you're trying to get. If you're trying to get a VA contract, the VA is going to require you to have their process. If you're going after an STVO contract outside of VA, government-wide, it's a self-certification process only. You can self-certify for that, and if it comes down to it, if someone protests, we will ask VA whether you are eligible, and they'll say yes, you have your letter saying that you are in fact service disabled. You'll be fine. So, but for VA, you need to be in the program in order to go after their contracts.
For VA, you have to be self-certified for them.
You have to be certified by VA.
For DOD, I can self-certify,
That's
right.
and if I'm waiting for VA in their application process, that's legal or illegal?
That's fine for DOD contract.
Question on the left.
Quick question. I wonder if you have any advice for me on this situation. Sometimes I'm trying to, market the 8A program to a contracting officer, and I try to, to ask him if he would consider to, set aside the work as an 8A set aside. And sometimes they respond something like, well, but once it gets 8A, it is very difficult to get it out, and that is not a good thing. So I think it's a good thing.
Once a contract goes into the 8A program, it normally stays in the 8A program. That's correct. So some contracting officers are hesitant to do so if they think this contract is going to stay indefinitely. That is true. However, the individual firm may request a release, or the agency may request a release in certain circumstances. Like the firm who's been performing the contract for 5, 6, 7 years in the program and is leaving the program or has left the program, it can ask SBA to release that requirement because it's so dependent on that contract for its future growth that it would be adversely affected in effect if it's taken away the opportunity for it to compete. So if a firm is getting near graduation or has left the program, it can ask SBA to release that requirement, and SBA at that point would consider that and could do so, but with the caveat that it would be open to small business only. We wouldn't release it to go to an unrestricted procurement, but we could release it for a small business set aside or some other small business program to give the firm who used to perform the contract the opportunity to go after it and win it competitively.
John, to the right.
Hi, I have a question regarding mentor proteges in the 8A program forming joint ventures. So after, let's say, a mentor protege forms one joint venture that carries the 8A designation, they receive 3 contract awards, and then the joint venture dissolves?
That joint venture continues to perform the 3 contracts that it got. Correct. And goes on with merry way. But you can't get another contract award under that joint venture.
Correct.
The two firms would have to form another joint venture to go after 3 more awards.
And those 2 firms can still carry the same 8A.
Correct.
Through the mentor protege.
Again, like I said before, the regs clearly state that you can be awarded 3 contracts under any joint venture. The 2 firms get together, they form one joint venture, they award 3 contracts. The same 2 firms get together again, form a joint venture, go after 3 more awards, and again and again and again. There's no limit except through generalities of the more and more you do it. So that's particularly a problem, possibly a potential problem in the mentor project problem, in the concept, because when you have a large business mentor in your protege, yes, you're exempt from affiliation in theory, but if you do that, all the work through the joint ventures, over time we're going to say, you know what, all you're doing is giving the large business the opportunity for contracts which otherwise would not be eligible for, and in effect, you've created a new business. This joint venture entity really is a new business, and we're going to affiliate you generally. So that's not going to happen right away. We're going to allow you to try to develop the firm and see how it goes. But if you keep doing it over and over and over and over again, then it could be a problem.
John on the left.
Hey, good morning, John. Great discussion. One thing that my company did not know and should have known or may have known is about an SBA rule that you cannot protest an SBA size award after 5 days of the award notice. And so I'm just kind of curious if you can discuss why it's 5 days after award notice and not the normal 10 days after the award debrief.
Because you don't know when the debrief is going to be scheduled.
We don't know that part ourselves. You're right. Well, I mean, again, on the other side of that, though, SBA can always protest the size. A protest by SBA is always timely. So if you think that the 5 days has gone by, but you have lots of information to show why this firm should not be getting this contract, I would talk to SBA and try to convince them to do a protest on your behalf, because they can always do it. Well, a contracting officer can always do it. So if you can tell the contracting officer the same thing, contracting officer, yeah, you know what, I missed out on that. I'm sorry, but look at the facts. The facts clearly show this firm is not a small business. You should do a protest in this case. The why the 5, I can't answer that. That's just one of our rules.
But John, should they contact the SBA area office or should they contact the SBA district office?
What program are we talking about? I mean,
I'm saying as far as in his question regarding the protest.
I mean, the protest, it was a small business. Small set aside? Yeah. I mean, it was 8A. Oh, it was not 8A. Okay. I mean, I would tell the contracting officer try to get them at the agency, and if they're not willing to do so, I'd try to get headquarters, government contracting, but district, any SBA person could get to the right person. I mean, Antonio is here, our district director in Washington. I mean, if you told his people, they'd get to the right person as well. So it doesn't really matter where you go. The PCR, if you know the PCR in a relevant place, procurement center representatives, they would know how to do it because they're part of the government contracting office. They would get to the right person as well. But you need to do those things quickly before it gets too far.
And that's why I wanted to make sure he got to the right office, and so it's not sitting in someone's mailbox. So SBA.gov/G6, and that's G like giraffe, C like Charlie.
Government contracting.
Yeah. Okay. All right. The lady in the back.
Good morning, Mr. Conan. Thank you for speaking with us this morning. I had a question about the definition for similarly situated entities. Is that just for your size standard? Does that also apply to the services you provide? What does that include?
No, it's similarly situated is your status. So for an 8A contract and any subcontracting work done by 8A firms. It wouldn't apply to small businesses, but just by 8A firms, yes. For a service-able veteran contract, any subcontracting work done by service-able veteran-owned firms counts. Not women-owned firms, not hub-zone firms, not 8A. But it's got to be the same type of firm and any work done by you. It doesn't matter if you're same or not. It could be a larger contract and they're doing a niche for you. That's great. Let them do that entirely separate from what you normally do, but it counts towards your 50% rule because they're the same type of company as you.
Okay.
Sure.
John.
Good morning, Mr. Klein. I have a question about joint venture agreements. Since I understand that a joint venture can be awarded 3 contracts, presumably with different agencies, does it mean that the joint venture agreement is not agency specific?
It's not. It can be with everyone.
Or does the agency that we apply in for the contract, specific contract, vet or approve a joint venture agreement? Or is it just internal document that talks about, you know, the composition of the JV, et cetera?
Okay, first, the joint venture is for 3 contract awards with any agency. So there can be 3 with HHS, there could be 0 with HHS, it could be 1, 2, doesn't matter. 3 across the board. In terms of approval of joint ventures, SBA approves 8A joint ventures. It does not approve any other joint ventures. So in the 8A context, SBA must approve joint venture prior to award. Not prior to submission of your offer, but prior to award. The key difference here, though, in the mentor project context, don't forget that in the mentor project context, we give you the exclusion from affiliation for a joint venture only if there's a mentor project relationship established prior to you going after the contract. So, and remember, under SBA's rules, size is determined at one point in time. Size is determined at the date you submit your offer. That's when size is determined. As of that date, if there's no mentor project agreement approved, you can never get the exclusion from affiliation, because as of that date, size is determined for that contract. When you submit your offer, you must be small. And you must have the mentor project agreement approved prior to your offer, but the joint venture agreement can be approved after the fact and prior to award. Now, if you're going after a non-8A award, small business set-aside, hub zone, et cetera, there's no approval process. The same rules apply in a mentor project context. So if you have a mentor project and you're joint venturing for a small business set-aside, you better follow the same rules as the 8A, because otherwise you're not going to get the exclusion from affiliation. But there's just no joint venture process. You must show how the 8A firm is actually doing 40% of the work on the set-aside contract. If they're not doing that, then there's going to be a problem in the set-aside arena. But that'll be resolved as part of a size protest, not as part of a joint venture approval process.
But John, I always suggest that when they submit their proposal, that they should include a copy of that joint venture agreement.
That's fine. Yeah, even if it's not approved, you let them know that you're on your way to getting it there.
So, no, I'm sorry, right here is a question.
Okay, what you just discussed, it's pretty relevant to the question, but I think you answered the question, but I want to just be sure.
Sure.
So currently, or I guess I should ask first, do you know when the mentor-protege agreements will be permissible for hub zones or women-owned small firms?
Well, again, that rule is still internal clearance. Hasn't gone to OMB yet.
Okay.
It's close to going there. It'll be 3 months at OMB.
Okay.
60-day comment period, changing the regs for final, back to OMB, another 3 months. So we're talking, 8, 9 months at least.
Okay. Second part of the question, the JV agreement, teaming agreement. Is there a real significant difference when 2 organizations are going after a piece of work?
I'm not understanding that. What does that mean? Is there a difference?
I'm just asking, like, if there's 2 companies and you want to go after a piece of work together as a partnership, a teaming agreement is usually the tool that's used. Joint venture agreement, is there any significant difference for getting the JV approved in order to move forward?
In the 8A context, again, it's the only time we approve it. If there's an 8A firm and a non-8A firm doing a joint venture, and they're going after award, we have up until date of award. We don't approve every joint venture. We don't have to look at every joint venture because many of those will fall away in the procurement process. Then they don't make the competitive range. They're not the parent successful offeror. So if we find out that this joint venture is the parent successful offeror, it moves right to the top of our list, and we try to approve that immediately, so prior to award date. And GAO cases have upheld us, saying that it is okay to get the approval prior to award, and we don't need it up front.
But John, can I just ask a clarifying question? Are you asking a distinction between a teaming agreement versus a joint venture agreement?
Okay,
is that your question?
Yes.
Okay, now to me, teaming agreement's a nice term, but it doesn't mean anything. There's 2 things. There's a joint venture or there's a prime sub. I'm a team. Okay, how are you a team? Are you a team joint venture or are you a team prime sub? In the future, once the similar situated language gets out there and finalized, it won't make as much difference because your prime sub is treated all as one team in terms of the 50% rule. Today, that's not the case under the FAR. Okay. So once that language becomes into the FAR, things will be different because then the prime sub will have the same exact situation as the joint venture in terms of that aspect.
Okay, thank you.
As well as, John, let me add that GSA has their own contractor teaming arrangement.
Which we don't really think that they do it correctly. That's a different issue.
Yeah, it is. It's a difference. It's a difference. Somebody here had the mic. Where's the gentleman? Oh.
Good morning, John. I just had a quick question with respect to SBA, the label of affiliation between two companies. Is there a set value of revenue that one company can have with another as a prime and a sub before you consider affiliation?
Yeah, the question is, in terms of if one company is working with another company, is there a percentage that may, in fact, get them to be affiliated over time?
Before it tips the affiliation.
I mean, I know there are some OHA cases, Office of Hearings and Appeals at SBA, that say 70%.
70%?
I mean, is that a hard and fast rule? I mean, if you're more than 70, I'd be worrying. If you're less than that, you're probably okay. Depends on where you are.
How about the ability of one company to mentor, for two companies to enter into a mentor-protege relationship, but for example, one company being a potential 8A and the other one being the larger company or the mentor being, say, SDVOSB? Is that possible, or do you have to have a like?
Okay, when you're going after a contract, whether it's if you're going for an 8A contract, then don't forget, under our 8A rules, the 8A firm must be the managing partner, et cetera, for that contract.
Right.
If you're going after SDVO firm, the SDVO contractor must be the managing partner, et cetera, for that contract. So if you're going after one contract, both firms can't be the managing partner. So
No. For example, say.
So you could not check off both SDVO and 8A for that status because the rules wouldn't apply, if that makes sense.
So both firms would have to have the same designation?
No, you can certainly joint venture with a non-8A firm if you're an 8A firm. And the SDVO, that's fine, nothing wrong with that. But the contracting officer can't count it both as 8A and SDVO. Because in that particular contract, if the 8A firm is the controlling party to the joint venture, then the SDVO firm is not, and they wouldn't qualify as an SDVO for that contract.
No, I meant with respect to mentor-protege relationship. So, for example, say that you had an SDVOSB.
An 8A firm can have a mentor-protege relationship with any type of firm.
He's saying
8A, small, large, SDVO, etc.
Yeah, I'm understanding what he was saying.
Yeah.
I think I was asking a different question, but I got it.
All right.
Yeah, we got it.
So John actually has a meeting. So what I'll do is I'll take one last question on this side and one last question on that side, and then John, we'll let you get out of here.
Thanks.
Okay. Sure. Sir?
Yes. My question is this. If you're an 8A and you are a Native American but a non-federally recognized Native American, does that carry any extra weight if you go into a subprime arrangement or a middle protege?
Under SBA's rules, we say you must be federally or state recognized. Okay. So if you're state recognized, you're fine.
Oh, okay.
If you're neither one of those, but you can still under, like for instance, you're applying to the 8A program. You must be federally or state recognized. If it's not, I mean, we've had one that's actually a Canadian tribe person come in one time, okay. But that tribe wasn't United States recognized. We said, you are a Native American, you must just show to us how you have experienced some discrimination yourself, and we let that person in as well. Because they were a U.S. citizen, but they traced back to the Canadian tribe, and they still were okay.
Okay.
But our programs are for both federally and state recognized tribes.
Okay, as long as you're state recognized?
Correct.
Great, thanks.
Okay, all right.
Does any of this apply to 8Ms?
Can you stand, please?
Sorry. My firm is an 8M.
Okay.
Does any of this apply to 8Ms? Or where do we
Women-owned,
fit?
small business.
Yeah.
Economically disadvantaged women-owned small business.
Right. Yeah, it all applies.
In terms, well, I mean, you in theory might be able to be in the 8A program as well. You're not there yet. In theory, you could apply and show how you individually have suffered discriminatory conduct that's adversely affected your entry into your advancement in the business world and be in the 8A program. That's what you can get there. Once we have the mentor protege program across the board, you can have a mentor and go after EDWOSB contracts and be fine. And that's not there yet, but that's coming. Small business set-asides, you can go after those today. So all those things will be coming. Joint ventures in the mentor protege program for WOSB and EDWOSBs are coming. Again, that's going to be 8 or 9 months away. Okay? Thank you.
John,
oh.
Okay. Okay, I told you he was wonderful. Thank you, John. All right. So I think there were several questions that were asked previously, and I think John answered those questions. So our next speaker is actually my deputy director, and her name is Shanta Johnson. Shanta is the supervisor of all of the small business specialists within the Department of Health and Human Services. So Shanta is going to share with you a few tidbits on the FedBizOpps and the SBA Dynamic Small Business Search. Yes. Okay, Shanta.
And Barbara's coming to save the day.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I can't help you. Okay.
Thank you. Well, no pressure coming after John Klein, huh?
I know, right?
Well, first of all, I think it's still morning, right? Good morning, everybody. Like Teresa said, I'm Shanta Johnson. And before I get into this flash 15-minute presentation, Teresa has mentioned in her presentation that we have small business specialists, and I think HHS is still the only civilian agency where our specialists actually are in the field, even though they report to us directly at HQ. So I'm asking all the small business specialists who make up my team to stand and wave. These are the people you need to talk to after I'm done. And I don't have enough time to introduce them all, but it's very important that you get to know them. First of all, Teresa mentioned also in her presentation, give me a quick show of hands of who is 2 years or younger in owning their company. Okay, now I'm going to kind of gauge this presentation because I do have a short amount of time into what the room actually needs. How many folks in the room really have never heard of FedBizOpps? Is there anybody? Don't be ashamed, it's not a trick question. No? How many people heard of it but don't really know what to do with it? Oh, this is going to be real brief then. Okay? So FedBizOpps, for the good of the room, is basically the government's website where we post all of our requirements, including our source of thought notices when we're looking for companies like you to determine if we're going to set something aside for small business. Now, somebody in the room is going to go, okay, FedBizOpps is for everything over $25,000. What about all that work that's below that threshold? I'll take that too. And we don't, by law, have to post that. So I'm going to encourage you to talk to my team because you have a couple of different options available to you. As you all know, the government has a purchase card program. We swipe our credit cards quite a bit in HHS. So somebody's going to ask me, Shanta, give me the list of every credit card holder in HHS. That does not exist. So you're going to have to make some relationships and talk to some folks so you can find out about those requirements under $25,000. I don't know if I'm in the way or if you can see this, but this is a quick look at what the FBO portal looks like. And you're going to have to register as vendors. And since I'm not a small business owner with the DUNS number, I couldn't go in and actually show you the screenshots. But this is what you do on this page, and you don't have to register. You can just search for opportunities. What I really want you all to walk away with today about FedBizOpps is not that it's just something where you can set up to be notified daily to your email about particular types of requirements from agencies that your company is looking for. But when you search, you can also search to see what we're doing with set-asides. You can see what we're doing with sources sought. And I need to spend a little time talking about sources sought notices because at HHS, we use those heavily as a part of FAR Part 10 and our market research requirement that we have as a government agency. How many of you have responded to an HHS sources sought? Okay, so that is really the way, when I had the specialists raise their hands at you all, this is how the process works at our department. The small business specialists get the contracting package from the acquisition office that's going to be awarding the contract. We issue, the CO issues that sources sought notice, and ladies and gentlemen, this is your opportunity to respond and let us know that you are there. If you don't respond to our sources sought notices, my staff and I have no leverage to say that the rule of 2 can be met and that this is indeed a requirement that can be set aside for small business. So you will not be notified if the source is sought becomes a small business requirement, we will not give you back your sources sought response. So don't have any of those expectations. You do have a business decision to make. If you really want to pursue business at our department, sources sought has to be a part of your business development strategy. That's just the reality of what it is that we do. On FBO, I think it's important for you all to understand that there's something called an interested parties list that I see too many small businesses underutilize. It's an opportunity for you to see other companies who are interested in that particular requirement. And what is that of value to you? Why does that even matter? Because this could be an opportunity for you to find a teaming partner. We just talked about joint ventures. This is a way to identify other companies that are indeed interested in this requirement, and we really, really encourage you to reach out to them because, as John said, joint ventures are really, really the wave of the future, and quite honestly, it's about a lot about what's happening at HHS right now. You really can't see this too well, but I just gave you a quick look. FDA has a synopsis that I found last night, and I was giving you an opportunity to just see what one of those sources sought notices look like. This is also a quick snapshot of the interested parties list and when you can go on this list and add your name. I want to just underscore that because I really want to see you all participate more in the joint venture opportunity that's available to you. On FedBiz Ops, if I had live links here, you can really do all kinds of searches. You can search by NAICS code, you can search by agency, you can search, as I said earlier, about small business set-aside. You can also find out about award information. So make sure that you register, because one of the things that I really want you to understand, there are two features on FedBiz Ops that I think are underutilized. There's something called a search agent, where you can actually go into FedBiz Ops after you register as a vendor, and you can search for whatever kind of requirement you're looking in whatever state with whatever kind of socioeconomic designation. But you can set up FedBiz Ops to search for that same criteria on a recurring basis. So that kind of saves you some time, because your time is very valuable when you're trying to do a lot of different things, to go and keep searching and putting in the same criteria over and over and over again. You can set up the search agent to search on your behalf on a daily, weekly, monthly, or whatever the case may be. The other thing I want to pinpoint to you is they have something called a watch list on FBO. How many of you use watch list? Okay, so those of you that didn't raise your hand, watch list, you can actually select a specific solicitation, and you can have FBO contact you when any changes are made to that particular solicitation before contract and even at contract award. The arrows that we have here, I want to fast forward. There are two things that are somewhat new to FBO. I don't know if it's new to everybody. There's a small business events link. Does anybody use that? It really is a portal where the government is trying to have one place where you can go and find out what we're doing. Things like this event today. There's some other events going on throughout the DOD. It's a great place for you all to manage your time and find out what's going on government-wide without having to try to go to all of our individual websites. The second arrow that I have there is something called vendor collaboration. And I really think it's a good tool or feature that they added to FedBiz Ops, because it's nothing new, but it is at least one place where you can find out where all of the things that have been posted on FBO that have some kind of role for you all to play as vendors is housed in one location. So if you click on the vendor collaboration, you'll see sources sought notices. You'll see all kinds of things coming from different agencies where there's an opportunity for you to be engaged in the acquisition planning process. So make sure you check out the vendor collaboration piece. I didn't even look at my timekeeper. Oh, okay. Sorry, Ali. The dynamic small business search. How many of you are familiar with that? This is my commercial about DSBS. All of you focus so much on SAM, and you must be in SAM because you will not get paid if you're not in SAM. Are we all clear? Okay? You must be in SAM. But I think a lot of folks are now so focused on SAM that they are not going to DSBS. This was created by SBA, and it's really a way for you to have your own profile that you manage about what your firm is doing in its federal government growth. And we use it. I use it. My colleagues use it. We're approaching the fourth quarter, guys. Let me tell you how this thing works. Teresa and I in the cafeteria getting coffee, or we're downstairs and somebody says, hey, you know a company that can do ABC? And I'll go, Maybe, yeah, no. Depends on what it is that they're looking for. But a lot of times, this is the first place that we'll go. And I think a lot of you are really not keeping your DSBS profiles up to date. And I can say that because as I looked last night, I see outdated information. I don't see companies that are keeping up with their contract award information. So when I'm looking at your profile here, I'm hoping to get the best and brightest and the most accurate information about your firm. And I can just tell by what I looked at last night that that's really not what's happening. So that's something I kind of want to emphasize. I know you have a lot to do. I know you have to be nimble and you have to do a lot of things as small business owners, but don't miss the opportunity for somebody to be looking for your type of company in government, because it is our reality. It happens every single day to somebody on my team and on Teresa's staff. So make sure that you keep that information up to date. And I think I just performed a miracle. The last thing that I want to say about this presentation is, can I just dispel the myth real quickly? Everybody says that when an opportunity is on FBO, it's a done deal. Okay, so I got some amens? Okay, so I understand where that comes from, but in all honesty, we still have a procurement process to go through. Now, we do have, you guys have probably heard of Mythbusters. We can talk to industry. Our folks can have pre-solicitation conference. We can have types of forums where we get to know you all. So if we meet somebody before we have a requirement, and then when we issue the requirement, we make sure that you compete, then we may know a little bit more about your company than somebody who we haven't met. But everybody's got to go through the process, okay? And I can tell you specifically, I've done enough contracting in my life when I put my RFP out, I didn't know anybody. And I was looking for somebody to really give me a proposal so I could get best offer and get me the best value for the government. So can I just dispel that myth? So if you see it, go for it. And we're going to give you a fair shot.
Please respond.
Yeah, please respond, because that myth needs to kind of crash and burn. So what is it here? All of the small business specialists that I had stand, this is their contract information on this link on our webpage. And this is who I am, and that's an email address. You can also reach me at shanta.johnson@hhs.gov. Email me. I'm always somewhere like this, so I'm not there to answer my phone. All right, so I prefer that. I'm always on my BlackBerry. Do I have a question, timekeeper? How much time I have? 1 minute, okay. Do I have any questions? I do. Yes, sir.
Need a mic, sir. Need a mic. Team, need a mic.
So speaking of myth busting, we recently responded to a source assault, and we contacted the contracting officer, and she was very, very nice, but she said she couldn't answer any questions, like when is it going to come out? Is it going to be a small business set aside? Is it going to, what contract? And she just couldn't answer anything.
So none of that was addressed in the sources. I mean, the source assault was out, or was
the source assault was out. We responded to it about a month or 2 months after we responded to it. We contacted the contracting officer and asked, when can we expect it? Is that agency, accepting, cold calls, or can we meet with the program office or what have you? But it was more important that we understand when it was coming out so we can assemble our resources. And even if it was a small business set aside, she wouldn't even answer that. So
and I understand, and it's a myth that we're busting. We're trying to get it around. But what I want to encourage you to do, if you're in that situation again, that's something you should be talking to my team about, because that's what the small business specialist, not just HHS, any agency, we're the first touch point, and the small business specialists at HHS have to review that. The results from the source assault. We have an internal process we go through to discuss the acquisition strategy. So my team would have been aware of that requirement that you're interested in. So they could have leveraged their relationship with that contracting person and probably gotten you a little more insight than maybe you got directly.
Really quick, so as a quick follow-up, HHS, and we'll just be specific, FDA is a new account of mine. So can you discuss the relationships between when you say HHS and then the particular, because you had a great slide as far as a lot of the agencies. So, you know, how does one, if it's CDC, NIH, I mean, how do you guys work together in each of those agencies?
Sure, this is a great question, and I think the hook is going to come out for me in a second. But really, HHS, of course, is the department, and we have 10 operating divisions or staff divisions that make up HHS. So when you talked about FDA, that's one of the 10. And we all work together because the mission ultimately rolls up to HHS to take care of America, you know, healthcare-wise. And each of those 10 operating divisions and staff divs take a component of that, if you will. So we could go into this. We can talk at the table, if you don't mind, more in depth about how they all work together. But ultimately, it's all to trickle back up to HQ, taking care of healthcare needs for all Americans. And so we all do that individually in a different way in all of those 10 operating divisions and staff divs.
Thank you.
All right?
Let's take that last question.
Take this? Okay.
Yeah, I have a quick question. What's the advantage to put yourself on the interested parties list?
I think the advantage, because I've seen it be fruitful, kind of like I alluded to when I was speaking by that slide, it's an opportunity for you to see other companies that are in your industry, first and foremost, because they responded or have some interest in this particular requirement. And let me give you an example. If you're a small business and I'm a woman-owned service-disabled veteran, you haven't met me, we don't know each other, but you see my company's name on the interested parties list. Because we are in the same NAICS code and industry, that would facilitate or maybe initiate some conversation between the two of us, and we could end up being a joint venture after this requirement, and the government may be a little more attractive in our joint venture because they get a credit to small business, woman-owned, and service-disabled vet and 8A because we came together, instead of what you may get by yourself or what I may get by myself. So you guys have got to think about coming together and presenting your core competencies and skill sets to the government as a team so you can better compete and put yourself in a position to win the requirement. That makes sense?
Yes.
Okay? All right. Thank you so much. All right.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Shanta. Okay, so I've been mentioning all morning how critical our relationship is with the Small Business Administration. I spent over 10 years there, and I truly value the mission, which is why I continue to do what I do. The Small Business Administration is that federal agency that is statutorily appointed to oversee, implement, and to do all things small business. So we've asked them to come out. They have a lot of small business programs. And without further ado, Antonio Das, he is the District Director for the Washington Metropolitan Area District Office, which is the largest district office in the SBA portfolio. Antonio?
Thank you, Teresa.
Absolutely.
I think there's no slide.
Okay, so good morning to everyone. Before I get started, I have a quick survey I want to do too. Show of hands, please. Those of you who have done contract business with the state, whether state of Maryland, DC, or Virginia, or another state. Okay. Okay, another show of hands. Those of you who've done business contractually with the federal government. Ooh, okay. And then last show is those of you who've done business with a large prime contractor. Okay, so this is a very contract-rich, experienced group. You all are probably doing very, very well in your business endeavors and making a lot of money and doing a lot of fun things with your life. So this is good news and congratulations to you. So as the Washington Metropolitan Area District Office, what I want to do is spend a few minutes, just share with you a little bit about who we are, how we operate, what types of things we do, how we advocate for you, and ways that you can take advantage of some of the programs, products, and services that we use and offer. So the district office is responsible for the geographic area of Northern Virginia, Washington, D.C., Montgomery County, and of course here Prince George's County. So we service each of those markets. And we typically talk about our services in something called the 3 C's. So this makes it easy to remember for a lot of people. The first one is really about coaching or counseling, and you can think about this as including training as well. So we've got a number of resource partners, such as SCORE, our Small Business Development Center program, our Women's Business Center program, that are funded directly by SBA to offer free, individualized coaching and counseling to business owners. They all also offer training classes, and typically the training classes are either free or what we kind of call like commitment fees. You know, if you have to pay 20 bucks to show up, you tend to show up as opposed to if you just RSVP and don't have any money on the line, sometimes you don't show up. So very, very low cost, but each of these programs are really designed to help you be in a position to better manage your business. A lot of times business owners know a lot of things about what they need to do in terms of making the product or service that they sell. Sometimes they're really, really great with that aspect of it, but they don't always understand all the business financial aspects of the business in terms of setting up accounting systems and bookkeeping and administration and looking at human resources related things, and even areas in terms of business planning, marketing and such, developing marketing plans. So these resources that I mentioned are all designed to help you be able to better do that so that you can be successful. Here in Maryland, we have the Maryland Small Business and Technology Development Center program, and it's hosted at the University of Maryland. What's significant about this particular program is the T in the technology. So they've got staff who are devoted to and trained in and able to help companies who are growth oriented in terms of high growth oriented, who have technology as a substance of their business, and who are doing things kind of in the STEM field, if you want to think about it as a science and tech related field. We also affiliate very closely with the PTAC organization. You heard Milton earlier today talk about the Procurement Technical Assistance Center program. There likewise is one here at the University of Maryland. There's one in DC, there's one in Northern Virginia. So we've got PTACs around the area to assist you. And then we have something which I'll talk briefly about a little bit later called the USEACs, which are our U.S. Export Assistance Centers. So that's the first C, just in brief, is about coaching and training. The second one deals with capital, and that's probably the one that for a lot of businesses that SBA is most known for. They think about us as a place to go to get a loan. If you're having trouble getting a loan financed through a bank, we provide working capital loans, we provide equipment loans, we provide large asset purchase loans. The cool thing about what we do is we work with lenders, we work with banks, and we have a program structure where we delegate certain authority to them that gives them the flexibility of making a loan to you that they may not have otherwise been able to make, and often under terms that they may not otherwise have been able to have used. So what that means for you is you can potentially get a loan for your business at a longer repayment period than a shorter repayment period that the bank would typically offer. That affects your cash flow and the ability to handle your daily operations. Also, you may be able to get a loan with less down payment, particularly if you're purchasing a major piece of equipment or a piece of fixed asset as a building or something to that effect. One of the points that I really want to emphasize, just again briefly, deals with our CAP line program. So all of you have experience, it seems like, with contracting, and I'm curious if any of you have heard of the CAP line program. I'm doing like this, and there's not even sun in my eyes to say I can't see your hands for that reason. So SBA has had a program called the CAP line program for a bunch of years. It's been very underutilized for most of its existence. A few years ago, we revamped the program, and we did that with a lot of input from borrowers, from banks, and other lenders and contractors. And what we did was we established a program that is designed to help businesses use SBA guaranteed loans that are offered through banks to do a number of things in terms of contract financing is the one I really focus on right now. So if you're in a situation where you put in an RFP response and you actually won the contract, and it's a really big contract, and now you're saying, oh, we won, we don't have the money right now to execute this contract, how do you go about funding that contract? That's where the CAP line program can come in, because you can actually use that to leverage that new contract award. You can actually even get money on that contract through this loan program even before the contract is actually awarded and started. So if you're in a situation where you've got a high ramp-up period, think about the Capline program, think about SBA and our other loan program offerings. And again, SBA is a guarantor in these loans, so your action actually starts with the bank or with the lender, but then ultimately it comes back to us and we can work with you to work through whatever situations there are. The third C is related to contracting, and I know everybody has talked a lot about contracting already this morning. I just want to throw out a couple key points as well. One is that every year the federal government spends between $400 and $500 billion in federal contract opportunities, which is a lot of money. And small businesses have a set-aside percentage of 23%, which is our goal. It's our target that we're trying to reach every year. Last year we were at 22.25%, so we didn't make it. We've missed it most years recently, but we keep pushing for it. That 23% equates to about $90 billion for small businesses. So we want to not only reach that 23%, we want to far exceed that, because we know that when that happens, that you're being successful even at a greater extent, and we know that you and your businesses are able to provide a lot of good, valuable services, not only to the federal government, but to the local community, as well as providing jobs. We also have subset goals that include goals for the service-disabled veterans and the HUBZone program. Both of those are at 3% of the federal spending budget. Likewise, at for the small disadvantaged business and the women-owned businesses, there's a 5% goal. So programs like this are ones that we're encouraged by, because it gives all of us a chance to reach out and extend the reach, so that more and more small businesses have a chance to know about the contracting opportunities and to understand how to access them based on a lot of the tips that you've already gotten this morning. So we're going to continue to push in that area. There were some changes that were referenced earlier as well about some of the National Defense Reauthorization Bill or Act that actually created some new ways that SBA and others are governed by, or governing federal contracting. One that we didn't talk about this morning is a clause that deals with what we call bait and switch. So there are times where a small business will team up with a larger business as a prime and go after contract opportunity. And in that proposal, it very clearly says the small business XYZ LLC will perform these kind of aspects of that contract. The contract is awarded to that organization that submitted it, and the small business doesn't get a call. They don't get to work on that actual deal. So that's a bad situation, because you know that there's a time and effort that goes into doing that. And if the larger firm represented that they were going to include you in the work, and when it got time for the money to be had, they didn't know how to find you, that's not a good situation. So we refer to that as bait and switch. So one of the things that's available now in a bait and switch situation is that you can actually inform the contracting officer that that actually occurred. And again, that was part of that separation that always existed between the non-prime and the small business contracting officer. But you can actually let the contracting officer know that, and they actually can now make notes to with respect to this prime contractor's standard and history of how they've been doing business. And as a prime, you don't want to have a lot of notes in your file related to what you haven't done with your subcontracting plan or other kind of plans. So I think it's an important area that I wanted to make sure I emphasize to you. The other part is, I think a couple people mentioned about this whole networking thing, and I'm always a big proponent of networking. One of the reasons I was asking also about your experience in terms of contracting, it's a good sign that you've been able to develop a book of business and been able to perform on contracts, which are really, really important. Because as you go to build these relationships, one, that's the first probably important thing, is building the relationships with, whether it's the contracting official, whether it's the program office person, it's the OSTABU. You need somebody in your corner to champion you, because people do business with people that they know, people that they like, and people that they trust. And so if you've built that relationship, you've got a better chance at getting a contract opportunity than somebody who doesn't have that relationship at all. So we encourage you to continue to do that. Okay, so do you remember how many dollars I said were involved in the federal contracting marketplace? It was $400 to $500 billion every year. One of the points that I feel like I always have to talk about when we talk about contracting is the diversity of your contract revenue sources. So $400 to $500 billion sounds like a lot of money until you reference it to $2.2 trillion. So where do you find a $2.2 trillion market opportunity? Internationally. That's what our exports totaled last year. Actually, 2.2 was the year before, 2.3 was this past year. There's a huge market internationally that's open and available to U.S. businesses. So if you've already worked and done work with the federal government, or if you work with the state of Maryland or the District of Columbia or some of these large primes, you have a statement about your work history that's very strong and very respected in international markets, because this is a highly respected country, and our business and procurement areas are highly respected. So don't belittle the experience that you have with your international, or excuse me, with your local contracting opportunities, because that says a lot about your skill, your capabilities, and your ability to satisfy contract needs. And so we're looking more and more for firms to consider international opportunities to grow their business. And it's not just about a product sale, it's a service opportunity as well. There's a lot of service business that takes place internationally. So remember, you've got a competitive advantage being known here in this local market, working with very, very well-respected entities. There are opportunities to work with SBA and our resource partners, whether it's the U.S. Export Assistance Centers, which can help you think through international market opportunities, whether it's our Small Business Development Center program, where we have trained business advisors who know about international opportunities. All of these things are good and available to you. And keep in mind that as you grow your business and look to grow your business and strengthen your business, at some point stability becomes an important factor. So, you know, we all grew up somewhere along the way, somebody telling us you don't want to have all your eggs in one basket. So, you know, think government contracting, think state local, think prime contractor, think international, think about the life of your business and the ability to strengthen and grow it. And certainly through the federal market is a big part of being able to do that. So the last part I want to hit on is really just about SBA in terms of our mission. You know, we're really here and all focused on strengthening the economy through a vibrant small business sector. That's our whole focus is helping the economy grow. And within our agency, we've got a series of strategic priorities and objectives. Now, you all really couldn't hear me before, huh? Just heard the difference of the mic. That are focused on growing businesses and creating jobs. So one of the really, really important things we do is we focus on advocating on your behalf. And you heard a lot about different ways that SBA is involved already. But I want to touch base on just a couple other ones that we haven't talked about because they may apply to some of you, and some of these are things that you may not necessarily think about SBA for. So if you're involved in an innovation-oriented firm, one that's a high-growth firm, one that's got a technology development type of an approach, you've got a new product creation. We have the Small Business Innovation Research, SBIR, and the Small Business Technology Transfer, STTR, programs that SBA manages in cooperation with some of the major federal agencies. You can use those funds under that program to actually get access to research money to drive a new product development that you're looking for. So if you're not familiar with SBIR, STTR, please take a look at that. You can find information on SBA.gov, our website. Also, we have Small Business Investment Corporation, so if you're looking to grow your capital base and you're looking to grow and you need to be able to get investment dollars, that's a potential source for you as well. When we talked about the government contracting earlier, we talked a lot about the results and all the activities that go along with it. We also have an oversight responsibility with government contracting. We have a national scorecard with the 23%, But in addition to that, each agency gets an individualized scorecard goal for them. So it's tailored. And at the end of every fiscal year, once all the results are in, we actually produce a scorecard, we publicize it, we give letter grades, and that information is shared at the highest levels of the federal government, encouraging agencies to produce more contract opportunities with small businesses. Another area is in the area of research. So when it comes to researching and informing the global community around what the small business possibilities are, we have an Office of Advocacy which commissions research studies. And that information is helpful because it tells a lot of the information about what the small business community is, and we use that information to help validate, in some respects, what we're doing with the small business sector. One of the more recent studies that was done a few years ago by a group of professors in Tennessee found that when they looked at every aspect of what grew a state's gross product or a state personal income or their personal income for the state at the state level, the number one driver was the creation and startup of new small businesses. It wasn't whether or not you brought Microsoft into your marketplace. It was the activity related to small business. So that's the kind of information that comes out of our research arm, which is part of our advocacy. And then the last part really on advocacy is about what I'll refer to as a fair playing field. We have lots of different things that happen within the scope of people trying to get access to the federal contracting dollar. And we're watching to make sure that those dollars are received by those who are appropriate to receive those dollars. So you heard John Klein earlier talk about some of the remedial effects of debarment and such. We work closely with our IG's office. If we think something is not the way it should be, that there's some things going on, misrepresentation, we don't hesitate to get the IG's office involved to make sure that the real small business persons who are appropriate for that particular opportunity have the opportunity to take advantage of that. We also do that, a lot of oversight with our procurement center representatives, the PCRs, which I think was talked about a little bit earlier. We have something also called commercial market representatives, CMRs. These are the folks that work with the large primes. They look at their subcontracting plans and they actually do assessments and reviews about how those large primes are working. And then the last part I'll mention is regarding something called surveillance reviews. We actually have teams of SBA staff, contracting officials and PCRs and others who will go on site to a small business, or excuse me, to an agency and literally review the contracting actions that that agency has put together with respect to the small business program and other contracts to ensure that they're doing the things the right way and that they are actually doing what we want them to do. So those are some of the many ways that SBA gets involved, not only through direct service, but through advocacy and support, and we're here to serve you. We literally are that federal agency that wants to help you succeed because we know it means a lot to the economy and to you as individuals and entrepreneurs. So I thank you.
Do you have any questions for Antonio? Nope, not one? Not one. Okay, all right. Antonio. All right, so we're going to take a 10-minute break so you can stretch, but we're starting back on time. All right? So we'll see you in 10 minutes. So it's 10:40, so we see you at 10:50. started. We're going to start anyway. All right, so next time I'll say a 5-minute break. And then everybody be back in 10. So, all right. So we've given you the list of the, we call them operating divisions or OPTIVs. Some call them bureaus, some call them agencies. But the Food and Drug Administration is actually one of our staunchest supporters of small business. And we have asked them to come out and make a presentation. And Glenda Barfield is the head of contracting at the Food and Drug Administration. And you're in for a wonderful treat. So I just want to go ahead and bring her on. Glenda Barfield. Glenda. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Teresa. Most of what I have to say has probably been already said this morning. However, there's a quiz at the end, so I'm giving you guys another review of everything. I am the Director of Contracts and Grants at FDA. I've been there for about 17 years. You know, I'm so short that this thing is like right in my face. So I've been there for about 17 years and leading the organization for about the last 7 years. I'm going to give you a little overview on doing business with FDA, a little bit about our organization and how to do business with us, also with other federal agencies. Okay, so our mission at FDA is promoting and protecting the public health of the Americans. We regulate everything that you see basically in a grocery store on the inside perimeter of the store. The outside perimeter is mostly USDA. We've now taken over egg inspection, and we are regulating our egg inspections through our state contracts inspection program. In 2010, we got new legislation to regulate tobacco products. That's everything from cigarettes, cigars, and now e-cigarettes is the newest thing that we're looking at. And we had new legislation with food safety, and so we have the Food Safety Modernization Act, and as a result of that, we have lots of contracts. Our major initiatives throughout FDA are globalization. We have spread our wings into various countries. We're in China, India, Spain, France, other places throughout Europe. I can't even remember all the places because we are continuing to expand and create that globalization throughout FDA. We're very big into advancing regulatory science. We are one of the few agencies that are regulated, hence our Center for Regulatory Affairs that we have. And as I already talked about, food safety and tobacco, our newest programs in mission area within FDA. We see ourselves as innovators at FDA, and as evidenced by that, we've put in creative contracting mechanisms to meet that innovation, such as our broad agency announcement that we have out. Right now it's for contracts, and we're expanding into the grants area. We have medical countermeasures. That's a whole new program within FDA, which also started a few years ago. As a result of that program, we awarded about 200 new contract actions valued at about $1 million. And of course, transparency. Everything we do, we like to put out there and tell people not only how we're spending the taxpayer dollar, but of all of our programs. So if you go onto FDA's website, you will see something called FDA Tracks. That measures about 40 of our programs, not just administrative programs, but the real science of the agency. And we're measuring key projects, programs, and key initiatives. So if you go on there, you'll see a lot of things going on within FDA. We brief out the commissioner every quarter on how we're doing in our FDA tracks. I lead the Office of Acquisitions and Grant Services. Our mission, and this is a little outdated, we're actually working on a new mission vision statement, but my group provides high quality support to our customer base. There's about 16,000 FDA employees, not including any of our contractors, and we provide them all contractual grant and interagency agreement support so they can get what they need to do their jobs. Of course, we like to say we get everything done timely and at a reasonable cost, not the best cost, at a reasonable cost. So my office supports all of FDA. We're the only acquisition office for those 16,000 employees. And there are 10 centers within the Food and Drug Administration. We have our Center for Biologics, which is really the blood and those types of things. Drugs, any of the drugs out there. Our Center for Devices and Radiological Health works on all the devices. Food safety is anything food that we talked about already or I mentioned, tobacco products, our newest program. Veterinary medicine, we regulate that. So anything dealing with the dog food, any animal products, we regulate that. Our National Center for Toxicological Research is in Jefferson, Arkansas, and they are a very interesting component. We have a whole facility out there, and whenever I go out there, it's very interesting for me because I meet the people who work with investigating the ink that you do for tattoos and all kinds of very interesting things that they're doing research on. And after seeing that, I can tell you I'm not interested in seeing the adverse reactions to that kind of stuff. We have our Office of Information Management. Their new name has a T on the end, Information Management Technology. That is probably one of the biggest areas that we support. We do about $500 million in IT spend every year. And we're growing. We now have a chief health information officer, and we're moving into the cloud and those kinds of things. Our Office of Regulatory Affairs is our field operation. Here's where really all the inspections go on. So we inspect food and feed for animals, mammography devices, as I talked about, eggs, tobacco, our BSE labs. We're inspecting everything, and that comes out of our Office of Regulatory Affairs. It's a very unique program that we do with our state inspections. We have not enough inspectors in the FDA, so we actually, under the Food and Cosmetic Act, we actually go out and we commission the states on behalf of FDA to do inspections for us. Now, the interesting part about this, and I know there's another slide on it, or I think there is, the interesting part about it is the Food and Cosmetic Act talks about that only the states are commissioned to do these inspections for us. Very recently, the states are all have budget cuts, and they can't really meet the demands or not that interested in doing business with FDA at this particular moment. So we've moved into what's called third-party inspections. So now we're actually hiring contractors to go out and do these inspections on our behalf. The first few third-party inspection programs were just awarded, and they all went to small business. So none of them are really located here, but the good news is we're looking to small business to meet that new emerging need. And then we have the Office of the Commissioner and the Office of Operations, which we support, which is really the administrative arm of the agency. Our acquisition principles, everything we do, naturally, fairness in all the acquisitions that we put out, transparency, competition. With the exception of the 8A program, we're looking to do competition. When I took over the organization in 2008, we had a dismal competition rate. I think I took the office over in 2007, actually. We had a dismal competition rate. Only 42% of our contracts were competed, because that was the time. Everything was sole source. No one was really watching. And we had a new senior procurement executive at the department who came in from Department of Defense, and he said, what is this with all these sole source contracts? So in 1 year's time, we went from 42% up to 84%. So and now we're in the 90s for competing our contracts. Socioeconomic goals, I have a slide on that later. I think you'll see that FDA is a big believer in small business. We're a huge advocate. We participate in all of these events. In addition, we have our own Small Business Vendor Outreach Day. We really believe in small business. The key is selling it to the program officials within the organization. And then the acquisition process. That's the interesting one, that we ask our programs, and certainly you, the contractors, who know more than some of my contract specialists, to respect the acquisition process. Don't call and ask us to, I forgot to submit my proposal on time, or I forgot these things, can you do me a favor? And I get a lot of messages even on Facebook from people I don't know. I heard you're the director of acquisitions, and we forgot our pricing tables, what can you do? And just delete that, because there's not much I can do about that. So my office is located throughout the country because FDA is located throughout the country. As I said, we have a huge presence in what I call the field, not in the Washington, D.C. area. So I have staff located in various places to help support the agency. They all report into the headquarters operation. And the reason why these people are out in field locations is because there were 2 acquisition offices. And in 2009, I took over all of acquisitions for FDA, and I didn't make these people move to DC. It's proven very beneficial to have people in field locations because if we're down for a snowstorm or anything like that, we've got really contingency operations going on throughout the country. Interestingly enough, I have 2 deputies. One of them is here with me in Rockville. My other deputy resides in Dallas, Texas. And there's only one other staff person out there. So it's an interesting dynamic, but it works well for us. We have a large presence in Arkansas. As I said, our Center for Toxicological Research is there. So I have a staff of 10 in Arkansas. All the other locations are just smaller numbers of people. This is our organizational structure. The purpose of this is to show that we're aligned by commodity and service and not by our customer base. So I don't have specialists supporting the Center for Tobacco Products or the Center for Biologics. We've aligned ourselves by commodity and service so we can learn to be experts in what we're buying and look to leverage our buying power. And this too has also proven well. When I first came to FDA, we were aligned by our customer base. And I have people who know how to buy IT, know the rules around IT and 508. And if they're just supporting an individual center, they don't become really an expert in what they're buying. So a little bit about our goals and statistics over the last couple years. Here's our small business goals, something that we are certainly proud of. As you can see, last year, almost half of all of our acquisition dollars went to small business. And we work, again, very hard to achieve that goal. We're a little shy on HubZone, so we do our own outreach day, mostly targeted at HubZones and service-disabled, veteran-owned businesses. The very sad thing is, and I don't have it on this chart because I believe it was 2009, FDA had 70% of its acquisition dollars going to service-disabled, veteran-owned businesses, and we won the Veterans Affairs Champion Award for so much work going to small business. So we're looking to increase that every year, and you can see where we are in FY14. Of course, the FY14 statistics are, while they're here, most acquisition offices, including FDA, does probably 50% of its work or more in the last quarter of the fiscal year. So you'll see this number change a lot as we tackle the last, we're almost in the 4th quarter of the fiscal year. FDA does shut its books early. We shut our books around September 18th. So we're different from most of the acquisition offices. I'm looking at my colleague Patrick here, who I know works till midnight on September 30th. My office is having its year-end party on September 30th because we shut down early. Our competition, as I said, that's always been something that it's been difficult to teach our program offices about the need to compete acquisitions. So you can see from this, last year we were in the 90s for both our 90 percentile range for both our contracts and actions and dollars going to competitively. This year, where we are to date, still almost at 90% for eligible actions and 97% for contract dollars. This will change a little bit this year because the way we're being measured looks a little bit different. And this is something I personally struggle with. It's really that double-edged sword because what I call a direct award 8A contract, some of you might refer to it as a sole source 8A award, actually gets counted in our base now. So if we're making all of these awards and 34% of our dollars are going to 8A firms, it counts against us in our base for our competition goals. So this number is going to go down a lot this year, the way they're calculating. In addition to that, leases now are included. The only people who do acquisitions that don't work for me are our leasing specialists in the FDA. And so normally when you're leasing a building like our large White Oak campus that we lease, that's not small business that we're leasing an entire campus from. So the numbers will go down, but I will always measure taking some of those other things out, like the lease and 8A, because 8A should not count against you in your competition dollars. So I do believe FDA will still continue to be in the high 80s or 90s for competition this year. These are our awards. We're kind of a sweatshop. We do a lot of work, 6,300 actions per year. That includes our contracts and grants. Our grants program is growing as we're moving into a lot of collaboration in the science area. Collaboration normally doesn't lend itself for a contract. We're getting into some partnerships. So this number is going to continue to grow. Right now, it's really shocking to me. This number is a little outdated, but I ran our figures yesterday. We've only awarded 3,000 actions this fiscal year, valued at about $634 million, which means the next 12 weeks, 15 weeks are going to be really, really busy. We don't even have the work in-house yet. So I expect easily 2,500 more actions to come our way this fiscal year. What that means is we look to 8A and small business to help us meet those year-end goals. We don't have time to go out and do big competitive procurement, so we're truly looking at easy ways to get the work done. So there's lots of opportunities in FDA in the next 14, 15 weeks. We set our acquisition cutoff dates with our customers, and the only reason I put this slide up here is because we start our planning right now for next fiscal year, and I actually think that's pretty late, but I can't get the other people on the other side to get us work earlier. What we do is we set a lofty goal in November every year for the program offices to submit 1/3 of their acquisition packages, even ahead of funding, to my office, because I believe we're missing really good talent if we're waiting to do all of our awards and getting all of our work in at one time. So I like to spread the work equitably through the 4 quarters. And so we're asking for 1/3 of the work to come in, because I think towards the end of the fiscal year, you all as vendors, contractors need to decide when an RFP comes out or an RFQ, where do I have my the most likelihood of winning? So you may not be bidding on some of our contracts. So we might be losing a whole talented pool of contractors because they might bid on an Army contract or some other contract. So we are trying to get ahead of the curve. It's working. It's slow to be picked up by the program offices. I have to think of some type of negative incentive. Oh, I have 5 minutes. I better rush. Negative incentive so the programs can get their work to us earlier, so we can get those requirements out on the street for you all to bid on earlier. We can do everything up to award without actually having the funding document. We have a big cutoff date today. I'm glad I'm not in the office, because I probably expect about 500 new requirements in today with this cutoff date that we have. And this is a little bit about doing business with FDA. We buy everything that the scientists, reviewers, people in facilities, our analysts, anything in the agency needs, we buy it for them to meet their mission. So scientific software, bedding in cages for the animals, X-ray equipment, telecommunications products, reagents, chemicals. We're buying everything. I think there's another list. That was really kind of the list. But think about everything that you need to do your job, and we're buying it, even from the pens and pencils. Doing business with FDA, some of this is a review, but I encourage you to go to the department's website. That's where you're going to find most of your information. We put our information there as well. When we have an outreach event, it goes on the department's website. Get a DUNS number. I know this was already talked about. You need to get a DUNS number, and you need to register in SAM in order to do business with the federal government. There are very, very few exceptions. If you're a one-time scientific speaker coming in, I think that's an exception to registering. But for the most part, we cannot make you an award. At the end of the year, we're doing all of this work and you're not registered in SAM. We don't have time to wait for you to get registered in SAM. Sometimes we have to go to the next offeror and make the contract award to them. Become familiar with the contracting procedures. Teresa talked about it. Some of you probably know much more than many of my specialists. There is a high turnover rate in the 1102 acquisition field. It's constant turnover. We have about 19% turnover. slightly less than the average acquisition office, which experiences about 25% turnover. But as these new people come in, I have to train them. So, and I hire at GS9 levels, so they're not as familiar with acquisitions. I know a man over here talked about getting some bad information or questionable information from a contract specialist. I bet you know more than they know. So always elevate to the next person and ask the question. They're a little scared to answer some questions. They don't want to get in trouble, or they just don't know. Market your company to the right contacts. Please don't call the commissioner or the chief operating officer and market yourselves to them, because what they're going to do is just call me and say, Glenda, can you call this company? And they might promise you something that they can't deliver on, because the commissioner, the chief operating officer, they don't understand the rules. That's what they rely on my office to do. So they might promise you a contract that I, in fact, cannot deliver on. So call John Ferguson, who's in the back of the room. He's our small business specialist. Call John. Call any one of my managers. Our org chart is right on our website. Call any one of them if you have an acquisition question or you want to market to us. Visit FedBizOps. Shanta talked a lot about it, so I won't go into all the details about it, but definitely register to get the daily downloads or updates. Go to outreach sessions. I was just in Chicago a few weeks ago meeting with firms. I went out to Chicago because we actually have an office in Chicago. I made a lot of good contacts. I put those people in Chicago in touch with my program offices around the country, and hopefully we're making a connection. And of course, explore subcontracting opportunities. If you've never done business with the government or you're very new to it, start being a subcontractor, or maybe just a prime. Don't go for the gusto. Don't say, I want to be a prime with subs right off the bat. Start small. Sometimes just getting in, improving yourself, making those contacts is critically important. And most of all, don't bid on something that you know you cannot do. Teresa shows the slide where the person's a bricklayer or an accountant, all of those things. We see that often. Market yourselves to what you're really good at and what you know how to do to be successful. That's what you want to be. Respond to RFIs and sources sought. Don't just kind of regurgitate back what was in the sources sought synopsis. Tell us what you can do, how you can meet the needs. Because we have to go through an evaluation process of your CAPE statement. So don't just send your generic CAPE statement into us. That's not going to do us a lot of good. We are constantly in that pushing mode with the program offices to consider small business. But if they get your CAPE statement and it doesn't say anything, they're going to put your a red mark in the box that, no, these people can't do the work for us. So really tailor your response to what we're looking for. Get on GSA schedule. Maintain high standards of integrity. We already talked about this one. Know the FAR. It's really important for people to understand the FAR. And if you're doing business with FDA, the HISAR. I won't go into this. I know my slides will be available because I think I'm just about out of time. But in the sources sought, this is good information about how you respond to a sources sought synopsis and what you need to do. So take a look at this once you all get the slides. RFI pointers, are you capable? Read, and reread section C, L, and M, critically important. Answer the mail, how are you going to do it? Again, don't just parrot back what we put out to you. Pay attention to page limitations. Sometimes we get a novel when we said 10 pages. After we get to page 10, we can't consider anything else. So pay particular attention to some of these things. And then, of course, always request a debriefing. That is valuable key information which will help you strengthen your proposal for the next go-around, whether it be with FDA or any other federal agency. Here's a little proposal checklist to go through. I won't go through this. Again, you'll get the slides later. And then where to go for more information. On our website, we have probably a presentation similar to this. We have a lot of stuff on our internet. FedBizOps, HHS's Small Business Office. Go to the Small Business Administration. I'm always amazed at how much information they have out there. And then I just throw this out there just as HHS is the largest grant-making organization and we own grants.gov, and grants is under me. Go visit that page as well. I know Amy talked about how to get grants with Department of Health and Human Services. So again, I won't spend time on FedBizOps since Shanta covered this. Here's just some samples of things we currently have out in FedBizOps. So we put our source of thought announcements out there. That's how we're looking for companies to do business with the Food and Drug Administration. Here's a little page on how to get on GSA schedule. It's a long process, and I think it's also, from my understanding, not an inexpensive process, but I think it's worth it to get on GSA schedule. That's one of the preferred sources when you're going out for federal agencies to procure, so I encourage you all to get schedules or align yourself with someone who has a GSA schedule. And then this is about working together. Everyone's in this partnership together when we execute a contract award. You've got the contracting office, the program office, and certainly our finance office, because it's that end-to-end process. We have to execute a contract, and you all need to do your perform and deliver, and ultimately then get paid. So this is how we see ourselves at FDA in that partnership. This is a very important slide. It's all the contact information. Now, this is our new information. Our phone numbers changed a few weeks ago. If you call any on our internet, it might still have our old phone numbers. If you call that, you'll be routed through to these new numbers. I've got lots of division directors who each has at least 15 plus years in acquisitions. They are very skilled and can answer any of your questions. I encourage you to call them, meet with them, and certainly meet with John Ferguson. Also, it's twice the bang for the buck when you meet with John Ferguson, as he also supports the Indian Health Service. So you'll get to hear about opportunities at FDA and the Indian Health Service. Any questions before I have to leave? We do lots of task orders. We do task orders under single award contracts in FDA. We are now moving into a lot of multiple award contracts. We issue orders against GSA schedule. We issue orders against the department's BPAs, so lots of task orders.
Just wonder if one of the tools in your toolset is GSA STARS 2. You mentioned the rush of the following 14 weeks. I wonder if STARS 2 is something that I know some other agencies, sub-agencies I should say, in HHS use them. We have been successful. We provide SharePoint development and mobile application development. I wonder if STARS 2 is something that you use.
Yes, we're using all of those vehicles, any way that we can quickly get this work done.
He's outside.
Yeah, John was here. I think he just stepped out.
He's at the HHS table.
He's at the HHS table. Any other questions? Oh.
Hi. A couple of questions. The first one is on the Hub Zone. Do you have any Hub Zone outreach event planned for FDA in next 2 to 3 months time frame?
So we are actually looking to look to some hub zones, as our number in our statistics is a little low that way. I don't have the forecast here with me. Give me a call next week, or give John Ferguson a call. We can look for any opportunities for hub zones.
Okay, thank you.
So we definitely need to get our number up in that area.
Okay, and the second one is, you talked about within the next 8 to 12 weeks, you're going to be really busy, issuing solicitations and awarding contracts or whatnot. How do we get ourselves ahead of it so that we start kind of looking at what are the upcoming opportunities within the next 12 weeks or so, and align ourselves or partner with other vendors or whatnot, so that we have a better opportunity in terms of winning the proposals?
Right. That's a good question. The very first thing is definitely you want to get yourself in touch with John Ferguson. I think Teresa talked about it. Any action we do over $25,000 goes through John Ferguson's hands. So he is looking at every proposed acquisition strategy. So if we say, for example, we're going out full and open, and John gets the package, and he says, I know of 10 small businesses, 8A companies that can do this work. We're looking to shift that acquisition strategy. So get with John, and you can always give me a call. I float between various offices, so email's a good way to get in contact with me as well. Any other questions?
Just one question. Where is the forecast, ma'am?
Oh, I'll address that.
We'll let Teresa address that. The good news is we do have a forecast, but I'll let her talk about the HHS forecast. And we're actually working on our forecast for next fiscal year. We've put the call out to our centers and offices. This year, we're going down to the $25,000 level. In the past, it was at $150,000. So you'll see many more opportunities in FY15 that are actually publicized on the forecast. And our centers and offices owe me their information by June 16th, so we will meet the department's deadline of September 1st of having our 15 forecast, but I'll let Teresa talk about the 14 forecast. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great day.
Okay, so the forecast, we once had a system. When I arrived at HHS, I found that the system was merely Excel spreadsheets. You couldn't sort. They were PDFs of Excel spreadsheets. You couldn't do anything with them. Only 4%, 3.8 to be exact, of all of the 85,000 contract actions that we award were in the forecast. It wasn't doing anything for us, so I shut it down. I awarded a small business contract to do an assessment to find out why it wasn't working, what do we need to do to make it work. I've since hired a small business to come in and build me a forecast, and that's what they have done. And we're working very closely with all of the agencies within HHS. And this time, the program offices, lights please, turn off the lights. Are you laying on the lights, guys, back there? Thank you. So this time the program managers are now engaged. They will be the ones entering the information into the system. So we will have a viable forecast for FY15. If you have some questions about the forecast at the specific octaves, you can contact the small business specialist and they can get you that information. So, all right. Glenda, again, as always, thank you so very much. And here I go with this. So, how to do business with the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response. Let me just say that this is really what you come for. You come to know how to do business within HHS and specifically the particular octaves. The ASPR, as we affectionately refer to it, is one of those that has very unique mission. I mean, they're all similar, but very unique, and and how they do business with small businesses. I'll just say this real fast. Is that not?
I'm not ASPR.
Oh, they got it wrong. I'm so sorry. That's okay. I just saw that.
So we aren't unique.
You are unique still. Program support. So, yeah, they got you all mixed up, Patrick. I apologize. So, all right, the Office of Program Support. The Office of Program Support, come on up, Patrick. I can't tap dance this one out, so come on up. Okay. You can tell them about PSC.
Sure.
Let me make sure they loaded the right presentation. Is this the right one? Yeah. That's it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day. My name is Patrick Joy. I'm the interim head of contracting activity at the Program Support Center, which is under the Assistant Secretary for Administration. ASPR is a totally different office that does emergency response. We used to support them, but we don't support them anymore. I'm just going to give you a quick general intro of our organization. Then I'll emphasize our commitment to small business goals, which is why we're here. Some general do's and don'ts, and then a current opportunity we have on the street right now. Bear with me, I've adjusted this 3 times as I've been listening to people speak. I'm trying not to be repetitive. Let's see if I can do this too. There we go. The Program Support Center, you can see we have a mission, we have a vision. I'm sure we paid a small business actually to develop this for us. The main thing about PSC is we're a fee-for-service organization within HHS. We were formed basically in 1997-ish, 96, cobbled together some other services that were like-minded across the department of HHS, and then they said, hey, why don't you start charging a fee to support yourself, so we're no longer appropriated. So we have to go get our customers. We do have some mandatory customers, or what we call mandatory customers, because I have to give them permission to go outside of us, but they don't see themselves as mandatory to us because they're not part of our organization. The other thing is, Glenda mentioned it, is acquisition planning and all that. It's one thing for an organization like FDA, which is in the chain of command, to try to get organization, some procurement planning. You know, we're not in that organizational chain of command. So us trying to pull this information from our customers is very, very, very difficult because, you know, we don't have any say with them. So hopefully this new procurement forecast that the department is developing, which puts emphasis on our customers and the program offices to input the data, will actually help you a lot because we just got things dumped on us. And it was like, yeah, you have 60 days to award this. Start working. But anyway, we're a pretty large organization. We have like an $800 million budget, number of offices, fee-for-service areas. We have, it says offices nationwide. Yes, in a sense, but like we have an office in Chicago, it's one person, so. But it sounds better, I guess, if you say offices nationwide. But, and we charge our customers rates. You know, we charge them 1.5% to award a negotiated contract. So, you know, that's how we make our money. Basically, this is our portfolios. These are the services PSC provides. I'll just go through a couple. You know, one is, you've heard grant.gov. Well, the payment management system and that work that's paid out, we support that. It's the second largest, I think, grant paying system in the federal government. That's in PSC. Federal Occupational Health. They have health centers throughout the United States, throughout federal agencies. They provide environmental health assessments and help. Of course, you know, negotiated contracts, purchase card management for a number of our customers. We do facility work for various agencies. Colleague here at HRSA, they're in our building as we're redoing it, and they're yelling at us for the furniture we're buying or not buying properly. You know, so we do a lot of variety of work to support our own organization and customers, such as facility work, guard services, you know, IT systems for our own internal customers. But then we have other customers. We support the Assistant Secretary for Administration. We support, you know, the OSDBU office. We support, you know, all the different staff divs in the department, whether it be public affairs, ASFR, where Amy Hazeltine and Nancy Gunderson are. We support all those organizations at the department itself, Administration for Children and Families. So their mission to support it by contracts has to come through us also. So we do a wide variety of customers, wide variety of work, variety of types of work. I've been at HHS for 25 years in the Program Support Center area, or ASC, which we were known beforehand. I've done facility contracts, guard contracts, you know, I've done IT systems, I've done support contracts, what my boss used to call light research, because it's not the NIH stuff. You know, surveys and everything. Teresa mentioned that we don't, you know, buy tanks and airplanes and ships, or helicopters, I think it was. Well, actually, we do. We support right now DOD, Letterkenny Army Depot up in Chambersburg, and our contract is to refurbish the armored vehicles. So we do that. And hopefully none of you will ever find this out, but OIG and all government agencies, they're heavily armed militias nowadays. They have equipment, and we buy that for them too. We support them. So weapons, they've tried to buy light tanks, shall we say. We also support a lot of DOD offices. We've supported, you know, Special Operations Forces Command, a lot of Army bases, Naval Facility Command. We have to go out and get business from our outside customers. So, you know, we have this internal, but we're also looking to bring in new business, which is new types of work that could be anything. For Special Operations Forces Command, we were buying, you know, a lot of the equipment, not the weapons, that they wear on the field. You know, Army could do that. Why they're coming to us, I don't know. I'm not going to argue with them because, you know, we're fee for service. This is just a general thing, so you can see how much money, you know, our organization is. You know, we had a big spike in 2010. You you know, got over $1.5 billion out of our office, but of course that was, you know, Recovery Act. So it's slowly dwindled down. It's stabilizing some now. And the other chart is our assisted acquisitions. There was a big spike there because they put a big emphasis on us growing our business. We were pretty content and happy to take business in, but they said, no, we want you to grow. We had what's known as cooperative administrative support units throughout the government, Chicago, New York, other areas, Kansas City, and we took those over. They were HHS CASUs is what they were known. They provide staffing and other support on a fee-for-service basis throughout the government. So we took those over, spiked our numbers some. Of course, they went down because, you know, they were used to dealing with CASU. They weren't dealing with us. So they go up, we'll just go in-house. Plus, a lot of agencies are trying to bring work in-house now. We also just, I should mention, FDA, CDC, NIH, we do support their offices too. With all the offices in HHS, Glenda does send us work, but it has to come through her before it gets to us, while a lot of the other offices, like DOD, they just come to us directly. A lot of them don't have their own contract shop. Just a quick organization. We're not set up by customer. We're not set up by you know, commodity. We're hybrid. We're trying to do a lot of customer focus, but we are trying to break out more of the specialized units, such as IT, such as, you know, our simplified branch, which could be anything because, you know, that's a different animal altogether. We also have an office in Perry Point, Maryland, which is on the East Coast, you know, towards Philadelphia from here, straight up 95. They buy medical equipment, surgical supplies, and repackage them for, you know, international as well as, you know, federal government, DOD, NIH studies. You know, if they need a kit to make sure it's always the same stuff. They buy most of their stuff off the VA prime schedules, but they're buying lots of commodities. You don't really need to know this. I just thought you should see how we're organized. Now, socioeconomic awards. Yes, we see? So, okay. We do have a commitment to small businesses. We take great pride on, you know, how well we do. Like FDA, you know, there's other parts of the department that can't meet their small business goals, and they ask us to make it up. The government-wide, you know, small business goal is 23%. FDA's in the 40s. We're in the 30s. You know, we're making up some of that difference. So we do have a big emphasis. FY13, we met all our goals, but HubZone, which was a little shocking that we didn't meet the HubZone 2 because that's our security contract, but I think they downsized it that year. So we do have a goal. We're emphasizing it. We work with OSDBU. So far this year, we're doing pretty good. We're continuing to emphasize our small businesses. Anthony Josie, who had the microphone over here, there he is. He's our small business specialist. We run things through him. I refer things to him because a lot of times, and I'll get to the do's and don'ts, we get, you know, just calls out of the blue saying, what do you have for me? And, you know, I don't have anything for you. I'm trying to respond to things. Talk to Anthony and he can help filter some of this information. But no, we do have a lot of small business set-asides. We do have a lot of 8As. We use STARS, every government vehicle we can out there to try to meet the needs of the different government agencies. Now, before I get to the actual opportunity we currently have out there, I just want to go over some do's and don'ts. Some of this has been said, but most of you probably already know this. But you know, getting a government contract is not easy. It's very hard. And then you get your contract and you think, great, I've made it, you know. But we get, and Anthony can probably back me up, we get contractors into our offices. I've seen it, they've sat down and said, what can you do for me? Literally, they just think we're going to hand them a contract because they wanted to get in government contracts. I know you guys are out here, you're trying to learn how to do it. Thank you. It makes our lives a lot easier when you do that footwork beforehand. Make sure if you're getting into government contracts for the first time, you know, some were state people, some were, you know, didn't raise their hands that they had government contracts. Government is unique, federal government. I've seen companies getting government contracts, highly competent, get the work done, and they're out of business in 3 years because they ran afoul of regulations they never had to deal with. You know, Service Contract Act is a perfect example. All of a sudden, they're getting massive fines from the Labor Department because they did not take that into account. And they're underpaying people according to SBA. Make sure you know those regulations. A lot of people, they get a contract, you know, in private industry, you can develop that relationship across the board. You know, you become partners more. On the federal side, although we like to try to say we're partners, we can't really. We're separate, and the contracts office are usually separate from the program office, so there's even more separation. So then, you know, you think you're shooing for the follow-on, and what you're proposing is basically what you know that office needs. You've been there. You know what they need. However, the solicitation that came out said, this is what we want. You know, it's not really what they need, but you're responding, you know, to the wrong thing. So please make sure you're reading your solicitations. Glenda talked briefly about RFIs. You flipped through real quick. I'll take the other take. Yes, we put out a lot of RFIs and source of thought. We're looking for those vendors, you know. But if you do put something in, like she said, it must be relevant, because if you're just throwing things in to say, hey, there's people out here, or I just will throw a capability statement out there, you're delaying the process. You're not helping yourself, because then the program's looking at it going, why did they respond to this? And they may remember your name for, you know, bad reasons in the back of their head, you know, and it makes life difficult, because we really, if we put it out there, we're looking for small businesses or 8As, but sometimes, you know, not everything can be done by small businesses, or it wouldn't be the best thing to be done by small businesses. So if people are just throwing things in there to say it, they're delaying the process, and, you know, they're not using their energy on the things they can get. So be selective in when you respond. But of course, if you think you really can get it, please respond. Because sometimes, I've heard it, it's like, why didn't this come out as a small business set-aside? Well, we didn't get any pertinent responses. Well, you knew I was out there. Well, yeah, but you didn't respond, so we can only go by that, you know? So you assume other people are going to respond, or someone will already know. But if we do put it out there, we're really looking, but just don't throw a standard capability statement, you know, the one-pager out there that doesn't say anything, because it just doesn't help the process at all. Again, section L&M, I'm speeding through because a lot of it's already been said of what I was going to say, and I'm trying to do it on the fly here. But one thing I will say that I've noticed when I've gone out to try to market for our organization, and I know, you know, you all are in business, so I'm sure you do a lot of this. If you perform some independent research on who you're going after, you know, what is their 5-year plan? What is their, you know, major projects? What's their budget? I know if I even throw, you know, cursory knowledge out when I'm talking to a potential customer, they think, oh, hey, he's actually paying attention to who we are. You know, I know from my own experience, program offices, if you're parroting back just what's in the RFP in the background, you know, it's one thing. But if you start throwing some stuff in that you've researched on your own, and they actually take notice and say, they're actually looking at us and trying to see how they can help us. They're doing more than just, you know, what's in the RFP. You know, it actually will make a bigger difference than you may imagine. I've seen it, I've heard the program offices say it, so please perform some of that independent research. Throw it in when making sure you understand their project and what they're trying to solicit. Because if you don't, and just give them back what the solicitation is, you know, it's just you're one of everyone else. Let's see. I'll talk generally about the PSE IDIQ. This is a major vehicle for us. It's our only true IDIQ multi-award vehicle that we have out there. We have some other smaller dedicated ones. But we, I think, ran $600 million over 6 years through this vehicle. Most of it went to large businesses. It was competitive. We've changed it. We're trying to define the statement of work a little better because it was very broad. And, you know, we had 30% were small business prime awards. We're trying to hopefully get 45. We're working with Anthony Josie and the Ostaboo office to develop some standards. That is our goal. It's not a partial set aside. It's not a hard and fast set aside of 45%. That is our strong goal, and I think we'll reach it, no problem. But also, just getting a prime contract on an IDIQ vehicle, I've again seen this across the board. It may not help you. It probably would help you more if you teamed with some of the larger ones and got the experience and worked with them for these awards, because we're consolidating work, we're consolidating programs across the government. We're making things, one contract as opposed to 5. It's not true bundling because they weren't all small businesses beforehand. But we're consolidating some stuff because we don't have the staff to do 5 contracts, but we could do 1 big contract. So it's harder for the primes, if they're small businesses, to get that initial award, but they could easily support. So I encourage you all to go to the vendor list on FBO, find out RTIs here, some of our other prime vendors, large vendors are on there. We get referrals from NITAC, team up with NITAC, large businesses, get that work in through that way. It actually probably be cheaper for you, and if you get a good relationship, you'll get probably more work. Because I've seen so many proposals come in from small businesses, and they just can't do everything. And then they don't get the awards under the prime vehicle, and they get disappointed, and they get discouraged. And then, they're out of business, or they just quit, or they just stop coming to us and going somewhere else and hoping they'll have better luck. The only other thing I will mention, since this is a small business conference, is, again, my experience. I've been with contractors, small businesses, starting up, very good companies. Don't try to grow too fast. We've had companies, I don't know how many, we're dealing with some right now, who got prime vendors, prime awards, got it through GSA, got work and work and work, and now their reputation is shot. They, got growth of this, and green here and awards here. Everyone loved them, and then 3 years later, they're just in bad shape, and it's hard to recover from that. I've seen it so many times, especially with GSA contracts or an IDIQ vehicle. You get it, and then you start getting all these task orders, and you're a small business. Most likely you have 1, 2, 3, 4 people managing the back office, doing everything. Well, when you're all of a sudden trying to manage 20, 30 projects with extra staff and subcontracts and billing, and it gets confusing, things get wrong, you get a bad reputation, quality goes down, and you go downhill. And it is very hard to recover from that. I've seen it on firms left and right that we've dealt with that disappeared or went out of business. And I would just grow smartly. Grow, get the work that you can do. Don't try to do CPA and all that, publishing of music and everything, or form separate companies, so we don't know. But make sure what you're doing is something you can do, and you can do it well, because I'm sure you've heard it, and the gentleman asked about, 8As and set-asides, it's like, well, I don't want a small business to do it, or I don't want an 8A to do this, because 8As do this, or this, because of one firm or a couple of firms, and they had bad experience with. You guys aren't all the same. So please, grow smart, get the work you can really do well, and don't just try to grow for the sake of growing. We will have a person here, Darnice Wilkerson, one of our branch chiefs. She'll be here for the matchmaking, and I hope she can help you. We're planning an industry day right now over at probably in DC at the Humphrey Building, the main headquarters for HHS, and their great halls, what our goal is. That would probably be a focus of hub zone service disabled vets, because that's what it seems everyone has problems with. But that probably won't be to the fall. We can't do it in the 4th quarter, and so it's most likely going to be the fall. The only last thing I will say is, no, actually, he says stop, so I'll stop. Well, thank you.
Okay, see if I can get this next one right. Okay, so SAMHSA is here. All right, so I used one of the examples earlier in my presentation when I showed the slide from the budget and brief. On SAMHSA, there was a question I got from a gentleman this morning about, I think it was Jay, about the type of work that SAMHSA is doing. So this is the presentation, Jay. So here it is. Lynn? Where's Lynn? Lynn is here. Okay. Where's Lynn? Hmm? Yeah. Did you do Q&A? No. Oh, okay. Did you have questions for Patrick?
Did anybody have questions for Patrick?
Yeah, Patrick, please.
I saw Patrick. I didn't see him.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, if she's not here, we'll just have to move forward. Okay.
Anybody have any questions?
Hi, any questions?
Yes. Hi, I have one. You mentioned a hub zone planned event for the fall. Is there a registry or something that we can sign up for on your site?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay.
And one thing you'll find out if you go to psc.gov, is our website is horrible. It's typical government. We don't control it. It comes out of our communication office, so it's not even controlled by the contracting office. So it's very difficult for us to get information up. We're working on that continually and fighting with them. So, well, if no one has any questions, I will say the one other thing I was going to say is I've heard people like, what business are you in? Try to be a little more specific. I've heard so many people, I'm in the IT business. That means nothing. You know, please don't. I know you're just being general and trying to be friendly a lot of times, but specifics I'm in Oracle database management. That's better than IT because IT is everything. So it's even surveys nowadays. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. When you mentioned that you're seeing more and more bundling, and you mentioned bundling multiple.
I don't mean bundling.
Okay, putting together.
Anthony won't let me do that.
Creating a larger contract out of a series of smaller contracts. If those were all small business contracts and they ended up being one large contract, would that still get small business set aside, or does that move into the small business?
No, that would. I mean, most of the, I shouldn't say the word bundling, but the consolidation we do would be, you know, we had 2 surveys coming out of this office, so we're going to, you know, they were awarded to APT. You know, they did it, whatever, with a bunch of subs. And then, okay, we're going to put them both under one. So it's one thing with 2 separate surveys as opposed to each award for a survey. We do a lot of that type of consolidation, or program office themselves combined. AOA and I think it was ADD at ACF. AOA used to be an operational division. They combined, and now they're ACL. I don't remember what ACL stands for. So a lot of their contracts were combined because of the support. So those are the type of consolidations, not taking 3 small business awards and putting them all under one. The only one we sort of did that with was our guard contract. Originally, when we combined the guard contracts, I think we did do a bundling determination and got it approved. But now I think we're breaking them up again because DC regulations and Maryland regulations aren't jiving as much as they used to. So.
And one more quick question about the IDIQ. You said that you intend to set aside 45% of the awards of the IDIQ itself. Can you speak at all to the efforts you're going to make to ensure that the task orders coming out under it are also small business set aside?
Yes, I can. And that's another thing we're working with Anthony with. We are developing a plan to make, typically under an IDIQ, the regulations have changed, so now we can set aside under an IDIQ. That wasn't the way it used to be. So now we are working on a plan to try to encourage that, as well as if we don't meet our goals and we're not meeting our small business goals, we have developed an internal system with Anthony of basically, if we aren't doing that, he's going to start reviewing every single IDIQ task order award to say, no, this one will go small business to get our numbers up. That's how we're doing it right now. I think, I think we'll do a lot better than we did in the past. We had a lot of ERA money come through, which really skewed our large dollars under the IDIQ. And, 600 million and, 80 million was small business. But a lot of that was ERA money that we got. And that, like I said, skewed our numbers dramatically. So, and the one thing I would just say is Lynn here? No?
I'm ready.
You're going to take it? Okay. I was just going to say that, although Glenda left, the HCAs go up in height as we go along during the day. So eventually you're going to have someone tall. So thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're a team. All right, so we don't know what happened to Lynn. So what we're going to do is just move on, and we will have the presentation on how to do business with the National Institutes of Health. So give me a minute. Let me forward the slide, and then Glennis, I'll call you up. All right, pray for me. Did I go too far? Yeah. That's good. Yep. Okay. Very good. All right.
Hi, I'm here from the National Institute of Health. I'm from the Contracts Office, which is the stepchild. NIH does mostly grants, but we still have a lot of money that goes to contracts, and hopefully we'll give you some assistance in how to work with NIH and get an NIH contract, or you have some idea about how, if you're interested, to work with us or approach us. So the NIH mission, probably most of you know, we appear in the newspaper all the time. We're one of the world's foremost centers for biomedical and behavioral scientific research. We work to discover knowledge that will lead to better health for the American people. We support basic and applied biomedical and behavioral research. This is the 2012 budget. And our budget didn't go up very much in 2013 or 14. NITAC will be coming. There will be a NITAC presentation. Yes.
Yes.
No, the NITAC presentation will explain it. We have someone coming specifically.
She's here.
Oh, we have someone here specifically. There's Erin. She will do the presentation for NITAC. So there's nothing in my presentation about NITAC. I took it out because I knew that there was a NITAC presentation. NIH has 27 separate institutes and centers, and there are 10 separate centers of acquisition. So that's 10 separate organizations that you can work with in order to get a contract. And you can see this is the chart that shows all the 27. This chart, the important part in this for you to remember is that number in the middle, that 4.67 billion, that is how much NIH gives in contracts, approximately, a year. So a lot of money. And what do we buy with that huge amount of money? We buy products that support our campus, our labs. Sorry. Need to go back. Information technology, construction, you wouldn't think of that, but there's a lot of construction and refurbishment that goes on the NIH campus. Services, and predominantly research and development. That's what we focus on. That's where most of our contract dollars go. And most of these are large contracts that go over 5 years, and they're multi-million dollars. So our research and development contracts, they're for services and products that we use in the labs at NIH for our on-campus research. So we might buy freezers and microscopes. Anything that you might see in a lab, we buy it for our labs. And then most of our R&D services that are external contracts, they go to educational services, hospitals, and private labs for the research that we conduct. Studies, clinical trials. I'm sure you're familiar with a lot of our clinical trials. And I don't know if anyone searches for the clinical trials, but there's a website that you can search out what clinical trials in case you're interested in ever participating in an ongoing clinical trial. And as I said, these are large contracts, 5 years, sometimes more, because clinical trials can go on for a very long period of time, and multi-million-dollar contracts. So, how are you going to participate with NIH in these contracts? Now, a lot of these hints, these are things that you've heard today. Some things hopefully I'll skip over. But some things that are unique to NIH that you wouldn't see as much at FDA or PSC is it's huge. 27 institutes. How are you going to find your start? How are you going to get your foot in the door? One of the important things you can do is find the area that you are best suited to, your niche. Where can you offer NIH something that they need? You get to know the program people. Go to scientific conferences, talk to people, meet them, get to know, you're not going to necessarily get your foot in the door by calling the program director, but get to know the program people that are actually doing the work. And also in the Office of Acquisition, try and talk to them. And of course, the most important thing, and I'm looking at it right now, is talk to our small business people. I know you've heard this before. NIH has small business people. They're here today. Annette Owen Scarborough, do you want to stand up, Annette? She's the first person you should be talking to. Also, Courtney Carter and Wayne Berry are here. They support us. They sit with us. They work for the department, but they know NIH inside and out. So talk to them. They know what's coming. They're your advocates. I'll continue to mention their names. And I said visit the conferences, show people what you can do, provide demos, market to your program people. Now, I know Patrick talked about this really and did a great job. If you can't get a prime contract, start with a subcontract. You get the benefit of learning from the prime's experience, you're partnering. Also, BPAs. I think we have 750 BPAs. It's a great place to start. So this is an example of what NIH is. It's a giant organization, and how do you start? So the most important thing you can do is participate, and that means you go to as many activities as you can. Our small business people hold lots of activities because there are 10 different centers of acquisition. A lot of them hold their own outreach sessions. Keep checking websites, find out when these sessions are. You'll meet contracting officers, you'll meet program people. It's a great way for you to get known to the organization. It's always nice to have a personal relationship. It's best to go. You can hand someone a card or you can email, but actually meeting someone and getting that contact and getting an email address so that when you follow up, they've met you, they know you. So I think I probably just said a lot of these things. Again, Annette, these slides will be up, so you'll see their email addresses. Contact them. Now, we do have our Small Business Industry Day, and I am happy to say it's this month, so you don't have to wait. It's going to be June 30th at the Natra Conference Center. It's Metro accessible. Please register in advance, and we will also have extensive matchmaking, and we'll have our program people, our contracting officers, hopefully from most, if not all, of the institutes will be there to meet with you. You will have to, when you register, make selections on where your area is and who you might, so we can figure out who you can best meet with. But so don't skip that step, because that will really help with the matchmaking.
Do you do those each month?
No, this is every other year. So this is a big deal. We do many other outreaches, and also, as I said, for example, NCI. Everybody's heard of NCI, National Cancer Institute. They have a fabulous outreach program. They're having sessions, I don't know, Annette, almost monthly almost, outreach sessions, lots of topics. So just check the websites if you are
if you have a particular area of interest, check the website that aligns yourself with that area, with Institute, or contact Annette, and she can help you figure out, where you can best want to market yourself, if it's more than one thing, area. Again, our focus also is veteran-owned and Hub Zone this year, because that's an area where we are working hard to improve our statistics. So back to early acquisition planning. I know we talked a little bit, other speakers talked about how to market yourself, using FedBizOpps, synopsizing. We cannot speak to, a contracting officer can't speak to you once something is on the street, so the good time to talk to them is before the solicitation is posted. It allows us and the small business, if you talk to us early, to help formulate an acquisition strategy that will be small business friendly, and it's your entry time, not once it's already posted. I think everyone talked about responding to sources and solicitations, how important it is to respond appropriately, read it. Again, as Patrick just said, if you're responding to an RFI, make sure that you don't just send in a capability statement. We just can't use it. It takes up programs' time. They have to respond to it. So instead, you want to tailor yours to the specific instructions in the RFI. FedBizOpps, I think we can skip that. The sources sought. We really do use the market research that comes in from the sources sought notice, so please make sure that you do respond. I know I'm reiterating what has been said before, but it is still your first opportunity to let us know that you're out there. We may not know, and even if we know, if you haven't responded, then we can't work towards a small business set aside. So again, I think this is probably somewhat repetitive, and it'll be up on the website, but it's all the same. Please pay attention to FedBizOpps. Now we do have, as I said, we have 750 BPAs. They're a quick, simplified way of filling repetitive needs, and I want you all to know that you can contact our BPA program, work with Annette on getting in contact with our BPA. The telephone number of the BPA program manager is in my slides. It's on the next one, and they will be very happy to help you. Federal supply schedules, GSA is here. They can do a much better job of talking about that than I can. NIH CATS is another one where we have a majority of small businesses as our vendors. The LTAS, the Long-Term Administrative Support Contract, we have 25 small business vendors that participate. And our PICS contract, also we have 25 small business vendors that are participating. Now again, teams and subcontracting, I can only reiterate how important it is to find out if you see a large contract that's posted, you can do a part of the work, try and figure out who the contractor may be, market to them. Don't just market to the government, market to some of the large prime contractors. Here are some of our largest contractors at NIH. Our small business people can help you figure out how to market to them. If you pay attention to FedBizOpps, those new awards are posted, and those new awards will also offer you subcontracting opportunities that you should be taking advantage of. So this is, again, please contact our small business specialist, participate in our outreach events. We will be posting them. We're going to be working very hard to continue to have, increase our outreach and to have more events. Right now, we've been displaced. We don't have a home. Our building is unsafe, so things have gotten a little bit off track for us. So we're all a little bit homeless and working on via email and trying to call. So we're a little bit sidetracked, but Annette is in the office every day in borrowed space, as is Courtney and Wayne. We have had great success with our small business subcontracting goal. As you know, we do R&D. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult because you have clinical trials that go on for years and years, that those are predominantly done by large businesses. But this is indicative of how important small business is to us in contracting with small business. And as I said, we're having our major event this month, and it is targeted to HUBZone and veteran-owned disabled, because we are very interested in trying to solicit business with those organizations. This is a list of some of our small business SBIRs. I know it was mentioned earlier. It's a wonderful program. Please participate. NIH does the small business solicitation for the agency. Individual opt-ins make their own awards, but if you're a small business doing research, it's a great way to start out with the government. Oops. Does anybody have any questions?
To what extent are you trying to commercialize the research done under the SBIR program? My company has 2 NSF grants, and we're always looking for an opportunity to take that into the marketplace. I hear a lot about the grants being issued from NIH, but don't see a lot of commercialization activities on the phase 3 part.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the last part?
The phase 3 part of the grant, I don't see a lot of commercial activity there. I see a lot of, push to get small businesses to engage and get the grants, but the phase 3 is actually the most critical part of the program, as you know.
Right.
And we're always, that's the goal. We're always struggling to find contracting officers that really understand the program enough to try to commercialize through a phase 3. Can you talk about, the efforts at NIH to look for opportunities to commercialize the SBIR research?
I can only speak rather generally because I'm not an expert, but I do know that obviously a lot more initial phase 1s are awarded. The phase 3, it's a much smaller percentage of awards, and the higher the dollar value, you have to show success in your phase 1 and your phase 2, and that's often decided by the program office and what they are interested in funding. Oh, sure. Oh, yes, good.
I'm sorry, Glynis, if you don't mind. You may also contact Dr. Matthew Portnoy. He is head of the SBIR STTR programs at NIH.
And he will be participating
in our industry day. Yes.
So you have a chance to
yes.
meet him if you come to that.
Also, Glynis, I just wanted to point out that the NIH is also involved in conducting what we're calling access forums. We just had one last week with the PICS contract. So we're trying to initiate, because HHS, Teresa's initiated each of the small business specialists to conduct these forums a couple of times a year. So we will be looking at doing several other access forums coming up, which include small businesses coming out, meeting with program people, and being able to describe and present their capabilities related to a specific acquisition that's about to come up at any time.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? How are we doing time? Okay, we have time for one more question if anybody has one. Well, thank you all. been a pleasure.
Glennis, as always, thank you so much for your support. Okay, excuse me. So the General Services Administration, I asked the question earlier today, how many of you hold GSA scheduled contracts? And part of you raised your hand. I want you to know that of the $19.5 billion that we awarded last year in direct contracts, $6 billion was awarded on the GSA schedule. So that's quite a chunk of our spend. So, you know, it's one of those areas, especially in the last quarter, where the federal agencies, that's one of their go-to vehicles. So without further ado, here is, I'm gonna make sure I get the name right, Judith Stackhouse. Jordan. Yep, that's it. You got married. Yeah. Here's the clicker.
All right, good morning, everyone. I know it's close to lunchtime, so I'm going to try to make it quick, but I'm going to make it informative, and I'm going to try not to repeat any of the information that you received earlier, except if it's really relevant to the topic. Just by show of hands, the good thing about going after so many great speakers this morning is I don't have to ask you a lot of questions because they've already kind of identified the experienced firms that we have today. So the question that I want to ask you before we get started is, by a show of hands, how many of the companies in the room actually now have a GSA scheduled contract? Okay, great. So you'll get some information today, and we'll also talk about schedule holders, well, companies that want to consider becoming schedule holders. Judith, will you do me a favor, please? Sure. Oh, it's going. If there are any panelists, the organizers would like for you to meet in the back. The subcontracting panel? Yes, the subcontracting panel. Okay. Go without. Start. Okay. All right, so my presentation isn't here, but that's okay because we're going to talk about GSA. You heard about all the money that the government spends, and just for your information, I know the gentleman from SBA earlier mentioned that the federal government spends between $400 billion and $500 billion. Actually, in fiscal year 2013, the federal government spent approximately $460 billion. Of that $460 billion, GSA spent $8 billion. So that is a significant amount of dollars that GSA is involved in purchasing for. The General Services Administration's mission is to deliver best value in real estate acquisitions and technology. And what that means is that when you work for GSA, you're not just working for GSA, you're working for our federal customer agencies. Some of them are here today. You're working with our prime contractors. Some of them are exhibiting. And you've already heard from contracting representatives that the GSA schedules contract should be a consideration. Well, before you think about getting a GSA schedules contract, you should know a little bit about GSA. GSA is the premier acquisition agency. Our mission is to assist federal agencies such as HHS in their purchasing activities so that they can focus on their mission, which is managing healthcare and healthcare-related issues for the United States. In addition to being the premier acquisition agency, we also pride ourselves on the innovation that we introduce into the federal market, as well as the ability to identify solutions for our customers. So when you think about GSA, think about working with us. you should think about working with our customers and what our customers' needs would be. We can't always give you what our customers would need, but you heard today from some of our customers, and it's really important to utilize the tools that you have to find out how customer agencies are buying and if they're buying at the capacity level that you offer services at. The Federal Acquisition Service is the side of the house that is actually manages the GSA schedules contracts. In addition to managing the GSA schedule contracts, they also provide vehicles, fleet for federal government, security services, office products, transportation, mailing services. All of those things are procured through the GSA schedule, and the Federal Acquisition Service manages that particular entity of our operations. In addition to the GSA schedules operations, there's also what is called the Assisted Acquisition Service. The Assisted Acquisition Service, and you heard a little bit about it earlier from the HHS representative, the Federal Acquisition Service is a fee-for-service organization as well. GSA as a whole is not fee-for-service, but the Federal Acquisition Service, which is the side that manages the schedules, is fee-for-service. And part of their operations are assisted acquisition services. So they go to customer agencies, and customer agencies seek us out to manage acquisitions for their particular agencies. We do that by utilizing our various acquisition vehicles such as the GSA schedules, the GWACs, and various other acquisition tools that we have in place to be able to assist our customers. We also have the other side of the house, which is the Public Building Service side. And the Public Building Service side is responsible for managing GSA owned and leased property. So we're considered one of the biggest managers of commercial real estate in the country, believe it or not. In addition to managing real estate, we also provide repairs and alterations to that space. We design courthouses, ports of entry for border stations, as well as federal buildings. We also are responsible for large capital construction projects. As of 2008 was actually the last time that we were funded for large capital projects. This year, we've got a significant amount of money. Actually, she mentioned the Humphrey building, I think earlier. We're actually doing renovations in that building as well. So that's part of our capital funding. And what is important to understand about the Public Building Service, especially if you provide construction-related services, is that we may not always purchase those services directly. We work with lessors that actually manage our leased space. So if a customer comes to GSA, say the Department of Energy, and they say we want to get 60,000 square feet of office space near 14th and Connecticut, or in the perimeter of K, 16th, 18th, and L. We would solicit property owners in those areas to identify space for our particular customers. So it's really important to understand that in addition to just the buildings and the space and renovation, we also renovate historical buildings, such as the Clara Barton Museum. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, and various other historical locations that if you're interested in working with GSA, you need to make sure that if you're building on a historical project, that you have the experience that we're looking for. We also are responsible for greening the government. I'm sure you've heard that as an agency. And if you provide green and sustainable solutions, it's important to understand how we're procuring those services. I know you've heard a lot about retrofitting buildings, and the idea is that GSA is funding these retrofits and these energy efficiencies. But many of these actual contracts are being awarded through the ESCO contracts, which are energy contracts that were awarded to various energy companies. And the premise behind the operation is that they'll get cost savings in our building, and they'll fund the cost savings because, quite honestly, we really don't have the money for many of the sustainable solutions that we need to implement. So as you may have heard in the news where we're trying to trade land for renovation, we're also using the ESCO contracts to retrofit our buildings. And I want to point that out because if you provide those services, excuse me, you want to make sure that you know who the prime contractors are on those contracts, and they all have subcontracting plans in place. And one thing that you heard today, and I really want to reemphasize, is that it's not always possible to be a prime. You really have to know what your customer's need is and what capacity you have. And sometimes it's better, especially if you're thinking about getting a GSA schedule, to maybe come in and look at being a subcontractor to some of the primes that are actually existing schedule contract holders. Okay, I don't have my slides, so let me get back to my slide page. GSA owned and leased buildings, there's actually a repository that you can go to on our website to identify where our buildings are. And that's a good way to determine if we are actually providing the services to upkeep the building or if the lessor is providing those services. In the instance that the lessor is providing those services, we actually have subcontracting plans from the lessors, and we are too planning an event for our lessors, a meet the prime for our lessors in the next 60 days. So while I got to that point, let me just give you the site that you need to go to identify outreach activities for GSA. www.gsa.gov/events with an S. And we are also hosting an outreach event on Monday, June the 9th, and it's a HubZone and Mentor Protege event. And let me ask one more question, because you know I kind of spared you because the people before me asked questions. How many of you in the room are actually HubZone firms right now? And how many of you have heard that not only GSA, but many of our federal customers are looking for HubZones and are interested in becoming a HubZone? Okay, so I encourage you to look at our website to make sure that our event on Monday isn't closed, as well as work with the SBA to determine what it would take to get HubZone certified, because you've heard it over and over, HubZone service disabled. So make sure that you hear that and determine if in fact you're eligible to work as a HubZone, to have your company certified as a HubZone or a service disabled veteran. You've heard all day, know your customer, but many of the tools that we utilize and that GSA manage, such as FedBizOps and the Federal Procurement Data System, all of those systems are not just so that you can learn about existing opportunities. I think you heard earlier, they're actually ways to identify contacts for the specific services or products that you provide. It'll also show you our buying patterns. When you think about, and I'll get into GSA schedule, I think, on my next slide. When you think about GSA schedules contracts, you heard today, get a GSA schedule contract because HHS uses the contract. But as a firm, you have to take it a step further because you have to do research to determine how often do they use the schedules for the special item number that I fall under. And there's a way to do that. Before I talk about that data system, I just want to talk about the new law as it relates to the GSA small business set-asides. If you're a GSA schedule holder currently, you play many roles in your company's success. And one of those roles is to educate your buyer. When you go in and you meet with a contracting officer, sometimes they may not be using the GSA schedule. We want them to use the GSA schedule. We're actually undertaking as an agency an initiative to increase our market share in the federal government from 14% in 2013 to 44%, I believe, by 2016, which is a really, really aggressive goal for our agency. But that means that we're going to really ramp up our efforts to determine what our customers' needs and to really tailor our acquisition vehicles to meet their needs and to give them flexibility in being able to buy from small business. GSA schedule contracts 80% of the contract holders are small business, but ironically, 40% of the contract holders don't generate any revenue on their GSA schedule contract. So think about it, 80% are small business, but 40% aren't generating a dime through their schedule. So that is why understanding how we buy, and when I say we, I mean the federal agency, because quite honestly, that's who we buy for. You have to make sure that we're utilizing the vehicle that you fall under. Now, what do you need, or what considerations should you take as a business before getting on GSA schedule? Well, they are long-term contracts that are not funded. Make sure you get that. They're not funded. GSA doesn't add one dime to the contract. What the firm is charged to do is to generate revenue through the contract, through our customer agencies. Now, I used to actually work for Shanta Johnson when she was at GSA. And when I started there, one of the things that she said in our schedules presentation that I always kind of go back to is, if we were giving out GSA schedules in the back of the room when you left, what would you do with it? Where would you go with it? And that's a very valid question, because many firms make the consideration of how they're going to use the schedule after they get it. Well, GSA recognized that, recognized the, I don't like to use the word failure, but if you don't generate revenue in your contract, you pretty much failed, and GSA terminates your contract. So what GSA challenges and requires firms to do now is to undertake a series of exercises through our vendor assessment tool. And instead of just going through and taking training on what the GSA schedules is, it actually takes you through a series of analysis that you undertake that's specific to your firm to better determine if the GSA schedule contract is a good fit for your company. One way that you can undertake that analysis is by utilizing a database that we manage, which is called the Schedules Sales Query, the SSQ. It's the GSA Schedule Sales Query. And if you use SSQ, make sure you put GSA, because ironically there is another system out there with a similar name. And the other thing is, anytime you're Googling or trying to find information on the website, make sure, not just GSA, any government information, make sure that the information you're looking at has a .gov or a .edu extension, because there are many copycats out there that utilize GSA's name. Now, one thing I want to talk about GSA schedule is what does it take to get on the GSA schedule? Well, the minimum requirements are that you've been in business for 2 years, that you have a past performance in the services or products that you're proposing to offer to GSA. So what does that mean? If you've been doing office supplies, or let me use a better example. If you've been doing training with your firm, do not try to sell us facility services, because you do not have a past performance. And the biggest word when you approach a contracting officer that they have to think about is, what is our risk? So you really have to understand that even if you think you can do it good, or you know that you can do it good, you have to have a past performance in performing it. Okay, so I talked about the GSA vendor assessment tool. So if you're interested in the GSA schedule, remember, 2 years, minimum past performance, in invoicing the firms, invoicing for services that you've provided previously, and you have to generate $25,000 in revenue the first 2 years with your GSA schedule, and then $25,000 every year thereafter. And remember, I mentioned there 5-year contracts with 1 5-year option, or evergreen contracts, which are 5-year base with the options, the 3 option opportunities. Now, those evergreen contracts are primarily utilized with NASA and DOD when we have systems that, when you think about how long it takes to build a spaceship, well, the agency may have the need to work for that work with that business over a period of time. So that's the flexibility that the Evergreen contract provides. Let me see, who uses GSA schedules? State and local government can utilize GSA schedules in disaster related incidents. Mixed government corporations such as the FDIC, the Thrift Savings Board, the Red Cross can utilize the GSA schedule. And you heard today that most of the federal agencies, if not all, utilize the GSA schedule, and we want them to utilize the GSA schedule. So that's why it's really important to understand that not only with the schedule, but even with supporting us in our public building service is very competitive, and we really look for firms that have a strong past performance and that are really innovative in the offerings that they provide. You heard earlier that when you respond to a sources sought or RFP, look a little deeper to identify particular strategies that might be helpful that the customer may not know about. And that's really important because I especially find with incumbents, they sometimes get a little complacent because they've been doing the job. But you have to remember when the contract comes up for recompete, they may be looking for a new solution or more. If you got the contract 5 years ago, how has technology changed in just the last 6 months? So all of those things are things that you need to consider when you're making your GSA schedule offer. Federal Strategic Sourcing Initiative. You've heard it referred to as consolidation. You've heard it referred to as that bad word of bundling. But the reality is that Federal Strategic Sourcing Initiative is across the federal government. GSA is leading the charge, and basically the premise behind the program is to leverage our buying power. GSA did research, and we all know that federal agencies buy many services that are similar, and they're going out and getting different prices for these particular services, where what we're doing is looking at various service industries and supply industries that we can leverage our buying power by getting the best rate. Now, when I say best rate, because I have 1 minute, I'm going to talk about, finish up about GSA schedule, because the word that I didn't mention, what do they look at? Pricing is very important in GSA schedule. We don't want you to match your prices to your competitor. We want you to give us your most favored customer pricing. So if you're selling to HHS, not with schedule right now, because that's considered past performance, we want to make sure that HHS is getting the benefit of the spending that HUD is doing, the Department of Energy is doing. So federal strategic sourcing is very important, and if you're not familiar with it, you really should familiarize yourself. It's already impacted office supplies. I'm sorry, I have to refer to my notes. Office supplies, domestic delivery, I still didn't see it. Furniture, yes, furniture, photo, duplicating and imaging. And they're also, and it's also, we have a federal strategic sourcing initiative for repair and alteration products. And we're looking at all of our schedules and all of our offerings to determine where those types of savings can be gathered. So make sure if you're considering getting on the GSA schedule, look at our federal strategic initiative to determine where we're going with that and if your services or product would be impacted. I know it's time for me to close, so let me just make sure I touched on everything. Teaming arrangements. Earlier they mentioned teaming arrangements, and I want to just touch real quickly on contracting teaming arrangements. Contracting teaming arrangements are with GSA schedule holders. So you might have a MOBIS schedule holder and an IT schedule holder, and remember I talked about total solutions. Schedule holders can combine their solutions and their schedules for contracting teaming arrangements. So make sure that you read up on that. We, of course, have a big subcontracting market in our agency with our prime construction contractors. I know you know about the St. Elizabeth's project. That's a really big project if you do construction. Big subcontracting opportunities there, as well as our Mentor Protege program. Our Mentor Protege program is, I think, 4 years in, and we're always looking at ways to evaluate it, to make it more valuable. But I definitely encourage you, if you're interested in working with the federal government, if you're interested in working with GSA, that I'm sure you'll get the slides after today. You can look at the slides, you can contact our office. I'm in the National Capital Region. I'm judith.stackhouse@gsa.gov. I'm Judith Stackhouse Jordan, but my email is judith.stackhouse@gsa.gov. And that's pretty much it outside of responding to sources sought. And I can take any questions, I guess, quickly if anyone has questions. Was that okay to take questions? Okay.
You mentioned the website for the GSA building repository, but you didn't say what the website was.
It's the inventory of leased and owned properties. And one thing I didn't mention is the ASAP, Advantage Spend Analysis Program, for my schedule holders. The Advantage Spend Analysis Program allows you to conduct statistical analysis on how the federal government by agency is using your schedule, and you can actually drill down to special item number. So that's another way, if you have a schedule, to get some market research in to determine who's using your schedule. And the other way you can look at it is who's not using the schedule, but who buys those services, so that you can go in and educate them and remind them that the schedule is there and that they can do set aside to small business.
Yeah. You said something about the GSA Obzone. Is that a new contracting vehicle, or are you trying to mirror SBA Obzone?
No, what I was saying was that, as with other federal agencies, we're looking for hub zone firms to provide services to us, because we fell a little short in our goal last year at the national level. And we're hosting a hub zone Mentor Protege event on Monday, June the 9th.
Hi, Judith.
You had another
question over here. Do you have any information on 8A Stars 2 on-ramp?
I'm sorry?
8A Stars 2 on-ramp?
And what kind of information?
Well, there's talk about, there may be an on-ramp for next year or so.
Well, I know that I think they recently had those contract holders to get together and have like an industry meeting. So that may have come out of the industry meeting. What you can do is double back with me after today. I'll either research the information or put you in touch with my colleague who actually works directly with the STARS program.
Does GSA have a forecast of their, and is there it's kind of tough to find it, so is it now out, or is it?
Well, the reason why it may have been a little tough to find it in the past week or two is that we're doing a final scrub of our third and fourth quarter, and it's being updated. So it should be, actually I went in last week and it was back online, and it is on our small business website, www.gsa/smallbusiness. If for some reason you have trouble locating it, just reach out to me and let me know. Okay?
Is your outreach on the 9th by invitation only?
You can go to the website I gave you, gsa.gov/events, and if it's still open, you should be able to register. Okay. And as of earlier this week, we still had openings. Okay, thank you.
All right, so we'll make sure that you guys get her PowerPoint presentation, okay? All right, so next we have subcontracting opportunities under the NITAC programs. Aaron Flynn Pacifico is going to come and share with you.
Thank you. Okay. A little tall, so I'm going to lift this up. Can everyone hear me okay?
Good afternoon. I know some of you may not have had lunch, so I'm going to try and move through this pretty quickly and hopefully leave some time for questions. So I'm Erin Flynn Pacifico. I'm a contracting officer at NITAC. How many of you are familiar with NITAC? Good. So we'll have some questions. I'm glad. Okay. For those of you who don't know, what is NITAC? NITAC is the NIH Information Technology Acquisition and Assessment Center, but that's a really long title, so we just say NITAC. I don't think anyone in the office has ever said NIH Information Technology Acquisition and Assessment Center. And the joke is somebody asked a new employee, what does NITAC stand for? And they didn't know. So NITAC is a federal office. We are within the NIH, which is within HHS, as you know. We are a federal office. Sometimes people ask us that question. We have over 20 years of experience, and our sole mission and purpose is to administer the GWAC vehicles. So let's talk just for a second about them. CIOSP3 in the blue. I can't do that because I don't have a mic. CIOSP3 in the blue, which is the unrestricted vehicle, which is primarily large businesses, for anything and everything IT services and solutions. CIOSP3 small business, which is the same in terms of task order, task areas, for anything and everything IT services and solutions. And ECS3, which is for IT products and commodities. So our contract holders had to go through a rigorous process to get onto our vehicles through FAR Part 15 procedures, open market. They were judged on technical capabilities, past performance, and price. And those large contract holders on CIOSP3 unrestricted also had to demonstrate small disadvantaged business participation in their proposal. What are GWACs? GWACs are government-wide. Any agency can use them, IT acquisition contracts. So we're not just for HHS. We have DoD customers, DHS, all over the place. They are IDIQ contracts, so task orders and delivery orders are cut underneath them. Our customers, our federal customers, I talk to them every day, love the fact that the GWACs are under FAR 16.505 because they're not dealing with FAR Part 15 procedures. 16.505 allows for a very streamlining acquisition process. And that's why the federal customers love us. They're not synopsizing on FBO. They don't have to have a formal evaluation plan. You can read 16.505 for yourself. I won't bore you, but it really does streamline the acquisition process. And also, the GWACs are not subject to the Economy Act, so you don't need, the customers don't need an interagency agreement to use us, to do a directed competition underneath the GWACs. NITAC is an executive agent of OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, and we are stewards of the GWACs pursuant to the Clinger-Cohen Act. The Clinger-Cohen Act was enacted to streamline the IT procurement process. We have our race car here. Our race car is on all of our marketing materials because we refer to our GWACs as vehicles. And they are fast and they are efficient. So let's talk a little bit about CIOSP3 and CIOSP3 small business. Once again, they're for anything and everything IT services and solutions. And we'll get to a really nice slide that I'll show you that talks about the main task areas. The GWAC, CIOSP3, and CIOSP3 small business each have a ceiling of $20 billion with a 15-year period of performance and a 10-year ordering period. What does that mean? That means, because we're under 16.505, that the day that the GWAC contract dies, a federal customer can cut an order for a base and 4 option years and take that period of performance out to 15 years. We have flexible pricing arrangements that we offer our customers on all of our task orders. So if they're doing a non-commercial buy, they can certainly do cost reimbursement. AIT mainly is commercial services and solutions, so we generally see a lot of fixed price, labor hour, and a mixture of the two. One of the great things, once again, about 16.505 is we really see the streamlining process. Our task orders, on average, are awarded in 30 days, sometimes less. That's a lot better than Part 15. I know because I've been a contracting officer for quite some time. There are 137 labor categories on both of these two GWACs. The ceiling price is what our customers love, is they can go onto our vehicles actually, and unfortunately I can't do the demo today and we have limited time, but they can see the ceiling prices that were negotiated at the parent contract level, and they use that to do their IGCEs. And they also know that through competition under 16.505, because remember, we have to provide fair opportunity to all of our contract holders that are eligible to compete in those task areas, including if you're doing a socioeconomic set-aside, the prices drive down because of the competition. Okay, here's the good slide. And I would turn around and point, but I can't because I don't have a wireless mic. We call this the Star Wars slide because it's sort of like coming out towards you like in a Star Wars film. So there's 10 task areas for both CIO-SP3 and CIO-SP3 small business. Same task areas. Anything and everything IT. So software development, business knowledge, imaging, all of that. Task area 1, for any of you who are looking for business with HHS, task area 1 is why I would say the GWACs, the NITAC GWACs, are special for CIO-SP3 and CIO-SP3 small business, because we're the only government-wide contract that offers the IT services for biomedical research, health sciences, and healthcare. And that's really, you know, very specific to NIH, HHS types of work. But what I want to clarify is this, and this is important for you all. So on CIO-SP3 unrestricted, to get onto the GWAC, those large business contract holders had to be eligible in all 10 task areas. That's not true for CIO-SP3 small business. They had to be eligible in task area 1, and if they are just a regular small business, I call it, and 3 other task areas. If they were 8A, hub zone, service-disabled, veteran-owned, women-owned small business, they had to be eligible in task area 1 and 2 other task areas. So all of the small business contract holders don't compete necessarily in all 10 task areas. Some of them only have 3 task areas that they compete in. Yeah, go ahead.
If I have one of these, can I dance in all 10 tasks? Or only the 3 that I was put in for?
Well, you had, in order to compete, in order to compete while you're on the GWAC as a contract holder, you had to receive an award to compete in your specific task areas. You might have a whole bunch of them, but they had to demonstrate that they could, to get on, they had to do a minimum. Let's say if you're not an 8A, you're not hub zone, service disabled veteran, et cetera, and you're just what I always call regular small business, you had to demonstrate in order to get on that you could handle task area 1, because that's why we're special, and the 3 other task areas. Now, 5 minutes, I need to click through this. So is that clear, sir? I'm sorry.
The question is, we have a small business.
Yes.
But I'm looking at these 10 task areas now, and we only did 3 initially to get a reward. Can I use the other 7 task areas? Is it all covered under the same thing? In other words,
no. That's right, and you'll be designated to compete within specific task areas.
Okay,
Is that clear? Yeah. Okay. So when our customer goes in and they pull down, I'm looking for 8As, and they're pulling down the task areas that their requirement fits in, it's only going to show the contract holders who received award in those specific task areas. Not everybody. So here's a good understanding of CIO-SP3 small business, the 92 small businesses, 3 hub zone, 10 service disabled veteran-owned small business, 37 8A, 26 women-owned. Here's our race car again. ECS3, anything and everything, IT, commodities and products. I have very limited time. I thought I had more time, so I'll have to breeze through this. $6 billion ceiling on the ECS3 GWAC, 42 contract holders. Majority of those are small businesses. We see a wide range of delivery orders in terms of dollar value. And we like to toot our own horn by saying that our prices are equal to or less than GSA and certainly less than open market. Here are the task areas, the lots, excuse me, for ECS3. The question I always get from everybody is, you know, the federal customer is buying IT commodities or products. What about ancillary services? Those are covered on Lot 5 and Lot 6, so we don't expect our federal customers to have to go out and get ancillary services for install and training and maintenance, et cetera, to go along with their product elsewhere. CIOCS, that is the follow-on to ECS3. The solicitation is currently out on the street. So you can read the solicitation number there. I hope my big head is not blocking it. NIH JT2014002, that was released on May 7th, 2014. Very excited about that. So there are definitely partnering opportunities with the NITAC primes, as you know, and you probably heard 100 times today. The government doesn't set up prime-sub relationships, so it's up to small businesses to market themselves to large businesses and small businesses. I always wonder why people forget about that. But small businesses often need to partner too, or subcontract, so you should get to know them as well. You can go on our NITAC website, www.nih.nitac.gov, and you can look at all those contract holders underneath each of those vehicles, and it'll also give the point of contact. So here's just kind of a breakdown for fiscal year 2013, the top 10 contract holders. You'll see for the CIO-SP3 unrestricted, some big players. Deloitte, SRA, SAIC. On the ECS3 vehicle, CDWG. There's a tremendous amount of business on ECS3. Here's the dollar award, well, the award cumulative amount and the number of awards that were made on the vehicles. That is from inception, so I should tell you that CIO-SP3 and CIO-SP3 Small Business were awarded in 2012, so those are fairly new contracts. ECS3, and why it's being competed now, is it was awarded back in 2002. And the HHS subcontracting plans, of course, were set at the parent level. It's not dealt with at an ordering level. And the NITAC subcontracting goals do mirror HHS. Yes?
You need a mic. We can't hear you.
How many companies will be on the NITAC, the new NITAC contract?
The CIO-CS? The follow-on to ECS3? I don't know. It's on the street right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that was the ECS3.
Oh, ECS3, 43 contract holders.
Okay.
But once again, that is slated to expire in November of this year, and the follow-on to that, CIO-CS, is being competed right now. Well, it's on the street. Yes?
I'm a little confused. So it's a contract vehicle that is only open when there is a solicitation available. Like this follow-on thing you're saying, you have to, deadline is 6/17 or something like that I just saw. So it's not a contract vehicle that you can apply for at any time?
No, so are you talking specifically about the solicitation that's on the street
Correct.
for CIO-CS?
Correct.
That's a solicitation that's open to the public. It's being competed. It's on FBO. So yes, that is the follow-on. The ECS3 vehicle will die, and the replacement will be the new GWAC vehicle, CIO-CS. So competition for the parent contracts under CIO-CS is essentially in play now because it's out on FBO. It's in a competitive state. The solicitation was released.
Okay.
Is that clear, I hope? Okay. Someone's going to yell at me. Oh, I think I'm almost near the end here. Okay, so this is our fabulous website. You can go to it. It's really easy. You can see the different contract vehicles are labeled there. You can easily pull down. It's very user-friendly. This is kind of a good explanation on the CIO-SP3 small business that you asked about, sir. So it'll show you what we call the down select process, which is basically like, OCO, the ordering contracting officer at FDA or CDC or whatever, wants to use the vehicle, so I'm going to go down and I'm going to select 8As, and I'm going to sub-select that I need to compete in task area 1 and task area 2, and then it's going to show me those contract holders who are 8As, who are eligible to compete in those task areas, who can do the work. So you should check out the website. It's we also have like hundreds of facts on there. So those are questions that have been asked from all over the place. We answer them and then we put them up on the website. So it's a great, great repository. I think I've maxed out my time. Are there any questions? I have 1 minute. Are there any questions? Yes, yes, yes.
Well, since the CIO SP3 has been used majority of the time for all your acquisition stuff, I see there's only 3 hub zones, and apparently they're not going to be on all 10 of the areas, and rule of 2 needs to be met for any kind of a competition. Is there any discussion on trying to subsidize that since you're not going to meet your goals with those 3 hub zones?
Well, a couple things. One, I don't really know unless I went on the vehicle to pull down which task areas they're eligible to compete in. It might be a significant portion of them, I don't know. Those were the minimums that you had to be able to demonstrate to be eligible to be looked at in the competition. I understand what you're saying about more people coming on to the vehicle. I think that's what you're getting at, the ramp on, ramp off. So ramp on, ramp off. That is to discretion of PCO, Procuring Contracting Officer, at the GWAC level. I don't have any information on that specifically, but what I can say, and what is public knowledge, is that the re-representation process for 10-year contracts like these GWACs happens at the 5-year mark in 2017. So at that time, all those socioeconomic categories, we have to re-represent in 2017. If you're no longer an 8A, then you're no longer an 8A. So that all the socioeconomic numberings will start changing. Or maybe they won't, I don't know. But I'm just letting you know that that's a FAR regulation that NITAC will be dealing with in 2017.
So there's nothing outside the CIO SP3 to kind of bring some other small businesses to take care of some of those socioeconomic goals?
Well, there's no like parent or supplemental agreement or contract anywhere, but certainly, as you know, and we've demonstrated, businesses, the unrestricted, they need to subcontract. I mean, they have subcontracting plans. They have to try and meet those goals. And certainly, sometimes small businesses also do partner, subcontract, whatever you want to say, in order to handle some of those larger requirements that get released on CIOSP3 small business. So it's time to meet those contract holders. Okay. Did I max out my time? All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Thank you. All right, fantastic. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we're going to ask you to pick up your lunches. When you come out the back, go straight down the hallway to the left, bring your lunches back, and then we're going to have the prime contractors panel. So they're going to share with you on how to become an effective HHS subcontractor, and they're going to share with you opportunities that they have available for small businesses now. All right, so we'll see you back. an effective subcontractor. And I'm just humbled today to have this expertise on the dais. And again, I've told them thank you. I really can't thank them enough for having them here with us, because, guys, you won't believe it. I just called them last week and said, please, 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 will you help us? And they came through. So again, I'm just so grateful to have you all here. So what I'm going to do is just turn it over to the speakers. We'll start with Accenture, and then we'll just go down from there. They're going to make a 10-minute presentation, 5 to 10-minute presentation on their organization. And then after that, we'll open it up and the floor for some questions. So, and lucky you that you're here to hear this presentation. So I'll turn it over to Marcia DeFalco from Accenture.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you, Marcia.
Well, I'm glad to be here. I have done a number of these over the years, and my best partners have always been the small businesses who had the capabilities and the culture and the expertise and the relationships in the organizations that we were partnered together on to win some business. I am personally in charge of business development for Health and Human Services Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services. Accenture also has work in other agencies as well, and other operating divisions of HHS. But let me give you a quick overview of Accenture itself, and then I'll dive down into the health portion of the organization. Accenture itself is a very large global company, about $25 billion in work globally. We do a lot more than management consulting. We are one of the largest systems integrators in the world. We are one of the largest cloud providers in the world. We have commercial industry practices in banking and pharmaceuticals, in utilities, and all sorts of other areas. We established a separate organization called Accenture Federal Services. And we have our own board, we have our own accounting system, et cetera, to be able to service the federal market. And we have been in the federal market for over 20 years. We are in most of the cabinet level agencies, from the State Department to Commerce to USDA to Treasury, et cetera. We also have business in the Intel community and in DoD. We have, on the health side, we have globally about $4 billion in business and health. And we service 1,000 hospitals across the United States. We are in, we provide assistance to 15 different organizations for the accountable care programs that CMS has facilitated. We have over 1,000 clinical clinicians helping our clients to achieve their goals. We have saved a number of organizations in terms of program integrity, the fraud, waste, and abuse area, over $2 billion in savings in that area. And we have a very large health analytics practice. When we talk about providers, we're talking about hospitals, ambulatory care, long-term care, specialty lab and diagnostic areas. Payers are like the insurance companies. Public health would be the federal agencies. We have quite a bit of work in the states, helping them with their Medicaid programs, eligibility, enrollment. We stood up several of the health insurance exchanges in some of the states, so we have that experience as well. And we divided up our practice on the health side into connecting the dots. We've implemented many EHR systems, electronic health record systems, some of them for countries, so that they're very large and complex kinds of work. We've done a lot of back office work, whether it's paying claims or doing supply chain work or HR or IT. We do quite a bit of work in the population health management area, risk assessment, and care optimization. Even medical imaging is part of that practice. We have most of the contracting vehicles in the government space. We have contracting vehicles in DOD and VA, DHS, and certainly for HHS, we have CIO-SP3, we have Alliant, we have a number of GSA schedules, FABs, Schedule 738, MOBIS, IT-70, BPA. At CMS, where I focus, we have several today, the Virtual Data Center, IDIQ, and the Enterprise Business Planning Group, BPA. So our Small Business Liaison Office is staffed by a number of professionals, and one of them is here today to do the match session with you. And on the small business side, we have, we're very proud that in many areas we have exceeded our subcontracting goals for our small businesses. And we also have a kind of a matrix of things that we do. We do a lot of government events. We do external outreach. We have a mentor protege program. We have a supplier-based growth platform that you can be pre-qualified for as a vendor, not only for Accenture Federal Services, but also for our commercial group as well. We have a Small Business of the Year program, and we obviously have a lot of networking forums and outreach events. We're associated with and support many of the small business programs for the industry organizations like AFCEA and HIMSS and other entities within the federal market. The only other thing that I would want to mention, and I know that there were a number of questions that were shared with us in the past, and I guess I'll hold on the answers to those questions because I think we'll probably be going through those. But we have supported and been very active in OSDBU events for the Army, for the Department of Justice, Department of Interior, Department of Homeland Security, Department of State, Department of Transportation, Department of Treasury. So we are very active and very supportive of the small business community. Great.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ken Zippin. I'm with General Dynamics IT. I'm a program vice president. I work at CMS and FDA, my primary clients. And like Marcia, here today representing the health IT portion of GDIT. Let me just give you a little background on General Dynamics and sort of what General Dynamics do, and then I'll similarly drill into a little bit more about the health. So General Dynamics, most people, especially in the DC area, know about General Dynamics. We're roughly 32 billion or so annual revenue. We do all kinds of cool things like build tanks and Gulfstreams and I don't know, all sorts of secret stuff, little toys and things for the intelligence community. But my focus is health IT and specifically HHS. And in that arena, our current book of business is just under $1 billion. So we have a pretty sizable portion of business that is focused on health IT. We're roughly 10, 15,000 employees just focused on health. So it gives you some sense of scale and scope. Some of the things that we do, or agencies we support, HHS. Within HHS, there's ACF. We've got several contracts with ACF. We're a big provider at CMS in a lot of different areas. FDA, Indian Health Service is another one. A little bit of work at NIH as well. Some work at the state level, and also commercial work makes up the health practice. As far as projects and the types of services we provide, so some of the interesting sort of facts about General Dynamics, 1-800-Medicare, that's actually a General Dynamics contract. So when your parents call with a Medicare question or you call for them, chances are you're probably speaking to a General Dynamics employee who's answering those questions for you. Other things, about 50% of American lives are actually covered through a General Dynamics fraud, waste, and abuse program. So on our commercial side, roughly 65% of all the Blue Cross Blue Shields are GD clients, as well as other big players. So we do a lot of fraud, waste, and abuse. Medical records, we have roughly 300 billion or so records of care under our management. So we do a lot of analysis based on that, a lot of reporting, things like that, a lot at CMS and private health insurance companies that I mentioned before. Other things worth mentioning, 35 or so SOC NOCs currently that we run. Large-scale data centers is another specialty IT infrastructure. I think we've got roughly 2,000 terabytes or so of data that we manage in the healthcare space. And I guess maybe the last thing I'll mention along the infrastructure side is VDI, virtual desktop environments, is a growing area. A lot of agencies are really interested in that. I know some of the folks here have approached us today about those kinds of things, and we run the largest VDI implementation. It's at one of the intelligence agencies. It's covering around 10,000 employees. It's a very large VDI implementation in the federal government. So just gives you a sense of the kinds of things that General Dynamics does. Big, broad, diverse portfolio of services. We're very pleased and excited to be here today. I've met a lot of folks through the booth today. As far as small business goes, it is something that General Dynamics takes very seriously, small business commitment. I think last I heard, roughly 50% of all of our contracting dollars go specifically to small business. So it's an area of emphasis. We definitely are always looking for partners that can bring us innovation, bring us fresh ideas, bring us different customer insights, right? A lot of times we find small businesses, you think that big companies have all the access, but a lot of times small businesses, you'll have personal relationships that we don't have. And you hear ideas and have thoughts and things that we can work together on to bring customers the right types of solutions. So that's the kind of thing that we're definitely interested in talking to you about today, and just look forward to answering your questions a little bit later on in this session.
I'm John Long. I'm with Northrop Grumman. I work in the information systems sector with Northrop Grumman. Talking to an audience and a number of the folks who've come through today. Kind of the reason you're hearing everybody kind of talk about their companies, you're hearing a lot, we're competitors, a lot of us. We're partners on some deals and compete on other deals. And so that means you get to talk nasty about them sometimes, and they're your best friends the other. What's important about this information is alignment. Small businesses need to align themselves with what we're doing, understand with what we're doing. If you come to events like this, and people would walk up to someone and say, what does Northrop Grumman do? If you're spending your business day as a small business to come to an event like this, have an idea of who the people who are going to be there are, right? It's about doing your homework and following up on that stuff. It's important to know that Northrop Grumman has 4 operating sectors. 2 of the sectors, aerospace and electronic systems, they make stuff, right? The Global Hawk and radars and all this little stuff, right? And then there's the information systems sector. We're an IT system integrator, system-to-systems approach to solve problems. Technical services does a whole bunch of other servicey things. They do base and range support. They take care of stuff that has to come into theater and go back out to theater, and refurbish it, modernize it, redeploy it, those kinds of things. It's important to understand what they do. Inside of those sectors are divisions. In the information systems, we have 7 of these divisions. Underneath there are operating units. Probably, I don't know what the number is, but I think it used to be about 33. So there's 33 operating units. Sitting down underneath there are the programs. That's where the money is, kids. So when we're talking about things, let's talk about what Northrop Grumman does is provide solutions, technology, and innovation to assure the security of our nation and the allies. That's what we do. We do it with 4 main things. Unmanned platforms, C4ISR, cybersecurity, and logistics and modernization programs. That's what we do. There are threads across all of those things that touch every agency, every department, everywhere in the government, and in the state and local government, and in the private sector. And so it's real important to understand what we do, and when you're approaching us, approach us about your value proposition. Understand the rules of the game. We all are going to ask you to fill out a form and register to do business with our companies. I've had a number of people today tell me how pleasant an experience that is and how valuable a use of their time that is because they get so much work from it. The only thing I will tell you is if you're not in that database, in Northrop Grumman, I won't speak for my friends here, but I think it's probably the same. There's a business process that occurs that checks your company out when you register in that database. So if you haven't registered and all of a sudden an opportunity comes up that you want to do, we have 5,500 active suppliers, small businesses in our database that we're doing business with today. Information Systems is a over $6 billion enterprise. Over 20% of those dollars flow straight through to small business. So why you instead of one of those other 5,500, right? And if you're not registered in that database and an opportunity comes up, one of them other 5,500 probably is. And so it's important to follow the rules, understand how we operate, understand how we do business. Northrop Grumman at Northrop Grumman, essentially there were 4 people who buy things. In our enterprise shared service organization, there's a group of folks who buy commodity items we're going to use for ourselves. In the operating sectors, there are capture managers, account managers, and program managers. If anybody tells you they're the only people buying anything, because we are a portfolio of programs. You have a program you're executing. You have a mission need in an agency or department, we're going to go try to solve that problem, and that's the account manager and strategy around what our core values are and the deliverables. Once we've identified what the program is going to look like and it's beginning in a procurement cycle, the capture manager is going to assemble a team of people to go chase it. They're the 3 people who are looking for partners and are going to buy it. So people pointing behind my head. Usually they can't see behind my head, but that's a different issue. But that's really the main thing that I would leave you with as at least a precursor. Find a way to align your business with the partners that you're seeking, whether it's a large prime contractor or another small business. Find and seek that alignment. Create value in the relationships you make, and be brutally honest about what you really want to do, what work you want to get, and how much of that work you can assume. We could put you out of business with task order deliverables if you really, just on the sheer volume. So be sure about what you want. So thanks, glad to be here. Thanks, Teresa, for having us.
Good afternoon. I'm Hudson Oliveira. I'm with RTI, Research Triangle Institute. Just to give you an overview of RTI, we are not probably very well known around DC. We're based out of the Research Triangle Park in North Carolina. RTI was founded in 1958 by the local universities, NC State, UNC Chapel Hill, and Duke University. And we have a long history of providing research services to the U.S. government. So we are a nonprofit organization, first of all, and we have a passion and we have a mission. Our mission is to improve the human condition by turning knowledge into practice. So we're typically looking for small business subcontractors during the capture phase or the proposal phase to be lined up with us who share that type of mission and passion to do basic research and to support us in our basic research contracts. Most of our contracts within HHS are related to epidemiology or social sciences, behavior sciences, as well as substance abuse. We essentially work with, I believe, most of the operating divisions within HHS. HHS happens to be our largest funding source, and our second largest funding source is the USAID. So we do some of the same basic research services for USAID, but on an international basis. Although CDC also has international health programs in Africa, and we have been able to support them in the past. So typically, the types of small businesses we're looking for are companies that can support us in delivering the health research and social sciences research that we provide to our clients. mostly in epidemiology and behavior sciences area. We also have another group that focuses on environmental research as well. So if you are in the field of research or supporting companies that provide research, please come talk to me today. Obviously, we are a large federal contractor, and we have subcontracting plans for every single proposal that's over $650,000. And HHS does not accept subcontracting plans that have zero goals on any of the subcategories. So typically we are looking for, and we're typically stressing the need for HUBZone certified small businesses as well as service-disabled veterans. It's harder to find epidemiology research companies that are HUBZone certified. I mean, there are a couple of them out there, but I'm just citing an example of the type of companies that we're looking for. To his point earlier that you need to align yourselves early on in the process, because after we win an award, the subcontracts are locked up with the small businesses that work together with us during the proposal phase. So the best opportunity for you is actually to identify a future opportunity that you can be aligned with us. And when I say future opportunity, I'm talking about some RFP that's either 6 months to a year ahead. So we're typically, our capture phases are essentially from 1 to 2 years, and we're typically onboarding small businesses for proposals anywhere from 1 year before the RFP to about 6 months before the RFP hits the street. So, there's no immediate opportunity, although there's usually a cycle of RFPs that we're preparing for. So there may be an opportunity, coming up soon for you, but we would have to have an alignment in the basic research area. We are probably the smallest large prime here. We are about $750 million organization. We're a nonprofit, but we do have a long history of working with small businesses, and looking forward to meeting some of you later on today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Townsend, and I am the Director of the Small Business Development and Utilization Office for SAIC. So if you're all looking at this, I have a question. Who can tell me what happened with SAIC in the last year? There you go. That's the correct answer. We split into 2 separate companies. Leidos is the legacy company. SAIC, we are the new company. Okay? We retain the old name. We're a $4 billion company, so we're not a small business. We still practice across all agencies within the government, specializing in DOD. Our health IT services work that we were known for, we had a business unit that did that, went over to Leidos. So our footprint currently, as we rebuild our footprint with HHS, is focused on big system integration, metadata, the cloud, cybersecurity, providing IT information and engineering services across HHS and other agencies. You've heard everyone else on the panel, and if you've been here, I've been here since this morning and have attended some of the other sessions. So you've heard a lot of the same information, okay? This is not new. We have nothing new to tell you on how to work with us, how to work with government agencies. It's nothing new. You need to be prepared, okay? Take some time. If you want to get an audience with me or anyone else on this panel, go out to our website. See what we do. You heard John say, align yourself, okay? Okay? I don't buy light bulbs, okay? I don't buy limousine services. We do IT, information, technology, services, integration, okay? Especially as a new company, as a reborn company, not a new company, but a reborn company, you really need to know who SAIC is today. Okay, Our two focused areas are technical and engineering offerings, where we're looking at providing mission-focused full life cycle technical engineering and professional services, and enterprise information technology offers, providing, again, full system lifecycle information technology solutions and services, design, development, deployment, management, operations, and security. We're focused under the enterprise information offerings in network integration, IT managed services, software integration, and emerging IT solutions. That's your cloud, cybersecurity, big data. Under the technical and engineering offerings, mission and CETA, training and simulation, hardware integration, and logistics and supply chain. We're 13,000 employee strong company these days. We still have a worldwide presence. And even though we share our legacy with Leidos, we are a separate, wholly owned company these days, okay? Leidos will be our competitor at some point on certain things, and we do still have work that we share. And again, as in approaching us, okay, you heard about opportunity. You heard about being early. One of the things that small business has done as an industry, you've done a very good job of convincing the government that you can do everything, okay? Okay? And to give us special favor and set aside work for us. So what has that done to us as a large company? That's taken away some of our work streams, some of our incumbent work. Okay, now that's not a bad thing. That puts us on our toes. That makes you even more valuable to us because we look for opportunities to sub to you on small business set aside. Teresa's shaking her head, but if you're forming a team and you have an SAIC or General Dynamics or RTI on your team, that gives them a better comfort factor that the work is going to get done. But again, with that prime opportunity that you're going after, you still have to do and present yourselves to us as you do the government the same way. Know that opportunity, be ahead of it, okay? You're not, if it's last minute, yes, we're 13,000 employees, but we all have day jobs. Okay, and it's not putting out fires. We cause enough fires internally to have to be put out day to day. Okay, be ahead of that opportunity. Know that opportunity. If you're going to prime an opportunity and you haven't visited that government agency, you haven't been into their small business office, why would I team with you? Okay, and that's the harshness of this business. Okay. You have to be prepared. If you're coming to me to team and you're asking about an opportunity, I'm a gateway to our program. Again, I have no money, I have no opportunities. That's not what I do. That's not what any of us on this panel do. We get you to the program level that has the money, that's doing the RFP development. But if you can't get past us, because I'm sharp enough and been in this business a while that I can ask the right technical questions. If you can't get past me, you can't get to our programs because you will never get a call back from them. Do your homework. Even if you think you're going to be a good sub on a large opportunity, be prepared to tell me what you know about that opportunity and where you feel you can play. Okay, we don't have, yes, we have to meet small business goals, but that should not be your reason for telling me I want to work with SAIC. I hear that all the time. You have small business goals to meet. Yes, I do. Okay, just as John alluded to, I have a vendor portal with over 3,000 plus small businesses in there. I can get to small businesses. okay? If we put out a call looking for something, we can get to small business. It's up to you to stand out to us. Why you? Okay? Why this opportunity? What are you bringing to the table? Thank you very much, and I appreciate being here with you today.
Okay. All right. Thank you, panel, so very much. So I'll start the Q&A by asking a couple of questions. Many of you gave suggestions on and recommendations to the small businesses on things that they should do to be prepared when they come in to meet with you. Do you have any other suggestions or recommendations?
I'd like to add a few, and I concur with my colleagues on, the basics of, know what we do, know what you do that would apply. But there's a couple of drill down areas that I'd like to mention. Be prepared to discuss your past performance successes and challenges that are specific to the opportunity that you want to talk about. Demonstrate that you understand the client's mission, and that's the client for the contract, not Accenture as a client. Be able to give show alignment with the opportunity requirements. I think that's been mentioned before, but you can also show examples of how flexible you've been, how responsive you've been on other contracts and other partnerships, and provide when we partner with companies, we test each other out. We decide, do we really work well together? And when it does work well together, it opens up a whole new opportunity to expand within other operating divisions, other organizations, other agencies across the government, because our Small Business Liaison Office will connect you to those other organizations. And if the person in Treasury says, God, this small business was fantastic, that word of mouth, that reputation, that referral to the person who's running our DHS program, Department of Homeland Security, makes a world of difference. And once we find companies that we work successfully together, they were referred over and over and over and over and over and used again and again and again. So it's not just this opportunity, it's the opportunity to partner on many other opportunities with the particular company that you're working with.
One of the things that it's kind of that brutal honesty thing I was talking about. One of the things that's important to when you approach a large prime, especially for the first time, you lead with your strength, right? Don't come in with the resume, which is the founder's resume is the capability statement. Right? What is it that you're really going to do as a business? Bring that forward. But tell us where you had problems in the past. The worst thing that can happen is that one of our capture managers, program managers, account managers, says, hey, maybe we ought to go do business with these guys. Holy fuck, they were over at NIH. They messed this thing up. Maybe it was 3 years ago. Tell us that beforehand, because that's an opportunity to show us how your business has grown successfully. Because you came in and said, we had this problem, we fixed it, this is what we did, we understood where the issues were. Okay, we got pretty good past performance. We can probably overcome one of those problem things long ago and get another attaboy. So that really honest communication, brutal honest communication. Treat us like a customer as you market to us, as you understand what we do, as you have an account manager. But treat us like a partner when we're talking about business. Tell us where the warts are, because we're going to find them anyway. And it's better if you told us, because then we can, it also gives you an opportunity to spin it, frankly. But we're going to find out where that problem was. So be really honest and upfront about that stuff.
I would say also, don't oversell your capabilities, okay? You can't do everything. Some of you have NAICS codes listed. You're a $5 million company and you've got 25 different NAICS codes that you perform in. No way possible that that's credible. No way possible that it's credible. Focus on your strengths. Don't oversell your company. generally when we look for a small business, we're not looking for you to do everything. We're looking for you to do one thing specifically well for that requirement.
I'd like to add something. Does a small business here in the room, do you know what is in the section M of the solicitation? Some of you do? Okay. Evaluation criteria. So that's just an example. If the small business does not understand the RFP, that the prime contractor has to put a proposal together, but then we have to collect a proposal from you with your scope of work. We have to negotiate what you're going to perform, and we also have to review your proposed budget for that proposal. So is it going to be fixed costs? Is it going to be other types of pricing mechanisms and strategies that we're going to be working with you on? So it's important for you to have an understanding of what's in the RFP and understand the section M of the proposal especially, because the client is going to make a decision based on the technical approach that we offer them, and also the staffing plan, and also the subcontracting plan. And typically on HHS proposals, there's going to be an SDB participation plan as well. So having an SDB firm as a partner who can provide a variety of services or work, not just one type of scope, very narrow scope. So what the client is also looking for is an SDB who can actually perform substantive work. So if you come to us and all you sell is computer systems, we're not going to have a need for that. But if you can provide a variety of technical services in the research field, then we have an opportunity to talk about.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of really great ideas up here. For me, one of the things that's really helpful is if you come with something very specific in mind, right? It's not enough that you do IT services or you do cybersecurity, or even that you want to work at NIH. But where do you want to work at NIH? Demonstrate that you've done your homework, that you've met with the contracting officer for this specific opportunity, you've gone in and you've met with the program officer, things like that that really distinguish yourself. And for better or worse, as the others said, there really are thousands of small businesses in this area, right? Every small business category is covered by thousands of small businesses. So it's not enough just to be woman-owned or service-disabled, but you need to be service-disabled, and if you want to work at CMS, you've done your homework and you've met with CMS, and you can talk about CMS's programs, because ultimately what we're looking to do as a company is deliver value to the federal government, and you distinguish yourselves by helping us figure out how to do that, right? You fill in gaps that help us deliver value. You know customers that we don't know, your places that we want to be. Things like that are really, I think, what we look for. And so taking the time to do your homework will really set you apart from, I think, the crowd.
So what are the do's and don'ts when a small business sits down to meet with you? When they sit down and they say to you, I think, was that you, John, who said, what do you do? What does your company do? What are the other do's and don'ts that you can share with the audience?
My particular favorite, I think you'll hear some war stories here. I think we all have stories to tell. My particular passion and favorite is because Northrop has a long history of being successful in our project program. We've formally mentored over 120 companies over the years. We just picked up our 23rd Nunpuri Award last week, which the DoD gives out for doing these things excellently. My favorite thing at an event like this is, and at a meeting, by the way, someone will get a meeting and they'll come in, and the first thing they ask them to describe the company. At events like this, sometimes they haven't even told me their name or the company name, but they ask how to participate in the mentor protege program. You're going to meet with somebody. If it's a half-hour meeting of an introductory meeting, we've already looked at your website, so we know the owner's history, we know where they came from, we know all that. You've got a half hour to tell us why we are going to put you in this deal, this portfolio, be part of our solution set. Get to the point, be prepared, and make your case. A lot of other stuff, we've already read the website. We know, most all that stuff is visible there.
John said a half an hour. With me, you've got 5 to 10 minutes to get my attention. Okay. be prepared when you come in that door. You ask for the meeting with me, okay? I can do very well carrying a meeting, okay? But you ask for the meeting with me or John or anyone else on this panel, be prepared to carry the meeting. It's your meeting. It's your time, okay? I can meet with small businesses every day of the week, every hour of the day, if that's what I choose to do, okay? So my time is, and our time is just as important as your time. So when you come into that meeting, be prepared, be ready. As John said, don't bring up the mentor protege program, because most of the time you're a stranger to us and you're not eligible for our mentor protege program. Let me be honest with you, you're not even eligible for it. Tell us why you're there, what you're looking for. Be prepared to answer the questions, and be prepared to answer the hard questions at that meeting.
It's really difficult for many of us to find the time just to meet with a small business and talk about capabilities. So I like to couple the two together. The capabilities may be tailored for a specific area, but also some kind of opportunity. Maybe it's not something that's on a forecast. Maybe it's even that you saw some congressional testimony, or you saw a news article that saying that, you know, this particular agency is having difficulty with X, or they're starting a new program in X. And to have it be a little bit of it should be more than a little bit of a two-way conversation, because we want to learn from you as well. You know, can you give us access to a new client that we would like to get access to? Can you provide that niche capability or that particular swim lane, some subset of cybersecurity or some specific certification in a particular area that would make you unique? So it's got to be more than just a capabilities discussion, even from the first meeting.
Yeah, one of the things that I prefer is that we actually don't have any capabilities discussion. What I want is demonstration of capabilities discussion. So I find a lot of times small businesses sometimes are reluctant to be specific. I mean, it's great that you work at the IRS. Tell me exactly what you do at the IRS. The more specific, the more you stand out, right? And the more then that I can better relate what your skill sets are and your background to our needs in other areas. So one of my do's would be to be very specific and very upfront about what you do and what you don't do and where you want to be. I actually find it very refreshing. You know, some small businesses, frankly, they want to be more staff aug, and that's fine, but that helps me make sure that we're hooking you up to the right people within our company. Others, they really want to prime. They want to grow. They're very aggressive, and that's a different kind of company, and it's a different sort of skill set. So think a little bit about, be specific about where you want to grow into, as well as what you're currently doing.
Yeah, one area is don't try to hide the challenges. I think some of you spoke about that. We have a supplier intelligence and monitoring mechanism at RTI. So essentially, before we do business with you, we're going to check you out. We're going to check your DNB credit. We're going to use additional probably 3 or 4 different systems to validate. You know, one of the things that we do primarily is also use our web portal to validate that you are a small business, because as you grow and as you become successful, then some small business start playing that game. You know, they're right at the threshold of the small business size limit, and they're still trying to be a small business in some cases, but then they may not be. So we are going to take a look at every area, you know, your financial area, and are you financially able to deliver on what you promise? Because we've had experiences in the past where the small business struggled with cash flow and so forth. Or even the reputation of the subcontractor is important for us, because our reputation is on the line as well. So if there are lawsuits that are pending against the company, or there are financial issues, or there are other issues, most likely we're going to find that out. So it's, as somebody suggested here, it's better for you to kind of come to us, and if you do have those challenges in the past, explain what they are and that you have overcome them and how. So.
I want to add one other point. Do not ask us to sign an NDA to have an initial meeting with you. Okay? Okay? Please don't. Okay? I think we all have had small businesses come to us and say, I want to talk to you about this opportunity, but I want you to sign an NDA. Are you serious? Are you really serious? Do you know what we have to go through to get an NDA signed? Okay? Don't ask.
This is just a technical suggestion. I know that you probably all have your own NDAs already established, your own legal counsel. But if you can at all possibly bear with these large companies, if you can use our NDA and go through that process, even if you're the prime. And you would be our NDA for the sub-agreement, simply because it is really hard to get an NDA through our legal department. And and quite honestly, I've worked for some of the other companies here at the front of the table, so it's not just Accenture, it's many other large companies. What the lawyers will do is they'll take your NDA and they'll reinsert everything that was in our NDA into your NDA. So you might as well just start with ours and then cross out from there.
We had one of those last week, and the only thing left was the signature block.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a practical suggestion.
All right, so what I'll do is let me open up the floor. I mean, I could ask you questions all day, but let me open up the floor to all of you, because I think these are some of the individuals that you want to talk to. The question is always, how do I get to them? So here's your opportunity. So there's a mic on my right, and there's a mic here.
Just to follow up on NDA, are you saying no NDA, or are you saying sign your NDA? I just want to make sure that.
You get to the NDA level when you start getting into very program specifics. Let's say if you have a technology that you're bringing to bear and you think it would be good for a solution. Once we're at that level of discussion, then maybe that's the time to sign an NDA. But to have a general discussion, no.
Right. Yeah. Just if you're going to talk to us in general capabilities, you don't need an NDA.
Right. But if there's an opportunity that
a
we are bringing to the table, specific opportunity that we are bringing to the table, and at that point you are saying that sign your NDA,
yeah.
right? Rather than we providing the NDA and going to the asset.
If it's not the first time we have met with you.
If it's not
so
the first time.
If it's the first time we're meeting, you're really better off without the NDA, because the process is troublesome.
Thank you.
So going back to the NDA, so every one of you have said that with the NDA, or actually getting in front of you, is difficult, number one. Number two, we have a very short period of time. We've got 10, maybe half an hour. So what we're supposed to do is not talk about maybe our capabilities, because you've already seen all that. So we're to talk about our past performance. So we talk about our past performance. How are we supposed to do that without knowing that you all are going to take that information, take it somewhere else? That's why so many of us are concerned about the NDA. Okay. So it's how do we deal with that? It doesn't make any sense to me. Okay. If I want to sit down with SAIC and talk about, all right, I've got this opportunity, I'd like to bring you all on board, but I can't really talk about that opportunity because you all don't want to sign an NDA, and me as a business, my business could be real small, could be real big. But the point is, I could lose my business because, and I've had this happen, someone wants to come in who's a very large prime and says, hey, sorry, we didn't have anything on paper. Yeah, we came into your client. Yes, we discovered all this information from discussions that we may have had with you, that we may have had with other people at that site. Maybe it started from you. So you tell me.
Well, I guess I'll take the first shot at it, and then everybody else. Right? The thing I like to say, and I learned this back years and years ago, is in the private sector, and it's got to do with all this, and it's so what? And it has to do with what you're going to do in that meeting. It's about performance. So you're going to talk about the opportunity. So I'm going to link this opportunity to this. I have these capabilities in past performance. It's about meeting preparation. You can share as much information as you're comfortable with, but understand you're probably not the only small business that has approached us about that same opportunity. We know the opportunity is out there. Deltek, everywhere else are out there. We know there are mission requirements. We know there are opportunities that are existing work of ours that's on O&M that are being brought out into some sort of a small business set aside or something like that. So we know all this is going on. We are going to act just like you would in choosing a teaming partner. We're going to have people come in who want us to be on their team, and we're going to decide in the interview process who we think is going to win. All of these conversations. Now, if you have new and differentiating technology, you have some sort of a white paper or capability statement about this is where it plays, not the specifics of how it works, not the specific of what it's going to do or execute, but it's going to have this general capability. It's addressing these kinds of problems. The idea of the initial meeting, where you don't need the NDA, is to find the people within our organization who are interested in finding out the dirty details about going forward with whatever this is. So it's performing and preparing for the initial meeting to set the stage for the actual ultimate decision makers. Make the capture manager, program manager, account manager, chief technology officer want to sit down and spend a half hour of their time getting an idea of how you're approaching this problem. There's blue screens and green screens. I'm old enough to remember when everybody had a dumb terminal on their desk. And they had green screens and they had blue screens and they were just type machines with a CRT in them. People were passionate about what it was. So what you're trying to do is differentiate yourself in that meeting because you have these capability sets, but not give the whole answer. You want the second meeting, which is where the real action occurs. That's where the NDA should occur. That's where it should go forward. So it's an approach about the mission. In our case, we solve missions problems. So where do you align with the mission? I have this past performance that has successfully done similar things. Who can I speak to in more detail about how to participate in an opportunity at agency X where that is required to solve their mission?
Yeah.
Then you have a discussion. Then you go into the other piece.
Okay. Thank you, John. There's a question there.
Right. Well, first of all, I'd like to answer the gentleman's question. One of the things about a small business is that you have to protect your intellectual property. You can copyright it, you can have peer reviewed and things like that way before you go to a medium or any other size company. So you can protect your information, at least the root part of that information, before you get into any other negotiations. And of course, you can create agreements with that data with your lawyers so that if that intellectual property is stolen, you know, I'm having the same problem in taking ideas internationally. I have to look at, no matter what segment of my idea, it can't be used and monitored or adapted, okay? That's intellectual property stolen, and a lot of that's going on in the world. My question is this. The International Trade Commission is looking at a higher participation of small businesses in the international community, and clearly there's a lot of emerging markets. McKinsey, for example, has indicated in the year 2025 at somewhere north of $30 trillion. Now, that's way bigger than any domestic market we have here in the US, but can you guys give me some strategies, looking at emerging markets, which I'm quite sure all of you are, how small businesses could play in that role?
Okay. Just speaking for SAIC, we have a customer group that's focused on nothing but emerging markets. And that emerging markets is bringing, as you said, the international market as well as state and local. Bringing small businesses into that market is just the same, it's about the same as bringing it into the federal market, okay? We're still looking at specific opportunities. We're still looking for specific capability, knowledge of that opportunity, the skill sets where we can marry our skill sets with yours or vice versa to go after that particular opportunity in that market, especially with the international market. Have you been over in that country or whatever? Do you know how to do business in that country? Because if you're chasing international business, you know doing business from country to country is very different. So do you know how to do business in it? Okay, if we're moving products, do you know how to get products in and out of that country successfully? So it's the same type of information, same type of capabilities and knowledge that we're looking for.
All right. Are there any other questions? Don't be shy. This is okay. This is the time, really, for you to get your questions answers to prime contractors. How many of you are already serving as subs? Okay. How many of you are already serving as subs? Okay. And how many of you are interested in being subcontractors? Yeah. Okay. So you don't have any questions? You already know how to proceed? I'm scared to ask.
No, don't be. I'm not that bad. Really, I'm not
along those lines right there. All right.
Let's take, we'll take your question.
How were you, in your positions, judged on how well you perform and your organization performs your small business goals? Because we've heard earlier, the SBA really does not do a very good job of putting out a report card on how well you all meet your goals. And we understand you got 3,000 people in your database. But when a small business owner comes to you, and don't think that we all started off as individuals. Many of us started off where you were or where you are. So when we come in, it's our time that's being invested, and we don't have a large portfolio to manage the risk or to manage that 1 hour or those 5 minutes that you're giving us, because there's money involved in that. Right? So almost a two-parter there. How, do you even care if you meet your goals? Because if you don't, what are the repercussions? Right? And it's not that, we're all glad that you're up here and being very candid. But there's a flip side to it also. And it's our money and not stockholders' money.
So I'll answer the first part. So I'm a program manager. I'm not actually part of the small business offices or business development. And for all of my programs, I'm required to, once a quarter or once a year, sort of depending on the size of the program, we do management reviews, right? Up the chain, bigger the program, the bigger the review. And absolutely, for General Dynamics, part of our template is small business goals, where I stand on every single category for every single program that I manage. So, and I'm sure for other companies it's similar. So it is important to us, and regardless of whether the SBA is looking at it or not, or CMS is looking at it or not, absolutely, I can guarantee you, at least within General Dynamics, my management chain is looking at it, and I am questioned on it every time.
It is part of the program manager's delivery responsibilities that they are accountable for meeting the goals of the agency and the organization that they're doing business with. On a personal level, I'm not delivery. I'm in sales, essentially, business development, and I like to equate it to trying to find the right partners for the solution that the customer needs. I like to solve problems. And my husband and I had several small businesses. I ran a SBA entrepreneurial academy at one point in my life. I have a very deep respect for what it takes to build a small business. And one of the reasons why I like doing business at HHF is because they really take small business goals seriously. And I don't look at companies primarily because they're small, medium, or large. But if they have the capabilities, the customer relationships, the the customer mission knowledge. I don't care whether they're small or large. They're the right company to partner with to deliver what the customer needs.
I don't, just real quick, just to go through it, right? It didn't take the National Defense Authorization Act of 2013 for somebody to put the numbers, the real numbers in my performance appraisal. And it didn't take an act like it, you know, when it finally floated down, right? In the NDAA. I've had it in mind all along. I also have goals around awards with small businesses as a prime. If I don't, by both the number of task orders awarded and by the dollars that get brought in through that channel, which is us behind a small business winning award. So it's a both two-way street. But there's the raw numbers we have to do and meet as well. So we're held accountable very specifically coming to a meeting like this. How many of the people we meet and bring back and introduce end up in our database? We collect all these business cards. We tell people to sign up in the database. I turn these business cards in and there's somebody back in the operations office who keeps a track and they're looking for the match. Goes to the so what. Next time Teresa says come to one of my meetings and they say so what, nobody again contacted us after that meeting, don't go to that meeting. So we're here, but we measure everything and to keep ahead of this because supplier diversity is as important as employee diversity. And if you don't keep who's new out there, that's where the affordable innovation comes. Our customers demanding affordable innovation from us. It comes from the small business community. So we've got to be out there constantly churning through there looking for it.
It's a corporate commitment. We are all here because we are committed corporately to small business utilization. We are frank in our discussions because we want you to be better prepared to come work with us, to support us. Just as John said, it's part of my evaluation. How did SAIC corporately do small business-wise? Okay. So if I am not drumming up and internally, okay, I have these frank discussions with our programs also, especially on our larger programs where we have to provide government reports twice a year, okay? I fill the SBLO role within our company also where I do the reporting. So I get to look at 165 contracts intimately, that's how many I'm reporting to the government, to see where we are, what we are doing small business-wise. I also meet with every OSPI office where we have work in every agency. From HHS down to DOD, I meet with all of those small business offices. So I need to be prepared when I walk in that office. If we're doing bad, I need to be able to defend why we're doing bad and what are we going to do to be a better prime to small business, okay? So you hear our frankness and the small business community, especially along those primes, we see each other at all of the events. It's like a family. We know, but we share a passion for what we do, okay? And this is not an easy job, okay? Especially selling it in our companies, okay? To be honest with you. It's harder to sell it in there than it is out here to you all, okay? Because they're going to push back on it.
I'd like to just add a couple of things. My performance assessment has two factors. One is the pre-award impact that I have on the company and the post-award. The pre-award is if I have several small businesses lined up for a proposal and we lose, then everybody loses. If I have several small businesses lined up as partners on a proposal and we reach the point of negotiating the contract with the agency and that subcontracting plan is not acceptable, then I haven't done my job good enough, right? But if we lose and we continue to lose business because we don't do a good job in partnering with small businesses, then I'm out of work. And then on the post-award side, I am submitting reports to every contracting officer, every 6 months. And if that report is not good, then it comes back to me, and I have to deal with that situation. And it does happen when from time to time, a report is rejected and we have to resolve that and we have to improve. And from time to time, I'm measured by if there is a problem with a small business subcontractor, then what are we going to do about it? What is the solution for that, even in the post-award phase? So.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my question is, what would you advise a small business to do so that they would at least, to begin to get that capability brief with you people? I mean, so say, you did mention that if there is an opportunity, then you can do that. But if there is no opportunity, just to, for you to know what niche capabilities a particular small business has, so that it will be in your radar and whenever it comes, so that we can start the dialogue and start quickly. So what is it? Is it just emails? Because typically what I've seen is you write an email, it goes nowhere. You try to call it. You don't want to harass people and like that. So what's the best way to do it?
I think that sending a capability statement in, I'll go back to what I said before, so what? You know, is your capability unique? Is it different? There's nobody else who does it? Well, then that's going to be really exciting. But if the capability is, I don't know what the right word would be, but there's a lot of other folks out there who do the same stuff. I do this stuff and have done this stuff somewhere else. And is there someone looking at agency up at CMS where they're going to do this in the future? Who could I speak to about that? The difference in those two emails about here's my capability statement, I've done this, and it even has your past performance in it. That's good, but so what? So what is, it applies to CMS where they're doing this program, and who can I speak to in your organization about doing it? That's going to go right to one of those people who cares about that. And you're frankly going to move to the head of the class because the capture manager isn't going to have to train you on what it is there. You already gave him the answer. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
Come on.
Come on.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right.
Hi, Robert Simmons, AMI Corp. Just wanted to follow up on the gentleman's questions about subcontracting. It's a difficult issue. It's a sensitive issue for many of us small businesses. Let me pick this up. I'm under lots of IQCs, I don't know, 2 or 3, and lots of other mechanisms, not with HHS, but with other agencies. And we know it's common knowledge that after the award is made with a prime, the first thing that the prime does is try to figure out how to get rid of the subs. I mean, this is very clear, right? Or try to reduce the amount, the level of effort. It's clear. I mean, we're not gonna, this is not the forum to vent this. I understand this. Let me just preface by saying that. But at the same time,
I love challenges, so
yeah,
don't be afraid.
Yeah, at the same time, it's clear. It's nothing personal. This is business, right? we're big boys and big girls, right? Let's make that clear. It's not for the faint-hearted in this kind of business. It's business. Right? At the same time, I think there are great organizations that don't do that, that have a very clear policy, and I met both. And the ones that don't practice this policy, I just don't deal with them at all in any circumstance. And there are a number of very good ones out there who, if there's a percentage, if there's a level of effort, they will honor it. But there are others that will not honor it. So my advice to those who are in situations like this is just to avoid those, do some market research and find out the right organizations that you have the right fit, the right chemistry with, and the organizations that will treat you equitably and fairly, and avoid those who don't, and then let them die by their own sword, because you know it's almost like in a large organization, or I should say, you're very large. Some of you up here are very large. A large organization, I would say somewhere around $15, $20 million. It's complicated because if they support the sub, then the sub later down the road is going to be in an advantageous position to compete against the prime, right? We don't want that. The prime doesn't want that to happen. So it's a complex situation. I mean, I don't know if we have the answers to all of it, but just some insight to just being sensitive to some of the things that are happening.
Okay.
If I can chime in on that one, and I do want to hear a question because she's scared to answer.
And she'll be our last question.
One of the things that I do monitor is what we are putting out as a subcontract to you, okay? And I appreciate his question because I've seen the good and the bad within our organization, okay? And the one thing I want to caution you all, when you enter into a teaming agreement with us, understand on an IDIQ, when we don't know what the work is going to be, we are not going to guarantee you a work share, okay? But if it's a specific contract, we know exactly what we're going to do. Make sure your teaming agreement specifies what you are going to do. Do not sign a teaming agreement that doesn't tell you what you're going to do, okay? Okay? Second thing, if you sign a teaming agreement with any of us, stay in communication with either that contracting officer, that subcontract representative, or better yet, the program manager who's managing that program. A lot of times, you'll get signed to a team, and during RFP phase, it's one team doing that. Come execution, it's a completely different team. You need to find out who that execution team is because they may not know anything about you, and that you signed a teaming agreement with them. Get on the phone, bug that whoever you had that initial relationship with, that initial communication, the subcontract administrator, find out who now owns that contract that was won and awarded. Ask about a kickoff meeting, okay? You start working with us, you get some work, stay in communication with us. Don't just take that first piece of work and say, oh, I got it, and we never hear from you again. We see your people every day, but we don't see you. We don't hear from you, okay? And I push that internally with our folks too. I've been a program manager. I don't know how you manage a program with multiple teammates and you don't communicate with them, okay? I just don't understand that at all. And it's something when I talk with our folks internally, one of the first things I ask them is, have you talked with your teammates and do you talk to them on a regular basis? And I'm not talking about the ones you see every day. I'm talking about the leadership, you folks that own the company or the business development people for those companies. Do you bring them in, let them know what's going on with the contract? Have they heard anything that we haven't heard? You guys do a good job. You're agile. Teresa will talk to you all before they talk with us, okay? Okay? Have you heard anything new? Okay? Are there other opportunities you think that you've heard that we could bring to this contract? So stay in communication with us and ask and be involved in that communication. Just don't go silent, and don't let us go silent on you. Okay?
Okay. All right, thank you, Michael. Let's ask this. We have 2 questions. Ladies, you have 2 minutes. So 1 minute for you, 1 minute for you.
Oh, my.
Okay, by show of hands, real quick, how many companies in here have 5 or less people?
Have what?
5
or less people.
Okay. How much is required when you say you look at financials for the small companies with 5 or less to have? When you look at financials, how much money do you want us to have? Do you want it just idle in an account? How does that work? Give me the financial perspective. It's a 2-part question.
You have 1 minute.
Okay. Would you care more? Okay, see, I'm in a different situation. I'm going to admit it. Right now, I'm coming up on 2 years, but I'm with a big program. I work with big companies previously, Booz Allen Hamilton, SRA International. I've been where you all are, but probably not as high as you all are. Okay, so I am now on a huge program, Affordable Care Act, under Deloitte, but through a sub, and I'm the 1099, my company is. I don't want to be there forever, so if you had a task order, and it was in project management, technical writing, management consulting, overseeing enterprise lifecycle, SDLC type projects, what I've done for my 15, 16 years, would you consider a small company like me, and I am SB Help Zone, MBE, DBE, all that stuff?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the financials are, does your financials show up bad?
Right.
You know, Red, is there a big red flag in your financials?
Right.
It's not how much money you got in the bank.
Okay.
It's the red flags.
You didn't pay somebody.
Right.
Or you didn't,
Oh,
you know,
no,
all
I
that
had to
kind
get
of stuff.
background checks to
just like
do
everybody
this
else's.
stuff.
Right.
Okay.
Right, we look at
All
the
right.
red flags, not how
Okay.
much.
I
the
was
red
feeling
flags.
hopeless a second ago. Thank you.
All right, so last question, because we're gonna start matchmaking following this. So next time I come to you, come in early so you can get both parts of your questions in. All right, yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I was just actually making more of a comment or a suggestion that we understand that it's a double-edged sword for you to match or you to meet the government's requirements to meet small business needs. However, I was hoping that your firms can really speak to the political aspect of who's really running these programs and making you meet these requirements, but really don't know how it operates. And it trickles down, and really, in order for you to have the small businesses assist you, we need to stay in business. But that's coming from the political side as well. And I'm hoping that your firms do go and lobby to support us, especially in Maryland where it's very tough. And I'm just making a comment, looking for your help. I've been to official government agencies that mandate certain requirements but really don't know what it's like on the streets. So I'm hoping that your firms can definitely go in there and support small businesses because you need them.
Okay. All right, so thank you so much for that. Let me thank the panel. You guys were always awesome, and I thank you for the notes of wisdom. I hope you heard them, and I'm pretty sure they heard all of you. And so I thank you all so much. I just want to do just a quick wrap up today, and that is to say thank you all for coming. Thank you for, you know, just hanging in here and listening. What we try to do as a department is provide you with useful information that you can take forward as you engage HHS, and also provide you with tools that you can use at other federal agencies. We've brought in our partners, which we work with every day, and as you've heard throughout the day, that we all work very closely together, regardless of our mission. We all work very closely. Working with small businesses is something that I take very personally. It's something that I do every day, day in, day out. I have a wonderful team. Again, HHS, if you could just raise your hand, every member of the HHS team. They're fantastic, phenomenal. They help make this happen. And, you know, we're here to support you. But as you heard today, you guys have work that you have to do, even in engaging with prime contractors, even when you're engaging with our heads of contracting. You know, a lot of this falls on you. I applaud you. I couldn't do what you do. I mean, it's just, it takes a lot of bravery. But I applaud you. We're here to assist you any way that we can. And, you know, just let us know. But most importantly, guys, you got to do your homework. Okay, and I know you're like, okay, yeah, I do. No, I'm telling you guys, you don't. I'm telling you, everybody doesn't do your homework. If you did, we wouldn't have a need for this. It is so critical. You've got to change your paradigm. You've got to get out of, you know, hey, I'm a service-disabled, veteran-owned woman, blah, 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 blah. You've got to get out of that. That is an extra, but you've got to focus on the mission of HHS, whatever the federal agency is. These primes support us. What they want to know is, how can you do that? How can you help them with that also? The heads of contracting, that's what they want to know. Take what we've given you guys today. Use that, please. I ask you. I'm in the trenches fighting the battles. We're asking the heads of contracting to set aside work for small businesses. We're pushing them to put out sources. And guys, I'm telling you, sometimes it's not you because you're here, but your peers, they aren't responding. Small businesses don't always respond to sources sought. You've got to let us know that you're here. I can't fight this battle by myself. My team can't fight this battle without you. So I'm just saying to you, it's critical. Take the time, do the homework. I'll get off my soapbox, say what I had to say. Understand why it's just so important to me. in order, you got to help us help you. So what's going to happen, I'm going to turn it over to my team. So they're going to share with you about the matchmaking, how it's going to work. Earlier today, I explained that some of you have appointments for today, some of you don't. Those of you who don't, no worries, because we're inviting you back to HHS headquarters. Some people have left, good for you, because that means there are going to be some openings. Make sure you get on the wait list, and then we will fit you in. If not here, like I said, we are inviting you back to HHS. The surveys, don't forget your surveys. Don't forget to complete those. And you will get copies of the slides. Any slides that were not here today, we will make sure that they will be included. And my contractor, Occasions Inc., I thank you. I thank you so much for the hard work. It is a woman-owned small business, SDB, who happened to come to an event such as this, to one of our vendor outreach sessions, and now we're working together. I had another contractor who is that Dobie? Dobie was at our event, Back to Business, last year. He said, Teresa, we don't like your forecast. You know, what's wrong with it, and blah, blah, blah. And now Dobie is the contractor who's helping us resolve our problem with the forecast. So, you know, it does work. All right, so I'll turn it over to you, Mary, and I'll turn it over to Quincy and to Barbara as well. So all of them will come up and tell you about the matchmaking and how that's going to work. Again, I'm done. I just want to say thank you again to everybody.